All right, good morning, everyone. It's 8:01, so we will get started. We're a little bit behind schedule, but I think we're basically doing very well in this meeting. Let me first ask Executive Director Merrick Burton if he has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No announcements from me this morning.
Okay, great. So let's come back to agenda item E3, stock definitions. When we were last here, we had concluded all our reports and public comment, which brings us to council discussion and action on E3. So let's see who wants to get us started first thing in the morning. It's early. Give folks a moment to warm up. Maggie.
Thanks, Chair. I'll break the ice. Just appreciate the reports provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service and the GMT in particular on this issue, bringing the issue to our attention, but then really laying out some options for a pathway forward, and the GMT's very thorough initial consideration of a very large number of aspects related to this question. And I will say I certainly started off feeling a little bit overwhelmed by the potential scope of this issue and what it will take to address it. And I think as we go forward, we will be of course, looking for input from our science advisors at the Science Center and the SSC. We will be seeking to understand the data availability aspects and the management differences and aspects of all of this. And so I will say I certainly would support option one of taking the opportunity to look at this in a very holistic and deliberate manner and make sure that we are working through all of the components of it. I'm not looking at the document. I hope option one was the right number, but to move forward on a separate pathway and not try to do it in the 2023-24 Groundfish specs package. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. Heather Hall.
That's my guy.
Good morning, Chair Grelnick and council members. Thank you. I just wanted to offer some comments too, and on this. I really appreciated the early notice and transparency from National Marine Fisheries Service about this issue. It gave us a lot of additional time for questions, and I think National Marine Fisheries did a really good job of laying out the issue and the options that we had to think about. And as Ms. Summer said, the GMT did a really good job of digging into some of these issues and giving us a preview of the complexity of what we might be thinking about. I know WDFW has been thinking about several of the issues that have been were raised in the NMFS report, such as management of species that are primarily caught in state waters and how we respond to data moderate or data limited assessments, which I hope can be included in this going forward. But just overall, we see that there's a lot of different but related topics that will really benefit from a comprehensive review that is included in option one. I do have a draft motion. I know it's not really necessary. I have one if we need it, but I completely agree. And based on what I just said, I think option one is the way to go.
Okay, well, I think that there's some more discussion to be had. Marcy Remco has her hand up, so go ahead, Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Maggie and Heather, for your remarks and for outlining our path forward in support of option 1, consistent with the recommendations from a number of our advisory bodies. Just like to take a minute, if I might, to respond to the Oceana letter. First, I want to thank Ben and Tara for some important reminders of the MSA requirements that we work with every day to prevent and end overfishing and to rebuild stocks. I think we all are around the table conscious of that objective, and it is good to be reminded of that overarching tenet. But I want to speak a little bit to the summary of the process moving forward and the content of their letter surrounding the immediate notification step by the Secretary of Commerce to the Council when a stock is overfished. I've been here through a few overfished stocks, and that internal review process within NIMS that comes before a formal notification can take several months. And unfortunately, we're most recently familiar with that process for a number of our salmon stocks. And in the case of Quillback, that internal review concluded a critical point, that if there is no defined California stock of Quillback, a determination of overfished can't be made for the stock by the Secretary of Commerce. The stock in our FMP is defined as a coast-wide Quillback stock, and NIMS can't make a determination on the West Coast wide stock of Quillback as being overfished because it's not. We had assessments from California, Oregon, and Washington, and in combination, those 3 stock assessments would not have led to a determination of overfished. So I think this is a really important point, and just want to make sure that I acknowledge the work that NIMS has done in the background to conclude this point. And this is why they take the time to do these reviews when the science that's presented to us suggests that that a stock is overfished. Back to salmon for a minute. Thinking back, in 2018, we received the news in our salmon preseason process that stocks met the FMP criteria as overfished. And in that case, it took many months for the notification to come. I think it came later in August. And in that case, the review was probably relatively straightforward. But the situation there, and compared to today, there are other similarities that I just want to highlight. The council and NIMS acted without the formal determination to the council on status of those salmon stocks. I think we've always kind of viewed that notification as more of an academic exercise. And in that case as well, the council acted on information that it had in hand pre-season in developing the 2018 salmon seasons. So comparably, in the case of Quillback, actions have been taken for purposes of conservation and management. I also want to specifically point out that there's nothing to support a claim that NIMS or the council are evading its obligations or not intending to comply with the legal requirements regarding Quillback rockfish. As the GAP describes, and as we've all acknowledged around the table, there was immediate action on the part of this council, recommending immediate actions to drastically reduce recreational bag and commercial trip limits. NIMS then immediately, or I guess I should say as immediately as the Administrative Procedure Act allows, established those reductions in the Federal Register, which took effect January 1st of 2022. And concurrently, the California Fish and Game Commission also took action on those recreational bag limits for state waters effective January 6th of 2022. Moving on to a few other points here related to our work today and the situation summary. It's suggested that now is a time to signal if there is a preference to continue to manage quillback rockfish in the nearshore rockfish complexes north and south of 40-10 degrees in the 23-24 biennium. This is all in preparation for our actions in April. So with regarding the signaling, I encourage the council to say yes, that's our intent, that we continue to manage quillback rockfish in the complexes in this upcoming biennium for the following reasons. First, we know we can manage quillback directly and specifically while remaining in the complexes, since we've already taken regulatory actions to do that, consistent with the best scientific information available from the 2021 stock assessment. Next, just want to note that the specifications development that's underway will include additional in-season mechanisms that will provide us with even more tools in our toolbox, so we can be even more responsive in our management of this stock in the 23-24 biennium. I feel confident that looking at those tools and making sure we have all the tools we need is where our energy should focus for the immediate near term, as we will commence work on a separate track with regard to the FMP amendment under the option 1 pathway described in the NIMS report. Back to the 23-24 biennium and the management in the complex, the new tools that we are ensuring that we have in our box will also be supplemented by some new activities stateside with regard to tracking quillback rockfish catch, both on the commercial and recreational fronts. We will be tracking on a weekly basis. These are the same tracking protocols that we've been using effectively to closely monitor our recreational and commercial in-season mortality to keep fisheries within our established harvest guidelines. So we'll be coming back to you beginning in April with as close as we can get to real-time, estimates of projected mortality. As we've mentioned previously, that the projections of mortality that we were working with in November when recommending our in-season actions, those were the best estimates that we could develop at the time, noting that there was a fair amount of uncertainty in those estimates. And the reason for the uncertainty is we were making such a dramatic change. It's very difficult to project with a lot of certainty how much change you will accomplish with a measure when it's substantially different from the kind of previous management regime and the data that you've collected in the recent past. So we are, like I said, heightening our monitoring activities on these stocks, and we'll look forward to reporting back to you with a first look of the reductions to mortality come April. Talking a little more about the option 1 FMP amendment process and taking the time to do it right. Want to acknowledge some of the important topics that NIMS highlights in their report, particularly with respect to jurisdictional issues. There are far-reaching management and policy implications there. There's discussion the past several weeks and sidebars about this being an exercise that's much like a sweater where you start to pull one string and what happens next. So we do need to take the time to think through what these stock definitions will mean and how we best refine them. It's going to require a lot of coordination among management agencies, and we may well discover new challenges once we start to dig into this. We're also potentially talking about changes to future processes and how we deal with future stock assessments and spec cycles. The council has not contemplated changes of this magnitude to our stock assessment and specs processes in a very long time. Thinking back to when we switched to the biennial specs process, and that was nearly 20 years ago. So there are very significant implications of these discussions. And given the magnitude, it is really important to take the time to get it right per the option one pathway. I just want to again thank the GMT for their detailed analysis on this topic, and that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Further discussion? All right. Heather, you suggested you had a motion, so please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Sandra. I move that the council consider development of a fishery management plan amendment that would define stocks and complexes used for management and for making status determinations through a process that is separate from the 2023-2024 harvest specifications and management measures process, described as option 1 in agenda item E3A, NIMS report 1, March 2022.
Thank you for the motion, Heather. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Looking for a second. Seconded by Maggie Summer. Please speak to your motion.
As we've been saying this morning in our overview, option 1 really allows for a close look in a holistic way and through a process to complete all the steps needed for all groundfish stocks, including quillback rockfish. I think everyone really recognizes the importance of responding to this in a timely manner. I know there's intention to discuss prioritization of this under agenda item E6. And in the meantime, as Marcy was saying, there's been a lot of work done by state agency staff and the GMT to analyze management measures in the 23-24 specs process to reduce fishing on stocks of concern, particularly quillback rockfish off California. In addition, as mentioned by the GAP, CDFW has already taken in-season action to reduce the take of both quillback and copper rockfish in 2022. So I think this option 1 gives us a good path forward. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather, are there questions for Heather on the motion or any discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Heather, thank you very much for the motion. Before turning back to our staff officer, I want to see if there's any other business under this agenda item. All right, Jim.
I presume you mean John. So
John, I'm sorry, John. I looked over at the staff seat and I saw Jim, but I meant John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, you have completed this agenda item. You've adopted the option 1 process for going forward with an FMP amendment, which is independent. Well, not exactly independent, but is not going to be carried in the 23-24 specs process. And you will prioritize this item under agenda item E6, at least amongst the groundfish items. And according to the supplemental attachment 1 on the process pathways, we would anticipate some action under agenda item C7 to put it on the year at a glance and start scheduling that initiative. And so with that, I would say you have completed this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much, John. Appreciate that. So we will move directly from E3 to E4, the limited entry fixed gear catch share program review. And our staff officer here is Jesse Dorpinghaus. Welcome, Jesse.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. This is agenda item E4, the limited entry fixed gear catch share program review. I have a presentation to kick us off, and then we'll go to our reports and comments of the management entities and advisory bodies, if that works for you.
Of course.
Okay. Can I get screen sharing privileges, please? Okay, so like I said, this is agenda item E4, the LE fixed gear catch share review draft and process. So last June, the council and its advisory bodies provided guidance on the process and scope of the review. And at this meeting, the council is slated to approve a public review draft and determine if you want to consider developing new management measures along with this process. Then at a third meeting, which is currently scheduled on the year at a glance for this June, you would finalize the review document, including research and data needs and recommendations that could cover future potential actions. Your council action for today is to decide on the process to be followed in completing the review, including how to move forward on the sections covering research and data needs and council recommendations, and whether to undertake a concurrent process to develop any proposals for new management measures related to the review, or to take up those measures after the review is completed. Additionally, we're looking to adopt the draft review document for public review. So the report's available for you today. So attachment 1 was in your advanced briefing book and is what the basis of the remainder of the presentation will be on. You had 2 NIPS reports in the advanced briefing book, one on cost recovery and one on the base permit designation, and a supplemental NIPS report on the catch share policy guidelines. There are 4 A/B reports, one from the SSC, the GAP, GMT, and the EC. And there are several supplemental public comments in your briefing book materials. So I'm going to stop here and see if there are any questions on the overview before proceeding with this PowerPoint.
All right, are there any questions on Jesse's overview? Why don't you go ahead with the PowerPoint, Jesse?
Okay, thanks. I wanted to do a quick reminder first on the program history and the key management measures. So while the primary tier allocation has existed since the development of Amendment 9, the actual catch share program as we know it now and are evaluating today did not become into effect until 2001 when the permit stacking program was combined with a longer season. The current season of April 1 to October 31 then officially began in 2002. There are some key management measures for the LE Fixed Gear Catch Share program that are central to understanding how the fishery operates and is regulated. Those are that in order to fish, a vessel must be registered to a Sablefish endorsed LE Fixed Gear permit, either endorsed for pot or longline gear. And each of these permits are assigned to a tier, which is the amount of fish that a vessel can land. Vessels can stack up to 3 permits at once, which gives a vessel its total cumulative landing limit. And note that if a permit is transferred, any landings attributed to that permit are considered used. No entity may own or hold more than 3 permits, noting that there are certain exceptions to this rule. And finally, the primary tier fishery requires that the owner of the permit be on the vessel to land against the tier, although there are exemptions known as owner on board exemptions that were granted at the start of the program. So now just wanted to move on to go over our document outline and speak about the updates that we've done since June of last year. So a quick reminder of the review document. Section 1 is the introduction of the history of the program and the requirements that we are operating under. Section 2 is where the analysis is located to understanding program performance. Sections 3 through 5 are to be developed as a part of this review process through advisory body and public comment and council final adoption of the review. And then finally, there are 3 new appendices to the report from June 2021, and I'm going to get to those as part of this presentation. In addition to some overall cleanup of the document, this is a list of updates that were made from the June 2021 document. So we updated data summaries to include 2020 data. We incorporated Northwest Fisheries Science Center survey data throughout the document, which is discussed also in Appendix C. We had section 2.1.1, there's new analyses related to capacity related to permits, permit prices, and a net revenue analysis summary and owner on board analysis. For section 2.1.8, there was an additional high grading analysis that was related to an SSC request. Section 2.7 is expanded background related to cost recovery. And then I noted that there are 3 appendices that are new from June. The net revenue analysis from the Science Center is in Appendix A. There's an enforcement compliance report in Appendix B, and then a summary of the survey data in Appendix C. Now today I'm going to focus on a few select updates in this presentation highlighted in green, but of course I'd be happy to answer any questions or call on Jim, who has been, we've been working on this together on this process to answer any questions on the document itself. So first, in June, the SSC recommended that we look at the data collected from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center voluntary survey. This survey was used to collect information about why West Coast fishermen chose to participate in commercial fishing and the benefits they derive from fishing to better understand how individuals and communities are affected when opportunities and profitability in particular fisheries change. We looked specifically at responses from vessels that participated in the LE fixed gear primary tier fishery and noted the following highlights. A majority of participants live in coastal counties for Oregon and California, while a majority of participants in Washington are from Puget Sound counties. Over 60% of respondents indicate that they captain their own vessels, compared to around the 40% of permits that actually require the owner to be present on the vessel. In responding to the question of, do you have adequate access to processors or first receivers in order to sell your catch? 2/3 of respondents said yes. The respondents that said no came from Northern California, Southern Oregon, and the Puget Sound for Washington. We also looked at the average age of the tier participants that responded to this survey, which was about 59. And you can see on the figure on your screen, this is the number of participants compared to their age as of 2021. And there does tend to be that skew to the left-hand side to the older age brackets for the respondents of this fishery. The SSC and the GMT were both interested in additional details surrounding permit prices. And as a reminder, in 2014, the council recommended, as part of the last review, to collect permit price information. This recommendation is still listed on the Groundfish workload prioritization list, which we'll discuss under agenda item E6. Thanks to Dock Street Brokers, we were able to get some historical permit price data for tier permits. So the figure on the screen shows the average ex-vessel price per pound on the top panel and the tier permit price per pound on the bottom panel. So the tier permit price per pound is the sale price compared to the amount of quota that tier in that year would be allocated. Overall, it does appear that there are similar trends in the price per pound and permit per pound of quota, but it is difficult to say very much with certainty about trends and further implications about fleet profitability given the very limited amount of data available. Moving on to our net revenue study. First off, I do want to say thanks to Alan Chin of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center for working on this analysis for us. On the net revenue study, we wanted to highlight changes since 2010, which was the last net revenue study that was included in the 2014 review. So comparing 2014 to 2017 data compared to 2010, when looking at all limited entry fixed gear groundfish vessels, average revenue per vessel is down, but average cost per vessels are down more. Overall, net revenue per vessel is up 9% when looking at total cost net revenue. Some exceptions here are 30 to 50 foot vessels and California vessels. And to note that total cost net revenue means total revenue minus any fixed and variable cost. When we look at the subset, our focus today, Stablefish endorsed LE fixed gear vessels, net revenue per vessel is actually down by 13% when looking at total cost net revenue. One highlight we wanted to note was that LE fixed gear vessels that also gear switch tend to have higher profits than other LE fixed gear vessels. LE fixed gear vessels that gear switch average $93,000 in profits compared to the $19,000 per vessel of other LE fixed gear vessels. While size explains some of the differences, the vessels that tend to be more profitable, these vessels tend to be more profitable even compared to LE fixed gear vessels over 50 feet in length. And some of that could be due to the fact that gear switching vessels tend to be larger, fish greater quantities, and receive more revenue across all fisheries. In June, the SSC also recommended that we look to see if there is an observer effect on LE fixed gear trips, given that prior analysis indicated there is high grading in the fishery. So as a reminder, unlike the IFQ sector, discards do not count against the tier limit for vessels. It's actually taken off the top before the tiers are established. So therefore, there's no cost in high grading to a vessel. Overall, fishing behavior does not appear to change with the presence of an observer. And you can see this by looking at the figure on your screen where we see a similar distribution of retained catch in terms of lengths across observed trips, which are on the left-hand side, and unobserved trips on the right-hand side. Moving on to Appendix B, which was the Enforcement Compliance Report. First off, wanted to say a thank you to the EC members and associated members of the state and federal enforcement agencies that worked on this report. We just wanted to highlight a couple of statistics of what they found. So between 2018 to 2020, there's an average of an 83% compliance rate for the longline fleet and 80% of compliance rate for the trap pot fleet. And these are on LE fixed gear related trips and looking at boardings in context with no observed violation versus those with violations. In terms of enforcement effort, there were two categories that were looked at. One was hours, which is noted on the left-hand axis, and then the boardings in context are in the green line and shown on the right-hand axis. Note that these are based on multi-mission patrols. So while they would include boardings on LE fixed gear vessels, there is a broader group of groundfish trips being looked at here. Most hours were spent on cutter patrol, as these don't come back to shore. They're typical overnight patrols, 24-hour patrols, where the most boardings and contacts happen on vessel patrols. And then finally, looking at the observed violations on LE fixed gear related trips. These were just the count for 2018 to 2020 and the different categories of violations that occurred over those 3 years. So this next piece of the presentation is really focusing on what is left to finalize with the review. Section 3.0 is the research and data needs section. And right now in the draft document, the 2014 research and data needs are listed. The SSE does have a report providing comments on this issue, as does the GMT. These research and data needs could be included by the council and put out for public review with the draft document. And additional research and data needs may also come through that public review process that you could adopt those in June. For section 4, this is the conclusions, and this is where we're looking at the overall assessment of the program performance. And based on council discussion in June, we developed the following conclusion. The LE fixed gear program appears to be continuing to meet the goals and objectives of Amendment 14. Few changes have occurred since the previous review in 2014. Therefore, this review was kept narrowly focused on new information, taking into consideration the NIMS Catch Share Review guidelines. And of course, if there are proposed changes to this or comments, we definitely take that feedback for incorporation into the public review draft. The final part of the review that will be finalized at your next meeting is the recommendations for future council consideration. And these, I want to say, are not final actions as we typically think when we say recommendations. And just to provide some context, the recommendations from 2014 included 5 items. So there was permit price reporting, the requirement that all pot gear be returned to shore at the end of each fishing trip, converting daily trip limits to tier endorsements, the combining of long line and pot gear endorsements into a single endorsement, and then moving the seaward line of the RCA closer to shore for pot vessels. You'll note that only 2 of these recommendations are still on the list of management measures. One is the permit price reporting that I noted earlier in my presentation. The other idea of moving the seaward line of the non-trawl RCA closer to shore for pot vessels is actually being considered in another ongoing process. As in April, you are tentatively scheduled to consider that item in terms of moving the bounds of the non-trawl RCA. And in particular, the specific item is being considered off of Washington. I know there are a couple of different decisions that we have discussed today, so we wanted to break it down for you in a stepwise process. The main thing today is to adopt the review document for public review, assuming that the council and ABs feel like it's complete and all the June 2021 requests have been fulfilled. We would then finalize the document in June, including research and data needs and any recommendations for the program. Recommendations could include things like management measures or more administrative items like reporting on owner on board exemptions or compliance reporting. and any recommendations for changes to the program would go on the workload list. However, last June, the council decided that they would determine if they wanted to take up any issue concurrently when finalizing the review. Therefore, you should consider if any of the recommendations for program changes are high priority issues. If there are no issues identified as high priority, then great. Any issues identified today that are still in your Section 5 recommendations for future council consideration, and you only need one additional meeting to finalize the review document. But if you do identify issues that are of high priority at this meeting, then we suggest that you signal under this agenda item that you may want to take up some new management measures, but then you would actually make that final decision under agenda item E6 at this meeting, which is groundfish workload prioritization, when you're considering all other groundfish items up for council time. Any workload and staff time that would need to be considered along with other items on the council's workload list when they are prioritizing. Under E6, if you chose to prioritize any of the LE fixture items for work, then these items that are identified could be scoped for the next meeting when the review is finalized, again, which is scheduled for June. If you chose not to prioritize anything, then you're right back to this top timeline where these recommendations are in the report for public review and will be considered at a future time for prioritization. So they'll stay on the groundfish workload list to be considered at another time. Now, we've also had questions that have arose during discussion with the advisory bodies on what happens if ideas come forward in June or later for program changes. Those items can be added to the groundfish workload list at any regularly scheduled agenda item, which occurs in regularly scheduled groundfish workload prioritization agenda item, which occurs in all meetings except for April. The council at any of those meetings has the option to add items to the list and consider if they want to reprioritize their current priorities. So again, the council action for today is on the screen, but just to get to the bottom line, there are two main things. We want to look at adopting the document for public review, which could include research and data needs and recommendations. In June, when you finalize the document, you can add to these as well. The secondary item is to determine the process to move forward on recommendations. Of those recommendations, do you have any high priority items that you want to consider moving forward starting in June when you finalize the review? If so, it'd be good to identify that you want to consider those new management measures under agenda item E6, and then you would prioritize them under that process. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions along with Jim, if there are any, and then I would move to the other advisory management reports.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse. Let's see if there are any questions on your report. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jesse, for the presentation. It was fantastic, and I just wanted to say especially thank you for the flow chart on slide 20 for how the council should move through these. It's very helpful. Appreciate it.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Jesse, very much for the presentation. When you were on slide 18, right at the very end of your remarks on slide 18, you said something about off of Washington, and I didn't catch exactly what you said there. And I think you were down on the last item there about moving the seaward line of the RCA closer to shore, but you said something about off of Washington. What did you say again?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Anderson, yes. So as part of the non-trawl RCA action, which is scheduled for April 2022, last November, one of the alternatives that was proposed for the range of the alternatives was to consider moving portions of the non-trawl RCA boundary off of Washington in closer to 75 fathoms for pot gear only. So this is actually, this recommendation from 2014 is actually specifically being looked at as a part of that action for Washington, with broader changes for Oregon and California, looking at moving the line in general.
Does that answer your question, Bill?
I think so.
Or we can always come back to that. Any other questions of Jesse on Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Jesse, for the great report. A lot of hard work there, obviously. I'd refer to slide, my glasses on here, 12, I think it is. Yeah, 12 regarding net revenue. And there's a statement at the bottom that says limited entry fixed gears that also gear switch greater profits than other limited entry fixed gear vessels. And intuitively, I'm having a hard time rationalizing that. I know that the gear switch vessels have many additional costs, such as observers that they pay for, cost recovery, buyback, leasing fish, which may be to the others, equal maybe to the limited entry sector. However, it just seems intuitively that that's the cost would be greater, and it looks like the revenues from the earlier slide seem like they were, in the same ballpark, the gross revenues from the fish. So just trying to get a handle on that, and then also just basically the relevance of that line.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Dooley, I'm going to phone in Jim on this one because this was he worked a lot on this piece. So I'm going to phone a friend there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dooley. So, right, you would think that the costs are much higher for these gear switching vessels on a per pound basis to catch the fish as part of the IFQ fishery when they're in that activity, and I think that's totally correct. But even though they are higher, when you look at sort of the margin after you've got all your fixed costs, you got all the fixed costs to get your vessel in the water. And then as you add additional pounds, there's not that much additional cost for each additional pound that you catch. So these vessels are catching a lot more total poundage than the vessels that are not gear switching. So even though they have the additional costs in this other fishery, they're still getting a higher marginal net revenue, if you will. It's kind of hard to explain. As you can see, I'm trying to wave my hands here and show you a graph with my hands, which nobody in the audience can see. But I can follow up with you a little bit more offline on it. But I understand your point and understand that yes, those costs are higher when they're participating in that other fishery, but they're expanding their volume so much that they're still gaining more overall efficiency.
Go ahead, Bob, with your follow-up.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Jim. That's informative. I appreciate it. The thing that I was looking at through the report was that I assume the costs for the gear switching vessels is derived from the economic data report, which is very comprehensive in that program. And it includes data from all operations, whether they be in Alaska or wherever. And I'm wondering, because the other economic data that you're using for the sablefish tier permits is voluntary and not as comprehensive, could there be an assumption of floating the cost of doing business in that fishery across to all the fish that they're catching in other places when we're not comparing the same data to the other sector? And then I get back to my original question is, what's the relevance of this? So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dooley, that's a good question. I think we'd have to check in with Dr. Chen, who originally did the analysis, to see how that would affect. I think that's a good inquiry. I think the relevance is simply that we're working on the gear switching issue within the context of the trawl IFQ system, and to some of the issues there have to do with understanding the relative profitability of vessels operating in that fishery versus their opportunities in the limited entry fixed gear fishery. I don't think this is conclusive. In this review, we're not trying to reach firm conclusions on a lot of things because that would really take a much more extensive piece of research to reach a firm conclusion. So we're kind of just trying to give a high-level look at how the program appears to be performing, and if there are points of curiosity on this item or any other item in which the council would like to say, hey, yeah, let's dig in on that a little bit more. It's important to understand exactly what's going on here. Then that'll take a more extensive research project, and that would be something you would put then under your recommendations. Not all the recommendations need to be for new management measures. It could be, hey, we saw this pattern and we really want to understand what's going on there. That will inform our policy decisions. And so we recommend a research project on that.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions on the presentation? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we went down this rabbit trail, I would like some clarification on the vessel size difference explanation, or explain some of the differences. There's a huge difference between a vessel that's over 60 feet versus somebody that's under 50. 90,000 seems like a really big deal compared to 19,000. And right now it's looking like, hey, a lot of that's attributed to gear switching. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just bigger vessels are better capitalized. And so I think having a clearer picture rather than just a bit of, it explains some of the difference. Is it 50%? Is it the majority? What does that really look like would be helpful.
Jesse or Jim?
I'm going to turn to Jim again.
Yes, as a partial response, as Jesse mentioned, a lot of the difference, but not all of it, between that 93 and 19 is just a vessel size difference. And when we look at just the larger vessels, that difference declines quite a bit, but that there still is some difference. I guess the question here, as I indicated in response to Mr. Dooley, we're just trying to give a general indication and general picture of how things are looking. If we want to dive in more on that particular issue to understand the difference in the profitability and economics of vessels in the LE fixed gear fleet versus vessels that cross between, that might be a subject of another a research project, or actually even something that may be relevant for the analysis of the gear switching item. And maybe that's a good place to follow up on. That would be in our gear switching action item that will come up in June in terms of analyzing those alternatives.
Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, but I need to go back to my previous question, Jesse. So I just want to make sure I understood what your response was. The reason you called out Washington was because, as consistent with the WDFW report that was provided to the council in November, what we are looking at and evaluating is potential finite, I'll call them finite changes in the non-trawl RCA off Washington, as opposed to some blanket move that would extend along the entire area off the Washington coast. Is that what your response was to my question?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, I was mainly just trying to draw this line that in the 2014 review, the recommendation that came out was to move the seaward line closer to shore for pot vessels. And as a part of the non-trawl RCA action that is currently scheduled for April, obviously we're looking at holistic changes, which could apply to pot vessels or long line vessels or whoever off of Oregon and California. But yes, specifically with Washington, with the alternative you're referencing, definitely recognize that they are discrete areas, but it is the idea of moving the seaward line closer to shore for pot vessels only. So I was just trying to make that connection that this recommendation is being considered in some parts in the non-trawl RCA action.
All right, thank you.
All right, further questions on the PowerPoint presentation? Okay, thank you very much, Jesse, and of course, don't go too far away. So we'll start now with our reports, and I'll first go to Ryan Wolf for our various NIMS reports.
Thank you, Chair. We have 3 NIMS reports under this agenda item. I'm going to speak to NIMS report 1 and our supplemental report 3 first, because they're related. The Magnuson Act requires NIMS to collect fees to recover the costs related to management, data collection, and enforcement directly related to and in support of a limited access privilege program. The permit stacking program was categorized in the 2006 reauthorization of the Magnuson Act as a LAP, and thus cost recovery is required. As part of the last program review in 2014-2015, NIMS reviewed cost recovery, and at that time we concluded there were some potential incremental costs of the program, but they were not sufficient enough to create a cost recovery program at that moment in time. That review also noted that future council actions can make changes to the permit stacking program that would require significant time in regulatory process and implementation, and this in turn would generate additional costs that could be recoverable. So it would be important to revisit this decision when and if future council action seems likely to generate additional recoverable costs. So as part of the current program review, we have reviewed cost recovery and determined there are both new and potential incremental costs, and more significantly, that there's no exemption from the Magnuson requirement for cost recovery for lapse, regardless of the cost of the program. So as such, we recommend the council begin development of a cost recovery program for the permit stacking program. In our report here, we provide a table outlining our preliminary determination of the management, data collection and analysis, and enforcement tasks incremental to the program, the core elements essentially, which would constitute determinations of what is quote unquote, but for the program. Program features that are categorized as core LAP elements are reasonably determined to have associated incremental tasks to administer, and therefore they carry incremental costs that the agency must recover through cost recovery. However, I do want to note past costs for years prior to implementation of cost recovery would not be recoverable in accordance with agency policy. In addition, no costs associated with developing a cost recovery program are recoverable. So NIMS West Coast Region and our science centers and our Office of Law Enforcement already have systems in place to track incremental costs for the trawl rationalization program. So we anticipate the incremental costs for this limited access privilege program would not be substantial, and that the time and effort to track and tabulate these incremental costs would be minimal. We do recommend, though, the council add cost recovery for the sablefish tier stacking program to the list under agenda item E6 and develop a plan for proceeding with this action in a reasonable timeframe. And we intend to work closely with the council to explore options for creating a cost recovery program that would fit with the design of this program and be tailored to the level of costs associated with it. That concludes my report on NIMS Report 1. And then the supplemental NIMS Report 3 is quite brief. It really just provides a link to our catch share policy. And we included this in your briefing book as we thought the policy may be helpful for the council and the information it provides relative to defining lapse and its information on cost recovery. And I have a very brief presentation on NIMS Report 2, but since it's completely unrelated, maybe I'll stop there and see if there's questions.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Are any questions on the first NIMS report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the report and your overview. I'm looking at Table 1 in NIMS Report 1, and I have two questions for you. The first is, I see this language used in a couple of places in this table that says, yes, a key design element of the program, and that because it's a key design element, that is tied to being a core element and thus subject to cost recovery. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what defines a key design element.
So through the chair, thanks, Marcy, for the question. I mean, I can try to give more specifics if you want. I mean, there's no real definition. I mean, it's just our understanding of what the core elements of the program are. And therefore, that's what we're trying to identify here as incremental costs. But I don't really have I mean, we're trying to define key elements of what makes it a lap. And that's what we're trying to reference there.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I understand that. I just was hoping maybe there'd be a little color around the lines. It doesn't have to be right now, but looking forward might be useful. My second question is about the item in the table on electronic fish tickets. And the determination was yes, as it was tied to the last program review and to improvements needed to assist with in-season catch accounting. We had a lot of discussion about this in the council arena. It was a lengthy process, a lot to get this over the finish line. But in terms of it being a recoverable, I'm just curious, thinking about who is bearing the cost of the electronic fish ticket data collection program. I'm just wondering if that's been considered. Specific states obviously plays a very big role in the oversight and implementation of the e-ticket program, but also the states do as well. So I'm just wondering how those considerations factor into NIMS determination and future calculations of cost.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmko, for the question. Yeah, we are taking in all of those factors. We do pay Pacific states for those e-tickets. These for those that are specific to the tier program. So we would, similar to the trawl program, we consider whether to recover that proportion of the cost of e-tickets that are specific to this tier program. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, sort of. I guess I would just be looking for some of the specific detail there in the future, recognizing that it is a costly program, and certainly we're certainly bearing the burden of much of the cost on the state side. So just making sure our accounting is square would be helpful.
Ryan?
Yeah, the chair, thank you, Marcy. Yes, completely understood. And we do expect to get into the detail as the council designs the program, and would bring this forward at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ryan.
All right, Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Thank you for the report, Ryan. I just, I noted that as you were reading through it, the mention of keeping the council informed and engaged in the process of developing the cost recovery. And we've had some questions from our stakeholders about what is this program going to look like and what does this mean and all of that. And I just would ask, what your plans for engaging stakeholders in this, and hope that it's early on and so that they understand what this will look like and how it will impact them. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Holt, for the question. Yes, we've already had some initial discussions. We will plan to continue those. And again, all we're asking here is for, under 303A, it's the council's role that they shall develop the program. So we would hope that that would get prioritized in a reasonable time frame in the council process. So we would have at least some public deliberative process here. But of course, NIMS would be not only engaging in that process, but also in parallel outreach to stakeholders, to the states, to everyone all throughout the process.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the first NIMS report? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ryan, for the report. It's very informative, particularly the attachment, report number 3, and going through, kind of takes you through the history of why all this was enacted. I think it'd be really important as we go forward with this. I think it's a radical change to how this sector has been doing business in the past to incorporate cost recovery. And I think we have enough experience with the trawl sector and a lot of the issues that have come up over the years on that, and particularly from industry. And I think we've gotten to a place, not quite to a destination yet, but to a place on the tracks that we try to be open and transparent of issues that are going to be cost recoverable as they come along to that sector, because these costs can add up. You can quickly get to 3% before you know it. And so I think that transparency is important. I think of maybe setting up a program, a system to do that, like was suggested by the GAP in relations to the trawl cost recovery, might be good to avoid future conflict and future, misunderstanding by industry. So I think there's a lot to be gleaned here. I think that the thing that sticks out to me in your report number 3, it speaks about the holiday report, but it doesn't include the entire holiday report. And it might be good to get a link to that, because that really does help understand how cost recovery was contemplated in catch share programs and LAP programs. So I think—
Hey, Bob, just to be clear, we haven't got to report number 3 yet. We've just done report number 1.
no, he mentioned it. Yeah, he did.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
Anyhow, I think it would be good to have all that information available. Your report number 3 and that link to the cost recovery report to the LAP programs was very informative, and there's a lot to be understood there. But I think that other piece of data would really help, and particularly that this council is adopted that in the trawl catch share program and as guidance as how we implement cost recovery. And I think it's important that we understand how that might relate to this program if it's different. So thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions on the NIMS report? We'll come to discussion later. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grolnick. Ryan, I think the problems we've had, I think the trawl catch share program, as far as cost recovery is, I think the fleet sees that I think one of the big components missing has been the cost savings where there's been some efficiencies created. It hasn't been quite documented as well as we think it should have been in the past. I would hope that when you do look at the cost recovery program on this fishery, that you would look at that thoroughly. And I'm not sure if it's possible, but what did this fishery look like before it went into a tier system? I don't know if you would go back that far back or not, but certainly there should be some cost recovery issues coming up or some things coming up that might ease the cost of fishery. Electronic logbooks, I think, would certainly help. I think maybe moving forward. And so I think we ought to be very mindful of that moving forward, that there's savings. There should be savings as a component of a LAP program. And I think we should want to bring that up. So thank you.
You can answer any question there.
Yeah, thanks. No, again, appreciate this. And again, the council has the discretion to design the program, and these will all be part of that discussion, and happy to take these into account when NIMS is called on throughout that process.
Are there any other questions on the NIMS reports?
I have one more report.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If there are questions on cost recovery,
okay,
I'm happy to continue to answer them. Otherwise,
carry on with your reports.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm losing track.
It's okay. Okay. NIMS report 2 is on the base permit designation. So I'm just going to summarize this, although it's brief. We submitted this report in favor of removing the requirement to designate a base permit in the sablefish permit stacks. The base permit designation was used to determine that at least one permit in the stack had a length endorsement that was long enough for the vessel, but this length requirement is already covered in a separate regulation, and therefore it's duplicative and it's unnecessary. The base permit designation dates back to the development of Amendment 14, and it was originally intended to assist in the administration of gear restrictions and length restrictions that were under consideration, most of which weren't adopted. So the definition of base permit in regulation may also be removed. So just wanted to bring that to the council's attention, as we found that during our review. And if the council does put forward some follow-on actions or otherwise designates additional actions under E6, we would just recommend that this change be folded in or included in that list. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Any questions on report 2? All right, thanks very much, Ryan. We'll next go to the Science and Statistical Committee. We have Dr. Budrick and Dr. Johnson, one or both.
Yes, thank you, Chair Grelnick, and good morning, council members. For the record, representative to the Scientific and Statistical Committee and the chair of the Groundfish Subcommittee. Statistical Committee report on limited entry fixed gear catch share program review. The Statistical Committee received a presentation from Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse on the SSC discussed progress on the review items.
Hey, John, your audio is
recommended during the June 20.
John, your audio seems to be dropping out a little bit. So if maybe, I don't know if it's be a matter of getting closer to the microphone or.
Okay, Okay, apologies. I'll pick up from the beginning of that sentence. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear now.
Great. Okay, so the SSC discussed progress on the review items recommended during the June 2021 SSC statement for the previous review. The SSC concluded that concerns that an observer effect might be causing underestimation of high grading, discarding of smaller marketable size fish, had been adequately addressed. Progress has been made in collecting data on permit prices. However, collection and analysis of additional permit prices remains as a research and data need in order to evaluate barriers to entry and expectations of future profitability in the fishery. While participant data for vessel owners and dealers have been incorporated into the analysis, additional data and analysis of impacts on crew and operators remains a research and data need. The SSC also recommends adding to the research and data needs section further analysis of changes in the spatial distribution of the fishery and whether outcomes are equitable between ports and users to evaluate future alternatives for measures to increase equity. And that concludes our statement. With that, I'll take any questions the council might have.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
We have a Groundfish management team. Katie Pearson, welcome.
Good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. My name is Katie Pearson, and I will be reading the supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review. The Groundfish Management Team, GMT, reviewed the materials in the advanced briefing book, including the updated draft of the Limited Entry Fixed Gear Permit Stacking Program Review, agenda item E4, attachment 1, and received a briefing from Ms. Jessie Dorbinghouse and Dr. Jim Seeger of Pacific Fishery Management Council staff. The GMT commends the analysts on a very thorough job and recommends that the council move forward with public review of this current document with the addition of spatial distribution and port equity analysis in the research and data needs section per the Scientific and Statistical Committee's SSC recommendation. The GMT reiterates the research and data needs from the SSC from the 2014 review and agrees with keeping the collection of permit sale prices on the workload prioritization list until prioritized by the council. The GMT also agrees with the recommendation to continue periodic voluntary economic data collection, such as what was collected during the Northwest Fisheries Science Center Participation Survey, particularly given that there were only 2 years worth of survey results, one of which may not be representative of average LEFG participation. The GMT sees the continuation of this data collection as potentially helpful for future program reviews or for analyzing any new management measure requests that come up under this program review, but notes that only roughly half of the fleet was captured in the survey. The GMT also agrees with the SSC's recommendation to add to the research and data needs section further analysis of changes in the spatial distribution of the fishery and equity among ports and users. The GMT recommends that any additional new management measures requested by the industry, the GAP, and or public comment be addressed in a separate standalone process and be added to and considered relative to the other items in the workload prioritization list. Appendix 2, tables A and B, agenda item E6, GMT Report 1. The GMT acknowledges that there are public comments submitted for council consideration, but are not making specific comments on them at this time. If the council identifies any requests as a high priority at this meeting, the GMT will consider prioritization of those items under agenda item E6 at this meeting, alongside all other items on the Groundfish prioritization list. All other requests that are added to Section 5 recommendations of the program review will be added to the workload prioritization list. The GMT recommends that the removal of the base permit designation noted in agenda item E4A, NIMS Report 2, be included as a recommendation in section 5 of the draft review that is put out for public review. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you very much, Katie. I'll see if there are any questions on the GMT report. I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you very much for that excellent report. We'll next go to the GAP. Bob Alverson, welcome.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item E4A, Supplemental GAP Report 1 on the Groundfish Advisory Panel report on limited entry fixed gear catch share program review is as follows. The Groundfish Advisory Panel received an update from Ms. Jessie DePringas and Dr. Jim Seeger, council staff on this agenda item, also referred to as the sablefish tiered fishery, and had a robust discussion about the program. To that end, the GAP supports sending the draft limited entry fixed gear permit stacking program review out for public comment. Additionally, the GAP supports the following two recommendations for the sablefish tier fishery, recognizing they are moving through the council process under different management processes. One, the GAP continues to strongly support the extension of the primary season end date from October 31st to December 31st. It is our understanding this is being considered and analyzed under the 2023 and 24 biennial specification process and management measures as a new management measure that could be in place for the 2023 fishing season. If it is not selected as a primary preferred alternative in April and final preferred alternative in June, we recommend the council take this up as a standalone action. Second, the GAP supports considering moving the seaward boundary of the rockfish conservation area to 75 fathoms coastwide for sablefish tiered fishery participants using pots, acknowledging more analysis will be necessary. This also was a recommendation from the 2014 Sablefish Tier Program review and is currently being considered as part of the non-trawl RCA action on the council's agenda. However, the GAP also understands there are concerns and discuss the potential for gear or sector conflicts, particularly off of Washington, where sports fishermen are restricted due to yellow eye rockfish impacts. Additionally, sport fishermen target lingcod, one of the species that also are taken in the sablefish pot fishery. The GAP had a good discussion about potential conflicts and ways to mitigate those, including potentially carving out some areas or hotspots of the non-trawl RCA to avoid conflicts, or implementing a seasonal management measure so sablefish fishermen can target the larger sablefish in late summer and early fall. We suggest staff working on the non-trawl RCA action consider these comments while preparing the analysis. The GAP realizes the focus here is on the tier program review and appreciates the full discussion of issues so all fishermen and sectors can assess their target species. The GAP suggests the following three items be included as recommendations in the draft document put out for public comment review. In addition, the GAP suggests considering these high priority items below in a follow-on package agenda item E6, workload and new management measure priorities. The GAP will address the priority of this package in relation to other possible groundfish items at that time. The first one is amend the tiered sablefish permits that are hook and line endorsed to use slinky pots defined as a sablefish trap that compresses vertically to less than 12 inches in height when it is in a stowed state. This will require some help from law enforcement to further define a slinky pot. The hook and line vessels in other regulatory areas such as of Alaska are using their same ground line and haulers, but attaching slinking pots in order to avoid tooth whale, shark, and sea lion predation. There is some whale predation beginning to take place off the lower Pacific coast. This recommendation would create a more sustainable fishery. 2, for vessels with stacked sablefish endorsed permits, allow vessels to fish a cumulative landing permit for each permit registered. Currently, vessels with stacked permits are reaching the cumulative landing limits while fishing their tiers, resulting in additional discards. This would allow retention of those regulatory discards. Note that this would not apply to non-sablefish cumulative landing limits. And 3, currently there is a vessel cap of 3 sablefish tier limits per vessel. The gap suggests amending the program to allow a 4th permit per vessel, provided the permit is of 2nd generation ownership. This should provide for crew who are currently on a vessel capped out at 3 to buy into the fishery. This could also result in additional consolidation per vessel of available permits. Mr. Chairman, though it's not written, we did have a short discussion this morning with regards to cost recovery. There was pointed out in the state meetings this morning that this report did not address cost recovery. One of the reasons for that, or several of the reasons for that, is that we were presented a report by National Marine Fisheries Service that they had come up with a legal interpretation that they must have some form of cost recovery program for this particular lap. And without any analysis of what the incremental cost they might consider to be for this program relative to the original program, there was really nothing to comment on at this time. Mr. Pettinger mentioned what the fishery might have looked like before. For those council members that were not present at the time when this program was changed, it had evolved into a 14-day race for fish, where the National Marine Fisheries Service, because of amendments put in by Senator Ted Stevens not to allow an IFQ format, would have to analyze the 164 permits and the boats they were on, figure out how much time was needed, and then subtract 10 to 15% so it couldn't be called a lap. Therefore, by inducing a race for fish, at the conclusion and when the council voted for the current program, the Coast Guard, National Marine Fisheries Service both testified that it was a disaster, and the fleet concurred that it devolved into a disaster. So until those incremental costs are identified and what they're associated with, I'm not sure that the tiered fishery people can really comment on what a cost recovery program would look like. We would suggest that should the council pick one or all 3 of these last 3 items, that the cost recovery program be rolled into those, with the idea that if NIMS is going to get something, the industry might get something. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Are there questions on the GAP report? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on the final recommendation with regard to 2nd generation. And I'm asking for clarification on this because there are many of us that are very proud to be 2nd, 3rd, 5th, or even 7th generation fishermen. There are others of us who have come in who are 1st generation fishermen. That may not be your intent in terms of 2nd generation. So I'm asking for clarification. When you're talking about 2nd generation, are we talking about the 1st generation would be people that qualified as initial applicants and anybody thereafter would be considered 2nd generation because they didn't qualify, meaning we're the 2nd generation into the program? Or are we really only looking at people whose families qualified, making them 2nd generation participants? So if you could clarify on that statement for me, please, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, Councilwoman Swenson. Second generation in, I think for a lot of the industry involved is anyone that has come into the fishery after the initial recipients received their permit and are required to be on board. So the owner on board requirement applies to them for if they go out and buy a permit. So those are our second generation. Many of them, we have some that have already sold the permit and another person has come on board. So second generation refers to those who are buying in now and have to comply with the owner on board requirement.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bob and GAP, for the report. Regarding slinky pots, did the GAP discuss concerns related to whale entanglement with possible increased use of pot gear?
Through the chair, Councilwoman Summers, we did not discuss that. That whole issue of that pertains mostly to humpback whales entanglement. We have not seen this type of entanglement with the hook and line gear. Typically, the hook and line gear has a sinking line at the top. They're fishing at 300 to 600 fathoms. And, when the National Marine Fisheries Service did their analysis on the interaction of sablefish pot gear with humpbacks, they assumed every single pot had a buoy line, just like the Dungeness pots. So typically our fishing, we have anywhere from 35 to 40 pots per string, whether it's a traditional, I want to call it a trapezoidal designed steel cage or a conical cage or these slinky pots. There's about 30 to 40 of those per string. So the original NEMPS analysis affecting on humpback whales for us is grossly overstated when you consider that we do not have a ground line for every single pot. But we did not have this discussion in the GAP. And we have not seen any sort of problem off of Alaska with the entanglements with the whales, whether using hooks or these slinky pots.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it and look forward to improving my understanding of how that gear type works.
All right, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Bob, and thanks to the GAP for a great report. I had a question on your number 1 of the priority package. In the past, we've had proposals to incorporate, let the hook and line, long line guys be able to use pots, and it was always resisted and wasn't ever carried forward. But this seems to be a departure. So am I interpreting that right? That now the possibility that distinguishing factor between pots and long lines would be, or hook and line would be different than it was in the past, and I guess that problem has disappeared. That's the first part of my question.
Through the chair, Councilmember Dooley, there are still members in the industry that probably are going to push back on this. A pot permit has been selling for a premium of say 20% higher than a hook and line permit in this fishery. I think this is an attempt to compromise the situation if the NIMS enforcement can define a slinky pot. This would not, I think the intent of this is that someone who wants to use a conical pot or a trapezoidal pot or these larger pots that you might think more like a king crab pot, Mr. Dooley, this is not intended to move that far. It's an attempt to compromise this and allow the hook and line guys to not have the predation when some of these whales get around. We've have off the coast, occasionally we have sperm whale predation. They are heading south when we are fishing out off the coast, and if a guy picks up his hook gear and moves to the north, they don't tend to follow. In Alaska, they'll follow you all around Alaska because that's their general feeding ground. And if we get around the killer whale pod, they don't leave a single blackguard on the hooks. So in order to get away from that type of problem, particularly off the north coast of Washington, the slinky pot idea would help the whole industry and would eliminate those unrecorded mortalities.
Bob, give us a second question.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Bob. I got a better understanding of that now. Earlier you mentioned about taking the hooks off and basically snapping on slinky pots, which I understand that to mean that there would really be no difference in vertical lines between the two. And so that entanglement issue, really, there's no difference then if all you're doing is replacing hooks with pots, but using basically the same ground gear and all of that. So am I correct in assuming that really there's going to be no difference between hook and line and slinky pots, because basically the ground gear would be and the configuration is virtually the same? That's a question. Thank you.
Through the chair, that's accurate, Mr. Dooley. The only changes that are being made from our hook gear is the guys are putting a gearing mechanism in their hauling that increases the torque, and which allows the guys to haul these pots. They're using the same buoy line as they had for halibut and blackcod, and the same ground line, and the same anchorage system.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Any further questions? Krista Svensson, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just because we are talking about slinky pots and people seem to be a bit interested in them. Bob, you know a bit more about them than I do. I will admit I've been following it just online for a while since the Vancy article came out a couple of years ago. Can you speak to health and safety in terms of pot use just from the human perspective? If there's any difference in seabird interaction and also the bait component to slinky pots, if there's some differential there?
Through the chair, Ms. Svensson, generally, you use, whether it's a slinky pot or a regular pot, you use about half the bait that, there may be people testifying that can talk to that better than I, but you use a lot less bait. You don't use as much a variety of bait. There is no need to have the bird lines up when you're doing pots. There's no way for the seagulls or albatross to get to inside the pot, and so from those perspective, from birds and from a safety perspective, the slinky pots are. The guys have developed a davit that fits off to the side of their boat, and they pick up the slinky and just swing it over and just pull a string on the end of they're conically designed, and they just pull a string and the fish fall out into the checker. So they're safer than for the individual, for the crew. They're safer for the crew, and they have a number of aspects from birds and a very low bycatch of rockfish.
All right. Any other questions of the gap? Not seeing any online. I'm not seeing any other hands in the room. Thank you very much, Bob. I guess we'll hear from you again during public comment. That takes us to what I believe is the last report on the list here, and that is the Enforcement Consultants Report. Greg Bush, welcome, Greg.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Greg Bush, Chair of the Enforcement Consultants. I'll be reading Supplemental EC Report 1 to Agenda Item E4A, Enforcement Consultants Report on Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review. The Enforcement Consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to Agenda Item E4, Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review, and have the following comments. The EC previously submitted a statement at the June 2021 meeting in regard to Agenda Item G2A, Fixed Gear Catch Share Review Scoping. In the statement, the EC described an enforcement complexity remaining with the limited entry fixed gear sablefish fishery related to the owner on board requirement. Currently, there are exemptions to the owner on board requirement, which make it difficult to enforce in the water. The exemption is for an owner and applies to permits owned by an exempted entity. That is, the exemption is not an aspect of the permit. As an example of an area needing clarification, what happens if an exempted owner leases their permit for use on a vessel owned or operated by a non-exempted individual? Does the individual leasing the permit from the exempted owner need to be on board the vessel when it is fishing a permit with an exempted owner, since the lessee is not the owner of the permit? If not, what if the lessee also has its own permits stacked on the vessel, permits to which an owner on board exemption does not apply? It is not clear how to determine which of the stacked permits the vessel is fishing, the lease permit to which the owner exemption applies, or the other permits owned by the non-exempted owner, since the allocation of fish to a permit is not assigned until landing. The EC requests the Council consider including in its recommendations, Section 5 of the Limited Entry Fixed Gear Review document, a request for a report clarifying the owner on board exemption requirements as part of the Limited Entry Fixed Gear Catch Share Program Review, and based on that report, determine if regulatory or data system changes are needed. This concludes our report.
Very good. Thank you very much, Greg. Are there any questions of Greg on his report? All right. Thank you very much, Greg. So that concludes our reports. We'll just take a beat here before we get to public comment on E4. We have two speakers, Bob Alverson, followed by Paul Clampett. So welcome back, Bob.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on behalf of Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We have a number of members up and down the coast that participate in the tiered fishery. Collectively, we have about 15 boats fishing about close to 40 of these permits that up and down the coast from Fort Bragg to Juan de Fuca. We strongly endorse the GAP recommendation and the ongoing work the council is already doing on moving, extending this fishing season from October 31st to December 31st, and and feel that the current place where that is being discussed under the spec process is adequate for completing that project. The other item down below of the GAP report, where they talk about allowing the use of slinky pots, we would like for hook and line boats, we would like to see if that can be drafted and analyzed for consideration. And we also like to see that the item 3 analyzed as well, that would allow a fourth permit for a second generation person on board. With regards to the owner on board, I'm not sure what technical legal problems are being are concerned to law enforcement. We do support the owner on board requirement for second generation ownership. It was not designed as a burden to them. It was designed to make sure that fishermen were bidding for these fishing privileges against fellow fishermen, and that there was a nexus to the fishery and the operation of the vessel and the catching of the vessel. There had been other quota share programs designed where, as they mature and people sell out and leave, retire, pass away, those permits, for instance, out of British Columbia, in Alaska, and to some degree in your own programs down here, those fishing rights move maybe to Denver or the Heartland, and maybe they extract a fee off of them, but there's no nexus or coordination or involvement with the people that are actually catching the fish. The primary reason for that owner on board was to make sure fishermen are bidding against fishermen. It's quite unlikely a large corporation like Safeway is going to try to buy up the fishing rights if their corporate people have to be on board the vessel. So from that standpoint, this has been a very successful aspect of this program. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. We'll see if there are any questions on your public comment. And I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Bob. Wait, there is a hand. I'm sorry, Maggie.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Bob, for the comments. You mentioned the slinky pot issue again, and I'm just curious what you and your membership are seeing. If you can provide any additional detail on top of the note in the gap that there is some whale depredation beginning to take place off the lower Pacific coast. How much are you seeing? How concerned are you about that issue? How urgent is that for your members?
Through the chair, when this starts to happen, it starts slow, and then we become part of the ecosystem for these whales, particularly killer whales. And they are very smart. They play off of the hydraulics of the vessel. They know when the vessel they engage. They know what buoys are, and they'll actually wait for the boat to come to the buoys. And those are all experiences our guys have had in Alaska. And on the north coast, we're starting to see killer whale involvement. And so in the next 2 to 3 years, maybe 4, it could really become acute. So we'd like to try to get ahead of this problem. And this change would go a long ways to solving that problem.
Does that answer your question, Maggie? Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Bob. It does. And just a quick follow-up. Do you see, at this point, can you envision whether an allowance to use slinky pots would result in any change in the level of participation in the fishery?
No, I don't. Through the chair, I don't. One of the nice things about these slinky pots, and others can, if someone else is going to testify, they are fairly low cost. They have actually saved the small boat fleet in Alaska on sablefish. If these things hadn't come along and we'd had to use a traditional black cod pot, you need one of those boats that are they call a Alaska limit boat, 60 foot, with a lot better hydraulics. And those boats, that type of pot gear, you're using almost an inch or better buoy line, and ground line is really heavy, much more expensive. These slinky pots allow the small boat vessels to stay in the game.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of Bob Alverson? All right. Thank you very much, Bob. Paul Clampett, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman Gorelnik. I hope I pronounced that right. If I didn't,
close enough. I've heard a lot of different versions.
I apologize. My name is Paul Clampett. I own the fishing vessel Augustine, and I'm a member of the Fishing Vessel Owners Association, and also I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pod Association. We have been fishing sablefish off the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California for 40 years and have been participating in this tiered fishery since its inception. We support the GAP's recommendations on fixed gear catch year program. We would like to see a year-round fishery. The quota is slated to go up dramatically next year. We, along with many others, participate in other fisheries. We are up against the wall trying to catch our tiers by October 31st now. And with an increase in quota by as much as 30%, we will be putting ourselves and others into a dangerous situation where many will feel compelled to fish in dangerous weather, trying to harvest their allocation. More time will help alleviate the situation. The trawl industry harvests year-round, and we don't see why the tiered fishery is regulated into this narrower season. We would like to see the number of tiers allowed on a vessel to be increased from 3 to 4, with the caveat that the 4th tier be owned by second-generation fishermen. We feel that this would help new fishermen gain equity into the fishery. It would incentivize current stakeholders to extend capital in the form of loans or the backing of loans to crew members. With the coming increase in quota and the fact that the tiered fishery left 25% of the quota in the water in 2021, and by the way, the trawl quota north left 37% and the trawl quota south left 87%. The fishery may need an increase in capacity to harvest the quota, and one way to do this would be to allow another tier to be harvested on the vessel. We also support moving the RCA out to 75 fathoms. If not for all tier permit holders, then at least for pot endorsed permit holders. The pots have almost zero bycatch, and rockfish do not like going into pots. And that's all I have. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Paul. Are there any questions for Paul? All right. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
All right. We've completed our reports and our public comment, which will take us to council discussion and action. But we've been at this for nearly 2 hours, and it seems like an appropriate place for our morning break. So we will be back at 10:10. All right, we're going to get started here in a moment as soon as folks get ready. So we have before us on the screen our council action. And based on the questions we had, I'm sure we'll have a fair amount of discussion. So who wants the honor of kicking us off? It's a cold bench, as they say in the law. So I imagine we may proceed here with the motion, but I have to think there's going to be some discussion. Heather Hall, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. I'll get started. I wanted to start by first acknowledging all of the work in the briefing book that was there for us to look at on this, the good, the staff report, and in particular the staff presentation that Jesse gave us this morning. It really helps to think through how to think through the issue and craft our move forward through a motion, which I do have when the time is ready, and leave room for council discussion. Just noting in general the distinction between how we talk about management measures under this agenda item, but also under E6, which was a little bit, thinking through that was a little bit challenging. And so as Ms. Summer mentioned this morning, the diagram was very helpful for that. I think in general, as we've talked through the limited entry program review, we've had the general conclusion that was in the report that the program is working well. And so we don't have it doesn't feel like a heavy lift here in terms of moving this document forward for program or for public review. So we'll just leave it at that until we're ready for a motion.
Thank you very much, Heather, for priming the pump there. Phil Anderson and then Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess I just wanted to voice a concern about the scope of the review. And specifically, I'm talking about changes to the RCA boundaries. And we have we've got a separate, in my mind, we have a separate process that we're considering potential changes to the non-trawl RCAs. I believe our next time we'll be visiting that is in April. And I think trying to add that component to this review is, I don't support that. I think it's a mistake. I think we ought to deal with the RCA issues in that separate process that we have ongoing. So I know I know there are differences of opinion and perspectives up and down the coast with respect to that issue. And as the GAPS report pointed out, there was a discussion, particularly with respect to changing the non-trawl RCA off the Washington coast and the potential effects that might have on the recreational fishery. So I just wanted to put that out there at the outset of the discussion and voice my perspective about and having that be a part of this consideration. and that I don't support that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Phil. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair. I would think I will just comment at this time on the cost recovery aspect of this. Appreciate the information provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service, and understand that the council will consider putting that on the groundfish workload list and discuss prioritization under that item. And just wanted to acknowledge that the list of incremental costs or items that might be considered incremental costs because they are core LAP program elements in the NIPS report was characterized as preliminary determination. I know there's a lot more thought to go into development of a program, and I would fully support industry involvement in development of that program and consideration of issues that have already been raised here today, as well as I'm sure more to come in the future.
Thank you, Maggie. Further discussion? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Maggie's comments on cost recovery. I know we've all experienced many years of frustration at how much time we put into this in the trawl sector, and I'm worried that we had very little comment from the GMT and GAP on this. And I think if we're putting it out for public comment, it would be nice to have a better feel for what that is, how that process is going to affect this sector, and how decisions are going to be made to implement cost recovery on particular items, and how transparent that would be to the public to be able to understand how it might affect them and make meaningful comments in the process. But a general description with some specificity to understand that process as it goes out for public comment might be very beneficial to the long-term success of this program and the implementation of cost recovery in it, and maybe save us a lot of time in the future if people understand more thoroughly how that's going to be implemented in this program. So there's a lot in the briefing book, and I really appreciate NIMS's efforts in that. I think I made comments directly to NIMS at the time and to Ryan today at the floor about some of the things that might be brought to light. And I just, in the interest of transparency and full public participation in this, I would hope we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to express some thanks for the quality of reporting from staff. The presentation you gave today was very helpful. I will echo Maggie's sentiments on the graph in particular to help lead us through this. But even your willingness to jump down a couple of rabbit holes this morning and work with us, very much appreciated. Thanks to the management team and the GAP. And I'm appreciative that you took the time to really think about, there's a lot of children in here that we're talking about, and you prioritized them for us. And I want to talk just for a second about the one that was identified as the highest priority, which is the extension, making sure that that would be moving forward, not just as a biennium item, has been expressed as important for every stakeholder that I've spoken to, whether they were on the GAP or not. This has across the board been the highest priority item for the stakeholders in the fixed gear fishery that I've spoken to. If there's others out there that feel differently and they want to reach out shortly, let me know. But otherwise, just appreciative of everybody that's been engaged in this process and hoping we can keep that engagement moving forward.
Thank you, Krista. Let's see if there's any further discussion. Otherwise, I imagine there'll be discussion with a motion. So Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. Sandra, if you look, I'm ready for you to put my motion on the screen. I move that the council adopt the draft limited entry fixed gear permit stacking program review, agenda item E4, attachment 1, March 2022 for public review after including the following in the draft document. For section 3, research and data needs, collect and analyze additional permit prices to evaluate barriers to entry and expectations of future profitability in the fishery. Gather additional data and analysis of the impacts of the program on crew and operators. Conduct further analysis of changes in the spatial distribution of the fishery and whether outcomes are equitable between ports and users to evaluate future measures to increase equity. In section 5 recommendations, begin the development of a cost recovery program for the limited entry fixed gear permit stacking program. Remove the requirement to designate a base permit from 660.25 B3 III subpart C. Prepare a report clarifying the owner on board exemption requirements to determine if regulatory or data system changes are needed.
Thank you, Heather, for the motion. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Maggie Summer. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Along with my my motion in considering this and adopting it, my intent is also that staff would be authorized to make any minor adjustments as needed to prepare the document for public review and final council options. I also, in terms of guidance, would also offer that management measures that we would consider only new management measures in a separate standalone process through the workload and new management measures process. And specifically, this would only include new management measures, not measures that are already being considered through other processes such as the current specs or the non-trawl RCA agenda item. So other than that, I think we had a good discussion this morning, and hopefully this covers what is needed for the public review. That's it.
All right, thank you. Maggie Summer, questions for maker of the motion?
Thank you, Chair. No questions, just a comment.
Okay, just want to see if there are any questions on the motion. And if not, we'll have discussion. So Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair Gorelnik. Thank you for the motion, Heather. Appreciate the motion and the approach here and support it. And I just wanted to clarify, following on Bob's comment earlier, while the program review document that we are putting out for public review here addresses the topic of cost recovery in section 2.7, there's no specification in that document on what a future cost recovery program might be, and that we will be pursuing a separate process from the start to develop and design a cost recovery program with transparency and council and industry involvement. That's my understanding of the document and the motion, at least.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I did have a question for the maker of the motion. Appreciate that. Just a clarification on the new management measures that would be handled in our other prioritization process. The GAP made some recommendations. One of them, things to also include, would be to amend the tiered sablefish permits that are hook and line endorsed to use slinky pots. Heather, is that the type of management action or new item that you would see moving into that, be taken care of in that other process? Thanks.
Heather?
Chair Grelnick, Mr. Hassemer, yes, that's exactly what I was suggesting by that.
All right, thank you.
All right, further discussion on the motion. I am not seeing any hands. So doesn't necessarily mean someone's hand isn't raised. I just don't see it, but I've looked twice now. So I think we'll call the question. All those in favor of this motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Heather, thank you very much for the motion. Before going back to Jesse, let me see if there's any other action from the council on this agenda item. All right, Jesse, did we do good?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you guys did great. Jim and I will work on getting the document ready for public review, including the research and data needs and recommendations from the motion. You also highlighted that you will consider any new management measures like those that were presented in the GAP report under agenda item E6 tomorrow. And unless things change under future workload, we will be back in June to hopefully approve the document and complete the review process. And hopefully that covers anything. And Jim can correct me if I'm missing anything.
All right, thank you, Jesse, and thank you, council. So that concludes agenda item E4. We have a further Groundfish item. Agenda item E5, fixed gear logbooks update. And I will turn to our staff officer, Todd, for an overview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council. As the chair indicated, this is E5, fixed gear logbooks, final action. So in my overview, I will not read the situation summary, but just go into a generalistic terms. So as the council knows, the original logbook motion was done in 2008, so we're some 14 years beyond that particular date. At that time, the logbook was specified for fixed gear and fixed gear only. This will be important here in a second. But the National Marine Fisheries Service has begun development recently on this particular process to develop a logbook, and most recently brought that to the council's attention in September of 2021 under a NIPS report. And at that time, NIPS and the council indicated that there should be a standalone item, which this item is, to further discuss and clarify both the original motion and other issues that were discovered as part of NIPS's development for the logbook. Most importantly, NIPS is really seeking clarity and guidance on the intended scope and of the fixed gear logbook as that is described in their report that was provided in the advanced briefing book. One point that they are very interested in is trying to understand the council's intent, whether to apply the logbook to vessels using just non-trawl gear or fixed gear. Noting that the definition does matter in how LIMPS would have to apply the logbook, in the sense that should the motion stand as it is and not be clarified, it could impact the further development of the non-trawl modifications package that is both in the specs analysis and potentially implemented through that process, as well as the larger package, which will be in the April meeting. Additionally, the National Marine Fisheries Service is very interested in understanding how the term open access or directed open access should be defined. So the council may wish to have some discussion and consider that particular definition under this agenda item. So this is the council's opportunity to really hone in on clarifying logbook requirements, providing more comment and direction to NIMS in developing this logbook, and specifying the council's objectives for the non-trawl groundfish fishery and logbooks as well. So looking at your materials, your briefing book materials, you have, of course, the National Marine Fisheries Service report that was provided in the advanced briefing book. You have three supplemental reports, which are the GMT, the GAP, and the enforcement consultants. Your action today, excuse me, is to adopt final recommendations to clarify logbook requirements as appropriate. And of course, under that particular action, the council may wish to review council objectives for this fixed gear logbook, and then of course, adopt any final recommendations to clarify fixed gear logbook requirements. With that, Mr. Chair, I conclude my somewhat an awe overview, and I'm willing to take any questions the council may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Todd, for the overview. Let me see if there are any questions of Todd. All right, thank you very much, Todd. We will get started with our reports. We'll start with the NIMS report. Lynn Massey, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning, loud and clear.
Perfect. My name's Lynn Massey, and I'll be summarizing NIMS's logbook report. So at the September 2021 council meeting, NIMS presented an update on the groundfish fixed gear logbook action that originated from the council's June 2008 motion for the 2009-2010 groundfish specs action. In that update, NIMS requested confirmation and/or additional guidance on the council's intended scope for this action in terms of the fishery sectors that would be required to submit a logbook to NIMS. And at that time, the council did indicate that further guidance should be provided. So since then, NIMS has coordinated with state representatives on this matter, and based on our conversations, NIMS would recommend that the council provide clarification on the following. The logbook requirement would apply to the non-trawl groundfish fleets as opposed to the fixed gear groundfish fleets. The main reason we recommend this is that the council has expressed interest in collecting logbook information on gears such as troll gear, which do not fall under the regulatory definition of fixed gear. And for example, troll gear is one of the gear types being contemplated for legal use inside the non-trawl RCA. So if the June 2008 motion stayed as is, only specifying fixed gear, then that new troll gear that might be legalized in the non-trawl RCA would not be subject to a logbook. And next, the fishery sectors required to submit the federal logbook to NIMS at initial rollout would include the limited entry fixed gear primary sablefish fishery, the limited entry trip limit fishery. I'll note that our report does specify limited entry fixed gear DTL. I'm going to verbally modify that to say limited entry fixed gear trip limit fishery so that it's clear that we're including both the sablefish fisheries and the other trip limit fishing. And then it would, the logbook would also be applicable to the limited entry to fixed gear ISQ gear switchers and the directed open access groundfish fishery. And a note that at initial rollout, no incidental open access fisheries would be subject to the logbook. So I note that that above list only includes sectors that are required to submit the logbook at initial rollout. The council can absolutely recommend expanding the logbook requirement for additional non-trawl fisheries in the future. This report also provides a brief update on NIMS and Pacific States' progress on the logbook since September 2021. Keely Kent and I are here to answer any questions you may have on the logbook's progress or the information that I've just summarized. So I'll stop there and take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Lynn, are there questions of Lynn on the NIMS report? All right, thank you very much, Lynn. We'll now go to the Groundfish management team. Mel Mandrip, welcome, Mel.
Hi, good morning. Mel Mandrip here with the Groundfish management team. I will read to you from the agenda item E5A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, on the fixed gear logbooks final action. The GMT received an overview from Ms. Lynn Massey of the National Marine Fisheries Service and reviewed the associated items in the briefing book for this agenda item. The GMT provides the following comments for the Pacific Fishery Management Council's consideration. The GMT agrees with the National Marine Fisheries Service recommendation that the logbook requirement should apply to the non-trawl groundfish fleets as opposed to the fixed gear groundfish fleets. The GMT agrees with the NIMS recommendation to only include the directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, primary sablefish, the limited entry fixed gear trip limits, as Lynn Massey just described, and the individual fishing quota gear switching sectors in the initial rollout. However, the GMT notes that these are not the only sectors that retain and or discard groundfish. The GMT has particular concerns about the lack of data regarding the groundfish catches and discards in the salmon troll fishery, as the team has been getting more requests to allow additional groundfish retention in the fishery in recent years. With the lack of discard information, logbooks in the salmon troll fishery could provide information that is currently unavailable on impacts to groundfish from the fishery, as there is also no observer coverage or electronic monitoring. Therefore, the salmon troll fishery may be a candidate if the council considers expanding the logbook requirement to additional non-trawl fisheries for groundfish. In addition, if an open access vessel retains groundfish, as well as other non-groundfish species, such as mackerel, that vessel would not be required to submit a logbook based on the logbook requirement proposed by NIMS, because the trip would not be considered as a directed open access trip. Therefore, the GMT would be interested in expanding the directed open access definition in the future to account for these situations. Finally, logbook information from incidental open access fisheries would enable more accurate estimates of mortality in these sectors, thus allowing the GMT to better account for this mortality source in their off-the-top set-asides. The GMT notes that additional benefit of the logbook program is that it can provide additional information about the impacts of opening the non-trawl rockfish conservation area to new gear types. In addition, it would help meet reasonable and prudent measures of the 2017 biological opinion for seabirds and the Fish and Wildlife Service document citations there for you, which states that NIMS shall implement a logbook requirement for longline fisheries, especially for those fisheries with low observer coverage rates. And with that, I conclude the GMT report and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mel. Are there questions for Mel on the Groundfish Management Team report? Maggie.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mel and GMT. You all raised the issue that under the definition proposed in the NIMS report of a directed open access trip, if non-groundfish species were retained, it wouldn't count. I see that EC has suggested some language to address that in their report. I take it you all did not, you probably had your discussion before seeing the EC report, but just wanted to check and see if you, as a GMT, had a chance to talk about the language the EC is recommending and that approach.
Thanks for the question. You're correct. We did not cross-check with the EC during our discussions and prior to submitting our statement. But it definitely is something we would be interested in doing, is working with the EC on it or understanding where the EC is coming from.
Thank you, Mel.
Great, thank you. Marcy Rimko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel. On this discussion about the limited entry trip limit fishery, can you confirm for me the GMT deliberated this concept thoroughly and kind of investigated the species that are covered under trip limits and has ensured that that is an adequate definition, I guess you'd say. So in other words, I'm wondering if there are species that are not covered by trip limits. I'm just trying to make sure we've thought through it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question there. Well, this kind of came up because as in the NIMS report, it lists limited entry DTL. There's no longer any official daily trip limits for the limited entry fixed gear fishery, and we wanted to make sure it encompassed all the trip limits that the limited entry fixed gear fleet utilize outside of sablefish. And although limited entry DTL is still kind of the generic term that is still in federal regs, we think this is adequate to encompass all those other trip limits that do apply to the limited entry fixed gear fleet. We could probably come up with a better term, but like I said, just trying to steer away from an antiquated term that is really no longer applicable in many ways. So does that answer your question, Ms. Uremko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel. It does. Just noting that I do appreciate your remark that after further investigation, a better term might be discovered. I'm just concerned that there may be species that we don't have listed in our trip limit tables that are subject to harvest by the limited entry fixed gear fleet, and just wanting to make sure that we're all inclusive. So I think we're all clear on the goal based on the response you provided. So thank you.
All right, further questions on the GMT report? Thank you very much, Mel. We'll now have the enforcement consultants report. Greg Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading Supplemental EC Report 1 for Agenda Item E5A, Enforcement Consultants Report on Fixed Gear Logbooks Final Action. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to Agenda Item E5, Fixed Gear Logbooks Final Action, and have the following comments. The EC recognizes the Council's recommendation to the National Marine Fisheries Service to initiate a mandatory logbook requirement for limited entry and open access fixed gear fishing fleets. The proposed fishery sectors required to submit the fixed gear logbooks to NIMS during the initial rollout would be the open access groundfish, limited entry fixed gear primary sablefish, limited entry fixed gear daily trip limit, and trawl individual fishery quota program gear switchers that use fixed gear to take and retain groundfish between 3 to 200 nautical miles from the coast. With respect to the vessels other than those covered by a limited entry program, the EC is concerned with the proposed definition used to identify the directed open access vessels that would be required to complete a logbook. NIMS Report 1 includes the following proposed definition. Directed open access. Directed open access means that a fishing vessel lands groundfish under the requirements of 50 CFR 660 subpart F without landing any other species besides groundfish, except for any prohibited or protected species with retention requirements. Under this definition, if a vessel targeting groundfish catches a single non-groundfish species, it would not be required to complete a logbook. The EC recommends that any vessel targeting groundfish with non-trawl gear, as defined in 50 CFR 660.11, be required to complete a logbook. This will help eliminate confusion for the fisher and enforcement as to whether or not a groundfish or whether or not a logbook is required. The EC recommends consistent logbook requirements with both state and federal waters. There are groundfish vessels that retain groundfish in both state and federal waters on the same fishing trip. Currently, these vessels would only be required to make logbook entries for their fishing activity that occurred in federal waters if there is not a corresponding requirement within state waters. This is confusing for the fishers and makes enforcing the accuracy and completeness of a logbook difficult. Fish tickets would remain the only accurate accounting of the landing, and enforcement would be reliant on vessel monitoring systems to determine which trips had a portion occur in federal waters to ensure logbook entries were completed. The EC recommends the state, under their own legal authority, conform their state regulations to the federal management measures, so the management measures, including the logbook requirements that apply to federal and state waters, are consistent. This concludes the EC statement.
Thank you very much, Greg. Are there questions of Greg on the enforcement consultant's report? I'm not seeing any. There we go. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Bush, for the EC report. I'm looking at the recommendations regarding logbook requirements be consistent between both state and federal waters. I guess I'm looking for your thoughts here. If a state were to promulgate a regulation requiring a federal logbook, is there any problem with that submission of said logbook going to the feds and still maintaining enforceability under a state rule?
Thank you for the question, Remco, through the chair. I would defer to, through NIMF's Sustainable Fisheries Division, if that would meet their requirements. From enforcement's perspective, our concern is if you have a logbook requirement that within state waters that requires logbook entries for one type of fishery, but it's not required in federal waters or vice versa, but the fishery straddles both federal and state waters, then that's where we have our primary enforcement concerns, is that you've got one area you're fishing would require a logbook, the other area would not. And that's where we're really trying to highlight that consistency to make sure that if a logbook, a state or federal logbook is required, that those logbook requirements are consistent for those trans-boundary fisheries, or those that take place both in state and federal waters.
Marcy, did that answer your question?
Mr. Chair, if I may, a follow-up.
Of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. And I certainly understand the intent and the need that the EC has identified in that regard. But I'm very interested in the actual ability to implement. It's just a point of, I think, further discussion that will need to occur between state and federal agencies. If a state rule can require a federal report be filed with a federal agency. These are the types of details that are kind of difficult to work out here, especially on the fly. But I just want to appreciate and acknowledge you raising the point. It's certainly one that's been important as we've discussed many elements of implementing rules in state waters, and then looking for concurrent actions in state waters. So I don't really have I think a follow-up other than to say, appreciate you raising the point and encourage further discussions along these lines. And thank you again.
All right, any further questions of the enforcement consultants? All right, thank you very much. We now have the GAP report. Gary Richter, welcome.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading from agenda item E5A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Fixed Gear Logbooks, Final Action. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an overview of the National Marine Fisheries Service report on groundfish fixed gear logbooks from Ms. Lynn Massey from NIMS. GAP also wishes to thank Lieutenant Jason Krause, CDFW Enforcement, for fielding numerous questions relating to enforcement issues. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations on final action for fixed gear logbooks. As we enter the final phase of groundfish fixed gear logbooks discussion and prepare for January 1, 2023 implementation, NIMS has presented the Council with a couple of clarifying questions as found in agenda item E5A NIMS Report 1. The first clarifying question centers on whether to have the logbook requirement applied to the non-trawl groundfish fleets as opposed to the fixed gear groundfish fleets. After a lengthy discussion, the GAP supports the requirement applied to all non-trawl groundfish fleets. This broader language would allow for future expansion of the logbook coverage into other incidental open access sectors that use non-trawl gear to retain groundfish. The second question relates to the fishery sectors that will be required to submit the logbooks on initial rollout come January of 2023. NIMS provides an itemized list of those sectors on the bottom of page 2 of their report. The GAP suggests simplifying the list to simply include all limited entry fixed gear groundfish or something similar to that language. As currently written in the NIMS report, the GAP believes the language does not cover all limited entry fixed gear participants. In Southern California, we have numerous limited entry groundfish fishermen that target types of groundfish such as slope rockfish and deeper shelf rockfish, as well as flatfish such as sand dabs using traditional bottom longline gears. This fishery would not fall under the limited entry fixed gear daily trip limit language contained within the NIMS statement, nor any of the other limited entry items listed. Lastly, the GAP wishes to thank Ms. Massey for meeting with fishermen previously as we work through the process of finalizing the fixed gear logbooks. The GAP encourages NIMS to continue working with industry on the design elements of the logbooks to make sure that they're user-friendly and comfortable for the fleet's use. Yeah, Mr. Chair, that completes our GAP statement. Be glad to field any questions.
Thank you very much for the statement. We'll see if there are any questions on the GAP statement. I am not seeing any hands, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, sir.
Same to you. And let's see if there are any signups for public comment. I don't see any. So that completes the reports. That completes the opportunity for public comment and takes us to council discussion and action. You see it there on the screen. So looking for somebody to get us started. Maggie Summer, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grillnick. Noted in the report, as well as in some of the questions during advisory body reports, there are, I think, some implementation details to be worked out probably between the states and the National Marine Fisheries Service. And I would just look to Mr. Wolf to confirm that that will be possible after council action today, that NIFS can continue to work with states on questions like who logbooks are required to be submitted to and how NIFS will receive the data if logbooks go to the states first, et cetera, as long as the council intent is clear today on who the logbook applies to.
Mr. Wolf.
Yes, through Chair. Thank you, Ms. Summer. Your last part's important, right? As long as the intent is clear here, yes, we can work out the implementation details after.
All right, further discussion? Krista.
Yeah, thank you. This is a similar but industry-related question in terms of timing. There is a difference as we work through this on non-trawl versus fixed gear, but just in general, 2023 is creeping up upon us. So what that timeline really looks like in terms of getting stakeholder engagement to review logbooks, et cetera, and how confident are you that we will get the level of feedback that will have participants feeling very comfortable with this?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Fitz, for the question. Yeah, we've already had a number of industry conversations, and we are continuing to do so. We want to get additional feedback from them on design and on beta testing. So we feel pretty confident that we will continue to be able to have those discussions. And again, are looking to do a rulemaking this year so that the logbook would be effective January 1st of 2023.
All right, further discussion here and perhaps a motion if Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I have a motion if you're ready.
Let's go forward with the motion and perhaps that'll prompt some further discussion.
Great, thanks. I move the Council adopt the following recommendations to clarify the federal fixed gear logbook requirement. The logbook requirement would apply to the non-trawl groundfish fleets as opposed to the fixed gear groundfish fleets. Vessels using non-trawl gear in the following fishery sectors would be required to submit the federal logbook to NMFS at initial rollout. Directed open access for groundfish, not incidental open access for groundfish. Directed open access means that a fishing vessel is target fishing for groundfish. Limited entry fixed gear primary sablefish. Limited entry fixed gear trip limit. Vessels using non-trawl gear in the trawl IFQ program, gear switching. The Council may recommend expanding the logbook requirement for additional non-trawl fisheries retaining groundfish in the future. And provide the following guidance. Request that NMFS continue to work with the state agencies where there are overlapping logbook requirements to determine whether the federal or state logbook should be used to meet both requirements and on other aspects such as data elements, deadlines, etc., as needed to ensure consistency for industry, enforcement, and data users. Work with stakeholders in making a determination on whether IFQ gear switching vessels using electronic monitoring will continue recording discard information on the EM program fixed gear logbook or transition to the new federal fixed gear logbook.
Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. Can you confirm the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
We'll look for a second. Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Chair. The intent here is to clarify that the logbook requirement will apply to directed non-trawl groundfish to directed groundfish fishing using non-trawl gear. The key aspect here of switching from the fixed gear language to non-trawl language is to make sure we are including gear types such as the groundfish EFP or trolled gear types that are being used in some EFPs, and we are contemplating allowing under some of the specs actions as well. The definition provided here for directed open access fishing, meaning that it is targeted fishing, comes from the suggestion in the enforcement consultant's report. And a need to clarify what's meant here by directed open access, understanding that the determination of targeting would be made based on a combination of factors, including declarations, gear type, etc. The listing of sectors in the open sub-bullets there is intended to capture all of the targeted groundfish fishing with non-trawl gear that this federal requirement would apply to. And it is important, in my opinion, to note and get on the record here for the public that we may want to consider expanding the logbook requirement in the future, acknowledging some of the comments we've heard about interest in understanding groundfish retention in incidental fisheries, incidental retention. And the guidance simply acknowledges, as was also included in the NIFS report, that state agencies, certainly ODFW, already has a fixed gear logbook requirement. We've had that in place for a number of years. We want to make sure that as at the outcome of this process, we don't have any duplicative requirements, and that the requirements are consistent and work in a way that achieves the objective of gathering information here and meets the needs for enforcement and is as efficient as possible for industry as well. And then the final sub-bullet here was noted in the NIFS report, and just wanted to support that, continuing to work with stakeholders. And of course, just recognizing that there has been outreach already to stakeholders by the National Marine Fisheries Service on the overall design of logbooks, and understand that will continue as well. Thanks.
Thank you for the motion, Maggie. Let me see if there are any questions for the maker of the motion. All right, let's start with discussion on the motion. Krista Svensson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the motion. I appreciate all the thought and the work that went into it. I am in favor because it is equitable amongst stakeholders in terms of data reporting, which I think is important. But I am also very appreciative of the fact that consideration was given in terms of burden that's going on to fishermen as they're trying to input logbooks or any documentation for that matter, and working between the states and the federal level so that we don't have any more jumble than we need to. So for that, I will be supporting and am supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Further discussion on the motion? Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Maggie, for a thoughtful motion. I'm really appreciative of this. I believe we've had so many things moving forward over the years to try to get the non-trawl groups access to the RCA, non-trawl RCA, and hopefully this will be viewed as a tool that'll help be able to get some accountability there without a big expense, and enable them to do this, to be able to move into that area that has been closed for over 20 years. I think it's important that this information be viewed as helpful for all. And I like the approach that's being taken, particularly that they're going to work with stakeholders to make sure that the data that's being collected is truly easy to use, and as well as informative to that process. So I'm really happy we're finally at this step where we're moving forward in a deliberative manner. So thank you very much for the motion. I'll be supporting it.
All right, thank you for those comments, Bob. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. I just want to acknowledge that there's been a lot of sidebar discussion, even in the last few hours, on the content, and want to acknowledge Maggie's questioning of Ryan about our ability to make minor adjustments to the language, so long as our intent is clear. And I believe our intent is clear, and that the motion reflects our intent. I will note that with regard to the program development that's upcoming, some of the discussion today surrounding content in the EC report, I think outlines some of the details that we will need to wrestle with as the program is developed. and I suspect that some of these are significant, at least on the state side. I would have significant reservations with not just reservations, but a lack of ability to bring on a concurrent data collection program for state waters in a short amount of time. That's not something that we're going to have the ability to do. So I think discussion about that state and federal waters situation that was identified in the EC report deserves some further thought. And that's just one example, I think, of a few issues that might arise as we dig into this a little more. So I just would encourage NIMS in the planning of these meetings that will be continuing as the program develops, that maybe we start those sooner rather than later, acknowledging the need for the program to be developed and with the target implementation date of January of 2023. So there's a lot to do in a short amount of time. There has been a lot of work done already, and just want to acknowledge the efforts that have gone on since November on this topic. They've been ongoing, and appreciate the dedication of Lynn Massey and other folks that have brought us this far. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. And thank you, Marcy just mentioned Lynn Massey's outreach to the states so that we're prepared for this at this meeting. And I wanted to echo that appreciation. I know Corey participated in a lot of those conversations, and it's been really helpful to get us here. Also, just wanted to mention that in this, and specifically the bullet that suggests that the council might expand the logbook requirement, noting we left the directed halibut fishery out of this action, but just want to flag it as something that we might be interested in looking at through a separate process down the road. I know we've heard from the GMT that the information from that fishery would be very valuable, and so just wanted to flag that here. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. I am not seeing any further hands, so I'm assuming there's no further discussion on this agenda item, or rather on this motion. So I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks very much for the motion. Before turning back to our staff officer, Todd Phillips, and let me see if there's any further action on this agenda item from the council. Not seeing any hands, so I will go to Todd. And how are you doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on this particular agenda item, I would say that the council has appropriately conducted your action. You have reviewed, obviously, the council objectives for the logbook. A motion was offered to clarify fixed year requirements, and the council did give guidance to the National Marine Fisheries Service regarding future steps with this particular this logbook. I would say that unless you have other further questions for me, the council has concluded this action. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Todd. Well, that completes agenda item E5 and completes our groundfish items for the day. We would normally go to salmon next. That's what's on the agenda next, but maybe, Merrick, do you have an announcement here on salmon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that we are not yet ready to take up D4. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we go ahead and jump ahead to H1, maybe give ourselves a couple of minutes of stand down period to organize ourselves in order to do that, but that would be my suggestion.
All right, that's great. I know that there are some chair folks need to shift around in the chairs. literally or virtually. So we'll just take just a very short break, 2 or 3 minutes here to allow folks to reposition, and then we'll start with H1. All right, let's try to make our way back to our seats so we can get going on this next agenda item. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started here on agenda item H1, and I will turn to Dr. Kit Dahl to provide the overview.
Okay, good morning, council members. I'll just read from the situation summary for this agenda item. The Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review, final action. A review and revision of the Pacific Fishery Management Council's Pacific Coast Fishery Ecosystem Plan was initiated in September 2018, 5 years after its initial adoption. The Ecosystem Work Group presented review drafts of sections of the revised document at several subsequent council meetings, and the council adopted the first 2 revised chapters in March 2020. A complete draft of the revised FEP was provided for review in September of 2021. Based on comments from the council, advisory bodies, and the public, the EWG produced a final draft, which was posted on the council website in November or possibly early December, and is provided in your briefing materials as attachment 1. The EWG produced a draft of a new standalone document, PFMC guidance on agency activities in the California current ecosystem, which is based on Chapter 5, Policy Priorities for Ocean Resource Management in the current FEP. Per council guidance, this material is removed from the attached final draft revised FEP. The EWG submitted a report containing the draft guidance document under agenda item C2, marine planning, due to the nexus with agency non-fishing activities in the California current. The attached EWG report 1 and the EWG report under agenda item C2 further explain the rationale for including the draft document under that agenda item. The council action listed is to review the final draft revised fishery ecosystem plan and provide guidance on its finalization. Already referenced here is and listed in the situation summary is the FEP draft revised FEP document, the EWG report that was in the advanced briefing book, and then there are some other advisory body reports that were submitted supplementally. My list is the EAS, the Habitat Committee, the GAP, and a combined or joint CPSMT and CPSAS report. That concludes my overview.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the overview for this agenda item? All right, thank you very much, Kit. We'll start with the work group report. Yvonne Duvernier.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you for having me today. I am just going to be summarizing from the Ecosystem Work Group report at agenda item H1A. Dr. Dahl covered most of the information in our report. We mainly wanted to provide an advanced briefing book report so the council would know what documents we were submitting under which agenda item and why. The essence of our report is that we are recommending that you finalize the fishery ecosystem plan at this meeting, taking into account any final edits or comments from the advisory bodies and the public, and providing us direction on using those comments and suggestions. And then on the guidance document, as Kit mentioned, on non-fishing activities in the California current ecosystem, you had requested that in March 2021 under the FEP update agenda item at that meeting. We are returning here at this meeting as we were directed in March 2022 with that draft guidance document, but providing that for you in agenda item C2, marine planning. So in our report for C2A, we recommend that the council guide further work on policy guidance around marine planning under marine planning agenda items rather than under the FEP related agenda items. And that concludes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the work group report. Let me see if there are any questions on the work group report. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Michelle Robinson. Yeah, we'll come back for that report. So we'll next go to the GAP. Dan Waldeck.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik. You can hear me?
Good morning, Dan Waldeck. Yes, if we can hear you fine.
Thank you, sir. Dan Waldeck with the GAP. I'll be reading agenda item H1A, GAP report on the FEP 5-year review final action. The GAP reviewed briefing book materials related to this agenda item and discussed the current FEP draft. Members of the GAP also attended the March 9 meeting of the EWG. As highlighted in our September 2021 report, the GAP is impressed by the breadth of information in the current FEP. The FEP is well written, relatively easy to understand, and an important distillation of several factors that influence management of council fisheries, including environmental characteristics of the CCE, CCE marine species and their habitats, and council managed fisheries and fishing dependent communities. The FEP is an important document, and the GAP complements the EWG for their high quality work. The GAP appreciates that the EWG incorporated public and advisory body input into the final draft revised FEP provided for council action at this meeting. The GAP recommends that the council adopt the revised draft and make it available for public review. The GAP notes that the standalone document that was formerly a part of the FEP, that is, council guidance on agency activities in the California current ecosystem, will be provided to the council under the Marine Planning Agenda Item C2 as part of the EWG C2 report. The GAP thanks the EWG for their work in developing this important document. The GAP agrees with the EWG that the council should provide guidance about transitioning responsibility for the standalone document to the MPC, that's the Marine Planning Committee, and to incorporate information in the document into council marine planning documents. The GAP will provide additional comments in our marine planning report. That ends the GAP report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dan. Are there questions on the GAP report? Thank you very much, Dan. We'll go to the Habitat Committee report. Corey Green.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'm going to read agenda item H1A, the supplemental HC report 1, Habitat Committee report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review. The Habitat Committee discussed the Ecosystem Work Group's report on the final Fishery Ecosystem Plan 5-year review, H1A EWG report 1. The HC appreciates the substantial undertaking by the EWG to update the FEP and finds the new report very informative. As discussed in the Ecosystem Workgroup report, the former Chapter 5 on Council Policy Priorities was extracted from the FEP report and is now a draft standalone document on PFMC guidance on agency activities in the California current ecosystem, which we're calling the CCE guidance document. This standalone document will have great utility for HC comments on issues of concern. The HC discussed EWG's recommendation in both this report and the C2 reports that the council merge the CCE guidance document, agenda item C2A, EWG report 1, with the offshore policy document that is currently under development. The HC recommends that the CCE guidance document remain separate from the offshore policy document because the geographic scope and suite of issues covered in the CCE guidance document extends beyond those issues and geographic scope addressed by the Marine Planning Committee. Specifically, the CCE guidance document covers the entire CCE, which extends into freshwater habitats of all coastal watersheds and addresses the full suite of over 40 non-fishing activity categories that occur within the CCE, such as hydropower dam operations, fish barriers, forest management practices, and so forth. Whereas the scope of the new marine policy guidance document is narrowly focused on offshore development activities. For these reasons, and because the majority of the issues covered in the CCE document are habitat specific, the HC recommends that it would be more efficient and appropriate for the HC to be responsible for maintaining the CCE guidance document. The HC is able to assume this task should the council so desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Corey. Are there questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Corey.
Thank you.
And we'll, let's see, we'll go next to the joint CPSMT and CPSAS report. Kim Jacobson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Kim Jacobson, and I will be reading the supplemental CPSMT-CPSAS report on agenda item H1A, the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Joint Report on Fishery and Ecosystem Plan 5-Year Review Final Action. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team and Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel recognize the extensive work done by the Ecosystem Work Group to update and improve the Fishery Ecosystem Plan and commend them on their final draft for public review, Agenda Item H1, Attachment 1. The CPSMT and CPSAS provided the Ecosystem Work Group with specific comments on earlier drafts and thank the EWG for taking our suggestions under consideration. CPSMT members noted a number of additional instances in the final draft that could be modified to improve clarity and accuracy and intend to send these specifics directly to the EWG. And that concludes our report.
Thank you very much, Kim. Are there any questions of Kim on this joint report? Thank you very much, Kim. So we have one report to go. That's the EAS report. And I don't see Michelle online. So Kit, would you mind reading that into the record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Gway Kirchner, who's the vice chair of the, or co-chair of the EAS, I think is available to read their report.
All right, well, welcome, Gway, and we'll have the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll be reading from agenda item H1A Supplemental EAS Report 1. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel reviewed the final draft revised Fishery Ecosystem Plan and Associated Ecosystem Work Group Report 1. The EAS appreciates the efforts of the EWG in drafting the plan and report. The EAS has no further changes to suggest and recommends that the final draft revised Fishery Ecosystem Plan be approved as written.
Thank you very much, Gway. Are there any questions of Gway on the EAS report? All right, thank you very much, Gway. Now that completes all of the reports. We'll take a beat while we check to see if there are any public comment, but there is no public comment. So that completes reports and the opportunity for public comment and takes us to our council action, which is there on the screen, which is the review the draft and provide guidance on its finalization. So I look forward. First of all, I want to welcome Dr. Braby to the table and John Ugoretz, who's joining us virtually. There may be other changes, but those are the ones I know about. Who wants to get us started here with discussion? Corey Niles, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If Yvonne's still out there, maybe just a question for of clarification on what the ecosystem work group is suggesting. Being a part of that group, I should remember, but Yvonne would know best if she's available.
I'm still here. Yes, thank you.
Ma'am, Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yvonne, you might have heard in the GAP report or elsewhere the suggestion that we should finalize the FEP and adopt it for public review, but my memory is that we're recommending that the council finalize it at this meeting without additional public review. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Niles. So yes, the council saw the first sort of beginning to end draft of the fishery ecosystem plan in September 2021. And at that time, the ecosystem work group had recommended a period of public review following the September meeting, which is why we took council and advisory body advice after the September council meeting, tidied it up, and got it up on the website that the council staff put together. So that's been out for a couple months now, and we were recommending at this meeting that the council finally adopt the fishery ecosystem plan. We know they'll be probably missing semicolons and hyphens and whatnot, but hopefully comments will be on that level of detail.
Corey, you have a follow-up or, okay. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Quick question, I think back to the EAS or EWG. The CPS, AS, and MT noted some minor clarity changes. If the council were to adopt the FEP, but requesting those changes be made, was that be something you could do and then give us a clean final?
Yes, we could certainly do that. We've done that with the fishery ecosystem plan in the past. I think we first adopted it in April of 2013, but the tidiest version didn't come out until July of 2013. So that's completely fine. It would just be great if we could set an end date for receiving final edits.
Further questions or discussion on this? At some point, we would like a motion. Corey Ridings, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Yvonne and the rest of the EWG for their work on this. This wraps up a number of years of really impressive work. There were a lot of chances for the council and the advisory bodies and management teams to weigh in on this and add their thinking to it. I think that was reflected in a couple statements we saw today. So I just wanted to extend our recognition of this process and this document and thank the EWG for that.
Thank you for that, Corey. Further discussion? Perhaps a motion? All right. Karen Braby, welcome.
I didn't get the orientation. Thank you, Chris. Karen Brady. And I'm happy to offer a motion I move that the council adopt the final draft revised fishery ecosystem plan with edits as discussed during today's council meeting and in advisory body reports.
All right, can you please confirm the language on the screen is accurate and complete?
Looks good to me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It is? Okay. I look for a second.
Second, John Ugoretz.
All right, thank you, John. I appreciate that. So please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll add my thanks to the Ecosystem Working Group, as well as the other advisory bodies from the council and public comment for just amazing work on revising this ecosystem plan. And I think it will serve the council well, and our investment will be well worth it. And so with those thanks, I think that we can cross T's and dot I's and use this going forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion? I am not seeing any hands in cyberspace or in the room here. So I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for the motion. Before turning back to Kit, I want to see if there's any further action by the council under this agenda item. All right, Kit, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're doing great. You've given the direction to the EWG. We will incorporate those. I think there are a few sort of perhaps on the order of copy edit or modest edits that are being sent directly to the EWG from the CPSMT. We'll work on those along with, probably another careful copy edit, proofing and copy edit by the council staff, and we'll aim to then have a final document that we can put up on the council website as the new version of the FEP sometime in the next few months. And with that, I think we're done with this agenda item.
All right, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was trying to orient you to Karen's hand. She had her hand up.
I'm sorry, Karen.
I'm in the spot in the council room again where I'm out of sight of the chair, so I'm going to have to be more aggressive with my hand raising. So I wanted to raise the issue about the external facing document. I'm coming to the council chamber late. I don't know whether this has been discussed yet this morning, but we have recommendations under this agenda item on what to do with that document and how that should be maintained by the council advisory bodies. It is raised again in agenda item C2 under marine planning. And so I thought that we should talk about that at least while this agenda item is open, and flag that we're going to talk about that next on the council's agenda today, and carry over any business that we need to from this agenda item to the next. So the external facing document is largely around habitat impacts and is speaking to our external partners who we may or may not know, just telling them about the council's authorities and interests. And it's appropriate for many marine planning agenda items or issues, but it's also potentially relevant under others. And so there's been suggestions that the Habitat Committee take that responsibility for that external document. There have also been suggestions that it stays with the EWG. And then we have our new ad hoc committee, the Marine Planning Committee, and there have been suggestions that should go there. So the question, that was a long entrance to that topic, but my question is, when is the most appropriate place to talk about where that work should live in an ongoing basis?
I'll turn to our executive director to answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm comfortable deferring to Kit to get us started, if Kit could speak to that.
Sure. I think, well, I'll sort of channel my understanding of the EWG recommendation that I think they felt that it would be most productive to take up consideration of that document under agenda item C2 because there are these related documents. I think it was noted in the HC report there that are kind of overlapping. They're more specific, perhaps, in terms of the focus, and then perhaps also more detailed in that regard. So there's some considerations around how to treat those documents collectively, ideas around whether they should all be combined. You heard from the HC, keep this document that the EWG prepared separate. So I think it's probably more productive for all that discussion to happen under C2, the marine planning agenda item. And there's some procedural things around that too that the EWG raised in terms of, and the HC did in their report under this agenda item in terms of sort of who's going to be responsible for maintaining the document that came out of the FEP and so on. So that would be my recommendation, is to take that discussion up under C2.
All right, thank you. Kit? Let me see if there's anything further. You're okay? You're good. All right. So I'm not seeing anything further from the council here on this agenda item. I guess we'll be talking about related items under C2. And Kit, just reconfirming that we're done here on H1?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, that concludes this agenda item. We're not ready for salmon. So we'll go to lunch and we'll come back. And if salmon is ready, we'll take up salmon. And if salmon's not ready, we'll go on to marine planning. So I'll pass the gavel so that our vice chair can announce our lunch hour.
Thank you, Chair Geralnick. And we'll do a 60-minute lunch, and we'll be back here at 12:45. Okay, welcome back everyone from lunch. And we're going to start off D4, and I'll look to Robin to kick us off. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D4. We're looking for the recommendations for the 2022 management alternative analysis. We have the STT, and they'll present to the council the coordinated coastwide management alternatives, which embody to the extent possible the management elements identified by the council under agenda item D3 on March 10th. At this time, the council may need to provide clarifications on any questions from the STT and should ensure that the alternatives presented are those for which the council desires full STT analysis and consideration for final adoption scheduled on March 14. So the action today is just to clarify and confirm, no motion needed, just potentially additional guidance. For your reference materials, we have 2 STT reports, and I think Michael O'Farrell will give the first report, and the STT Vice Chair John Kerry will give the second report. So with that, that concludes my summary.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. Questions for Robin on her setup here? Okay, very good. With that, we'll call Dr. O'Farrell to come up and give the STT report. Welcome, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members. I'll be referring to agenda item D4A, supplemental STT report 1, the team's report on the collation of preliminary salmon management alternatives. The STT took the council guidance from yesterday and put it into tables 1, 2, and 3, which are the commercial, recreational, and treaty troll management measures, respectively. And the results of the STT analysis begin with table 5 on page 26 of the packet. And I'll just start at the top and note some of the highlights. Under all 3 alternatives, Lower Columbia River Natural Tules exploitation rate exceeds 38%. You could see that they're all bolded. Moving down the coast, Klamath River Fall Chinook escapement does not meet its 2022 objective under all 3 alternatives. The same is true for the exploitation rates. And under alternative 1, the Klamath H4 ocean harvest rate exceeds 16%. Moving down further, Sacramento River Fall Chinook escapement under alternative 1 is below the 180,000 spawner level that was established yesterday through council guidance. With regard to southern resident killer whale prey abundance, we have the pre-fishery abundance north of Falcon on the top row of the bottom of this page. It is evaluated against the threshold that is in the FMP of 966,000. And under all 3 alternatives, the abundance is above the threshold. I'll just point out that, again, that this threshold that we're evaluating these abundances against is the threshold that's in the FMP. The STT was asked to recalculate the threshold given the new version of FRAM. And we've done that, and that assessment will be addressed in another STT statement following this one. Okay, turning the page, page 27, focused on coho. Moving down, we see under alternative 1, Lower Columbia River natural coho exceeds its the management objective given typical inside and outside sharing. And down Oregon coastal natural coho, alternatives 1 and 2 have exploitation rates above 15%, and thus are bolded. For song coho, may recall that this will be the first time that we report total exploitation rates for San Coho following the work group process. Currently, we do not have total exploitation rates for SONC. We anticipate part of this has to do with the fact that this is the first time we've done this, where we've had to integrate freshwater harvest rates with ocean abundances or ocean exploitation rates. We're working out some of the kinks, but we do anticipate that this information will become available at some time this week, and we're still working on it. However, I will point out that ocean exploitation rate projections under the 3 alternatives for San Coho are found in Table 7, which is on your next page. And in addition, in this table, we evaluate exploitation rates broken out by area for LCN Coho, OCN Coho, as I mentioned, Rogue Klamath Coho, which is equivalent to San Coho, and Lower Columbia River natural tules. And the bolded values on the bottom of this table indicate areas where objectives are not being met, and they're consistent with what I had already talked about in Table 5. And so, one last thing, the appended to the end of your package here are three appendices. Table A1 displays Sacramento River winter Chinook age 3 impact rate stratified by commercial and recreational fisheries, month and area. Table A2 shows Klamath River fall Chinook ocean impacts and numbers of fish by fishery and alternative and area and month. And similar table is present A3 for Sacramento River fall Chinook. It's a distribution of impacts across time area fishery for the 3 alternatives. And that concludes my description of our analysis, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? Susan Bishop. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Farrell. I was just curious on Table 5, page 26, the age 4 ocean harvest rate for Klamath River Falls is reported there with against a criteria of 16%, which we indicated was the ESA limit in our guidance letter, but had also discussed a buffer and the details of that. And my understanding are those conversations are still ongoing. So I'm just curious sort of how the STT would characterize these numbers in that conversational context.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. I may not have understood your question. I'll try to answer it, and then hopefully you can correct me if I'm wrong. The numbers that we have in this table are evaluated against the 16%. And I do understand that there was guidance to perhaps have a buffer and judge the compliance against a modified H4 harvest rate target. We have not done that yet. And I guess I'll just stop there and see if I'm getting at what you were asking.
Thank you, Dr. Farrell. Yes, my understanding is there are still conversations ongoing with the managers to discuss how what's been done so far meets the guidance with regard to the buffer. So maybe it's more of a statement than a question in terms of making people aware.
Thank you for the clarification.
Further questions for Mike? Susan?
Dr. Feller, I was just curious, in our guidance letter, we also, I noticed in, I believe it's page 26, the information with regard to the obligations and the exploitation rates for the coho stocks under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. are included in the report. The guidance letter had requested the STT provide similar information for all of the stocks that have Pacific Salmon Treaty coho obligations, which I believe what's not in here are the Washington coastal stocks. Was there any discussion within the STT on the reporting of the rest of that information?
Yes, thank you for the question. We did have some conversation within the STT about that, and we did note that content in the guidance letter. I think we are waiting for some council guidance if we are to report on that at this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Marcy Urimko. Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Michael and Susan. I just want to go back to the age 4 Klamath exchange that we just had there and just follow up a little. And maybe I'll ask this of Susan. Would we expect to see revised guidance from NIMS on this question of the 16% in the buffer, so that would be updated and reflected in the table? Is that what we might expect to see following the discussions that you've indicated are ongoing?
Thank you, Ms. Urimko. Yes, that would be my intent. We are, I know yesterday there was some discussion about our talking with the Oregon and Washington, or Oregon and California co-managers about that. There's been a lot of manager discussion in the interim, and we have not been able to have those discussions yet. But we have been in contact with your staff and Oregon and the SAS and the STT about this. So we are hopeful that we can bring this to a conclusion today. And then that would be reflected and updated in the tables that are reported. Did that answer your question? That's my view anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Susan. Yeah, that would work. Is some, I think, updated guidance from NIMS that would be incorporated into that table that you referenced. As you note, right now it shows 16%. So if we're going to be modeling to something else, it would be useful to have that reflected once those discussions have concluded. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Mike? Okay. Mike, I have one. On page 27, table 5, on the lower Columbia River natural coho, 16.3% is boldened, but that is below the 23% threshold. Is that just a typo? I'm assuming that is.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, it's not a typo. The number reported here is the exploitation rate, or the fishery exploitation rate in the ocean before buoy 10. And so it does not include, doesn't account for the inside fisheries.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, very good. Thanks, Mike, and I stick around. We may need you. So, okay. Next up is John Carey with the SRKW report or information here. Is John here?
I am, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. So for the record, my name is John Carey, and I'll be reading from Agenda Item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 2, the Salmon Technical Team Report on updating the Southern Resident Killer Whale Chinook Prey Abundance Threshold. As part of their statement under Agenda Item D3E, Supplemental STT Report 1, the Salmon Technical Team indicated their intent to use round 711 of the Chinook Fram base period calibration for all 2022 preseason modeling tasks. The STT also noted the potential for a disconnect between resulting preseason estimates of pre-fishing Chinook abundance in the north of Falcon area and the existing threshold or abundance threshold of 966,000, which was derived using cohort sizes from round 6.2 of the Chinook Fram base period calibration. During discussion of this agenda item, the council asked the STT to recalculate the pre-fishing Chinook abundance threshold for the north of Falcon area using postseason abundances derived with FRAM round 711 and based on the same years identified in Amendment 21 of the FMP, which includes 1994 through 1996, 1998 through 2000, and 2007. To complete this request, the STT first recalculated the pre-fishing October 1 adult Chinook abundances for each of the 5 regions defined by the ad hoc Southern Resident Killer Whale Work Group, and those are included in Table 5 attached to this statement. Regional abundance estimates were calculated employing identical methods to those used by the ad hoc work group within their risk assessment, and specifically the stock-specific ocean distribution parameters from Shelton et al. 2019 and FRAM stock to Shelton stock associations were identical to those used by the ad hoc work group. The only updates in this STT analysis were to pre-fishing stock abundances, where FRAM round 711 was used to derive the ocean cohort sizes for FRAM stocks in place of round 62. Other abundance updates were provided as necessary for those stocks processed externally to FRAM, which include Sacramento River Falls Chinook, Klamath River Falls Chinook, Rogue River Falls Chinook, and Upper Columbia River Spring Chinook. Using the estimates provided for the north of Falcon area in Table 1, the updated numerical value of the north of Falcon pre-fishing abundance threshold would increase to 1,001,000 fish. This is calculated as the arithmetic mean of the 7 years specified above, rounded to the nearest thousand. Use of this threshold would be in alignment with preseason abundance estimates that are produced using FRAM round 711. And that concludes our statement. I do have one additional note that I just wanted to include here in regards to one of Mr. Addick's comments yesterday regarding the status of a memo from co-manager technical staff that was intended to provide additional detail on the updates contained within round 711 of the FRAM-based period calibration. I just wanted to confirm that both the STT and the MU did receive this yesterday, and we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Questions for John? Chris.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. The question that I was trying to get to before, but I actually suspect John might be the better person to answer the question, even though it's not about the killer whale issue and the recalibration, if I may. John, I think you're probably the person that can tell us what we're assuming at the moment for, and I'm particularly asking about the Thule impact portion, for impacts that are going to occur in Southeast Alaska, British Columbia, and Puget Sounds. Would you be the person that could just give us a quick note on how we're treating that at the moment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kern. I can. So for Southeast Alaska, we know the allowable catch limits for 2022 fisheries at this point. So those fisheries are modeled as they are expected to occur, given that allowable catch. For the Canadian fisheries, for the aggregate abundance-based management fisheries that occur in northern BC and WCBI, those are the troll and the sport fisheries. Those are currently modeled using the kind of the pre-season fishing effort scalars that came out of last year's model run, and that's because we don't yet have those abundance indices we need from the Chinook Technical Committee in order to set the allowable catch for 2022. Those should, assuming all goes according to plan, those should become available in late March or by April 1st, in which case the fishery allowable catches for those AABM fisheries would get updated with the first round of model runs at the April Council meeting.
Thank you.
And then just for the remaining ISBM fisheries that are included in both Canadian inside waters and in Puget Sound, those are modeled. The Canadian fisheries are modeled with a recent 2-year average, and Puget Sound, I believe, are modeled using the preseason 2021 values.
Thanks very much.
Sure.
Thank you, John. For the questions for John, Merrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, John, for this extra work that was asked of you. It's very informative. Well, we have you here, and we're on this topic. I'd actually direct a question to my staff, Robin, to help us just understand what it is we're looking at here as we embark on this killer whale threshold recalculation for the first time. And so, Robin, I'm hoping you can help us understand where we are in this process, as we have now heard from John with the recalculation of the threshold using the updated FRAM model, and what the outlook would look like for us as we move forward with the Shelton model.
Thank you, Mr. Burden. For the threshold for these killer wells, we have had some information, like you said, on the FRAM update from the STT. The threshold itself obviously increases, which would provide, if it was changed, even additional benefit to the wells. But as far as a path forward and looking at the FMP language and what's in there as far as, how the council might consider a change to the threshold itself, I think it would be beneficial to clearly assign a task to the STT and the SSC here at this March meeting, so that they could come back at the April meeting and provide their thoughts on the best path forward on how to bring technical reviews or recommendations to the council for a potential change in that threshold. Right now, at this time, it doesn't appear that there's any potential harm, if you will, and that the abundances look like they are going to be above any threshold regardless. So the council and the technical teams have the benefit of time to consider those new data thoroughly and thoughtfully. And so assigning the technical groups, the SSC and the STT, here to come back in April with the path forward. That path forward, in my mind, could follow very closely. I think we talked about this a bit yesterday, to what the methodology review path is, where in April we would say, here's some topics that need some review, and the council comes back in September, and the teams would report how much work was able to be done over the summer, and then the council could adopt those topics that were ready for full discussion come November. And I think that would prime the council very well for the next upcoming season in 2023 of any, official change in the killer whale threshold.
Thank you. That was helpful. That's my only question, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Okay. So I guess no further questions for John. So that will conclude our reports. And I guess public comment, I don't see any. Is that changed? Okay, very good. Okay, with that, I guess we'll see. We'll start maybe in the north and come down and with recommendations. And so Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have some guidance for the STT today. And this is relative to agenda item D4A, supplemental STT report 1, March 11th. Implement the following changes on table 1 for the North of Falcon commercial management alternatives, beginning on page 2 for the U.S.-Canada border to Cape Falcon spring season and alternative 1. Replace the May 1 through 11 section with the May 1 through 15 section from alternatives 2 and 3. So all 3 alternatives will be identical there. Change May 12th through earlier of June 29 to May 16th through earlier of June 29, and change the weekly sub-area landing and possession limits for the area between the U.S.-Canada border and Queets River and the area between Ledbetter Point and Cape Falcon from 75 Chinook to 100 Chinook.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Moving down the coast. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We have a fair bit. Hopefully we have it available. Yeah, good. Okay. Beginning with table 1 on page 5. Commercial troll, Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain in alternative 1. Replace the header that's currently there with Cape Falcon to Hecata Bank line. Remove the language that begins with July 1 through the earlier of August 28 or 20,000 marked coho, as well as the next 2 paragraphs that relate to coho retention. And just a note here, I'll be needing to move some of that language that's regulatory for coho into alternative 2 as well, because it currently references alternative 1. So we will want to move the regulatory language that relates to coho retention and mark status and such over to alternative 2. But staying within alternative 1, replace the existing open dates with the following: March 15 through June 30, July 15 through 31, August 1 through 6, and September 1 through October 31. Still in alternative 1, add a new section with the header Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain. Add the following open dates: May 1 through June 7, August 8 through 18, September 1 through October 31. And because we're replicating that section, please copy down from the first section that will now be titled Falcon to Hecata, all the regulatory language for the Chinook seasons, as well as the language for September and October period and 2023 openings, down to also be replicated in that Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain news section. Moving over to alternative 3, still in commercial troll, remove the coho quota, just delete it, and as well as all references and regulations to retention of coho that are in that alternative. Moving to page 6, but same alternative 3 in the section Hecata Bank line to Humbug Mountain, same action, delete the coho quota as well as references and regulations to the retention of coho. Over to page 7 in the Oregon KMZ in alternative 1, replace that doesn't look right.
Could you scroll down, please? Thanks.
What is going on there? Yes, I figured out what I'm trying to say. In the bullet that says March 15 through May 31, replace May 31 with April 30. In the July Chinook quota, change that from 500 Chinook to 400. And in the August quota, replace 500 with 250. Okay, moving to the recreational seasons on page 19, I believe. For the Cape Falcon to Oregon, California border, in alternative 1, replace the mark selective coho quota of 120,000 with 100,000, and replace the ending date, which is currently August 28th, with August 21. In the same alternative 1 for the non-selective season, replace the coho quota of 30,000 with 20,000. Moving over to alternative 2, still Falcon to Oregon, California border, replace the mark selective coho quota of 110 with 97,000. Replace the non-mark selective coho quota of 25,000 with 20,000. And in alternative 3, replace the mark selective quota of 100,000 with 95,000, and replace the non-mark selective quota of 20,000 with 17,000. Lastly, moving to the Oregon-California, Humbug to California border, Oregon KMZ rec fishery in alternative 1, replace the open dates with May 28th through August 6th. So currently it says May 21 through 31 and June 18 through August 21st. That will be May 28th through August 6th. And noting there are also some dates below that may need to be adjusted as well in the paragraph below. Oh, actually, that's not correct. That area will remain open for coho on days that are closed to Chinook during the March selective fishery through August 21st. So just the first part of that, replace the dates May 28th through August 6th. Alternative 2, replace the open dates with June 18 through August 14. And that will remain open for coho on dates when the March selective fishery is open. And in alternative 3, replace the open dates with May 21 through July 31. And that window does not remain open for coho. That's it.
Thank you, Chris. And then next we'll go to California and Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Sandra. Be working off of, oh, not there yet, Sandra.
Oh. It's clear.
There we go. Thank you so much. Okay. Looking at some guidance for California, working off of agenda item D4A supplemental STT report 1 dated March 10th. Like the following changes implemented, working off of table 1, which beginning on page 8 are the commercial management alternatives. First in the Fort Bragg cell, which is latitude 4010 to Point Arena. In alternative 2, remove June 1 through 10 and remove July 1 through 8. Moving to alternative 3 in that Fort Bragg cell, replace September 1 through 30 with closed. And also in the regulatory language in that cell, remove both references that state, quote, same as alternative 1, end quote. Moving to table 2, the recreational management alternatives for California, beginning on page 20. From the Oregon-California border to the 4010 line, which is the California KMZ. In alternative 1, replace May 16th through September 5th with May 16th through 31st and add July 1 through September 5th. From the 4010 line to Point Arena, the Fort Bragg cell, alternative 1, replace May 16th through November 13th with May 16th through May 31st and add July 1 through November 13th. Moving to the San Francisco cell, which is Point Arena to Pigeon Point. Alternative 1, replace May 16th through November 13th with May 16th through May 31st and add July 1 through November 13th.
Okay. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to mention that guidance We expect that this will bring us closer on our overages that currently exist in the packet on Klamath Fall adults. We're looking to get at or above that goal of 38,180 adults, and also should aid us in reducing our age 4 Klamath impacts, as well as improve attainment toward the 180,000 spawner goal for Sac Fall. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. And with that, I'll just check it back in with Joe to see if anything's changed with the tribe. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I don't have any further guidance to offer to what's reflected in the STT report, Table 3, and related information.
Thank you, Joe. All right. I guess with that, what I should, I would look to Robin, I guess, and see how we're doing. And is there anything else we need to do here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We do have guidance from Washington, Oregon, and California to adjust the seasons to better align with our conservation and management objectives. So the STT will work on that. And I believe they'll be back tomorrow with that analysis. As far as guidance, we did also hear from NIMS today. They mentioned that in their guidance letter, there was an ask for the STT to include the Washington coastal coho stocks. And so if that's something the council desires, then they should give STT that guidance. And then we also talked about the killer well threshold and provided a little bit more information on that. The council can provide guidance here or later in the week, perhaps under workload planning, whatever the council desires. But throughout all these conversations, I think you've covered your work under this agenda item. And if there's further guidance you'd like to give to the STT, that may be appropriate now or perhaps later.
Okay, well, I'll look around the table to see if there's any forthcoming. And Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So relative to the exploitation rates for coastal Washington coho, I think it does make sense to be able to look at that and compare to the PST limits. But a reminder that the coho chapter of the treaty does allow either country to ask for sort of an exception to those rates by March 30th. So whatever we put in the table should capture that somehow, that it's the preliminary, could change, not likely to, but just important to capture that.
Thank you, Kyle. Okay. Seeing no further hands. Robin?
So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Am I hearing that the council would like the STT then to include that data now, or would April be a better place for it?
I'm not a salmon guy, so I'll look to Kyle.
I think we might as well have a look at it now.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And with that, I think you've, again, done your work here under this agenda item.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, everyone. With that, we'll go to C2, marine planning, and give us a minute or two here to get people switched out, and we'll get going. So. Yeah, for those of you online, it'll probably be another couple minutes here. So Okay, sorry for the delay, but we're going to get started here. And with that, I'm going to turn to Carrie to kick off C2, Marine Planning. Carrie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item C2, Marine Planning. The Pacific Fishery Management Council's Marine Planning Committee, the MPC, met on February 1st this year to consider marine planning issues and develop a report for this March council meeting. That is MPC Report 1 in your advanced briefing book. Topics at that February 1st meeting included recent Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, planning activities, development of draft policy guidance documents on offshore development activities, and updates on National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, Aquaculture Opportunity Areas, AOAs. This agenda item includes brief overviews from BOEM and NOAA representatives on offshore wind energy planning and NOAA AOAs, respectively, to provide updates and set the stage for discussion. Nessie Sumite and Rick Yard from BOEM and Diane Wyndham from NOAA will be here to take questions from the council. I do want to note that depending on how long the agenda item goes, I'm not sure if they'll be able to stay till the bitter end. They are usually around for quite a while, but just in case they're not able to stay till the end, you might want to ask any direct questions for them near the beginning of the agenda item rather than waiting until the end during council discussion. In addition to the MPC Report 1, there are 3 draft policy guidance documents by the Ecosystem Work Group. That's C2A EWG Report 1, the MPC, agenda item C2A MPC Report 2, and the Habitat Committee, that's C2A HC Report 1. Regarding these policy documents, it's assumed that they would be merged into a single document or maybe 2 separate documents that are tiered some way or some sort of construct like that. Several advisory body reports include recommendations on this, and we're looking for council guidance on how to proceed and how to structure those. I think the bottom line is that there's a lot of good information in those documents, and we're just looking for guidance on how best to proceed. There were a couple of other topics that are in the MPC report, and Mike Conroy will cover those when he summarizes that report. I won't go into them now. A couple other things, just so everyone's aware, the MPC is planning to meet April 5th as a standalone meeting. We felt that it'd be important to have a session for the MPC to continue discussion and potentially develop comments on Oregon call areas and NOAA AOAs, since those opportunities or those comment opportunities are coming up soon, but we don't know exactly when. Marine planning is not currently on your April agenda, but regardless of whether the council adds that or not, we thought it would be important for the MPC to convene to have that discussion and formulate their thoughts and that sort of thing. So anyway, that is scheduled for the afternoon, I believe, of April 5th. Let's see, at the risk of stating the obvious, there's a lot of moving parts here on this agenda item, and there's a lot of supplemental reports from the advisory bodies. We have asked the readers of the AV reports to summarize and be efficient when they can. The council action is to consider the MPC report and the draft policy guidance documents, make recommendations for future engagement in marine planning activities. As far as reference materials, I mentioned the MPC Report 1 and the 3 policy guidance documents from the MPC Report 2, the EWG, and HC. There's also a supplemental ODF and W Report 1, and as I mentioned, many supplemental advisory body reports. After this overview, we'll turn to Nessie Sumite and Rick Yard for a verbal update on BOEM activities, and then Diane Wyndham will give us an update on NOAA aquaculture opportunity areas. I think she has some slides to share. And then we'll move to the management entity and advisory body reports, starting with Mike Conroy and the MPC. followed by the ODF and W report, and then the rest of the advisory body reports. Again, your council action is to review recent activity, consider draft policy documents, and provide guidance on the format, content, and schedule for future council engagement. So that concludes my overview. I can take any questions about the overview or the agenda item, or we can move forward with our presenters.
Okay, thank you, Kerry. Questions for Kerry on his overview? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I'll go to Nessie Sumite and Rick Yard. Welcome.
Great. Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Nessie Sumite. I'm the Regional Supervisor for the Office of Strategic Resources for the Pacific Region. And I'm joined today by Rick Yard. Rick is the Regional Supervisor of the Office of Environment for the Pacific Region. We have no slides today, and I was just going to provide a quick status of the offshore wind planning in the Pacific. So beginning in California, we are at a phase in our process where we have identified wind energy areas that are being reviewed under NEPA for potential lease issuance. Just recall again that a lease from BOEM does not authorize construction. And so the scope of the NEPA analysis is focused on the activities that a lessee can do. And under a lease, a lessee only has the right to conduct site assessment and characterization activities, which could include surveys and met buoys, kind of much like buoys that deployed by others for other purposes. So on the North Coast, we have issued a draft environmental assessment. And in Morro Bay, we expect that the draft environmental assessment will be available this spring. So we expect that an auction for California will be held in late fall this year. But before that occurs, we're going to publish a proposed sale notice. That proposed sale notice will include potential lease stipulations, including those associated with survey plans, as well as some information on how the auction is proposed to occur. That proposed sale notice will have a 60-day comment period, and then a final sale notice will follow, which will indicate the final auction formats and dates for the auction, as well as the final lease stipulations. So in Oregon last Friday, as Karen mentioned, the Ad Hoc Marine Planning Committee and PFMC co-hosted with BOEM a public webinar on Oregon offshore wind planning. In this webinar, we presented the information on the call areas that we presented at the task force meeting the week before. So whereas the task force includes a broader audience, last Friday's webinar was an attempt by BOEM to share the same information to the fishing community. I think there was a pretty good turnout, and we're hoping that the suggestion that was provided to BOEM to access fishing license database for contacts helped to reach more folks. BOEM actually mailed postcards to over 2,000 unique addresses to inform them of the March 4th meeting. So at the webinar, we did present our approach delineating the call areas offshore Oregon. We showed the 3 call areas, Coos Bay, Brandon, and Brookings. And, which I just want to acknowledge that we know that there's a high interest in the fishing community on Oregon offshore wind activities. We received a lot of comments, feedback, and input, and I know that we hope to continue to receive that during the planning efforts going forward. We want this dialogue to continue. As we have said in the webinar, we're in the early stages of planning. And so far, we've appreciated that, we have the collaborative relationship we've had with the council, also the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the Oregon Department of Wildlife. And we look to, hope to continue those coordination, and so that we can continue to reduce space use conflicts with the fishing community. And I just want to call out a special thanks to Karen Braby from ODFW, who wears 2 hats with her participation in both PFMC and the BOEM Oregon Task Force. So we appreciate her involvement and her continued collaboration in this. So the next phase is just we're looking to continue our data gathering and outreach Again, BOEM's work is just beginning for this process, and the call areas reflect where the current data took us as far as areas for continued studies. We acknowledge that the areas still reveal conflict, and BOEM is hoping to gather more data and information to further refine those areas. So at the meeting last week, we outlined our ideas for how to continue to engage based on a sector-specific outreach. The council has been very helpful in guiding our conversations between BOEM and the fisheries, and we're hoping that the council can help us in, helping to formulate a plan for moving forward on engagement so that we can inform the next phase of the offshore wind energy planning. That's the extent of just the remarks I want to offer today, but Rick and I are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you, Nessie. Questions for Nessie or Rick? Corey Ridings. Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sumait, and apologies if I have your name wrong there. As we think about the potential of these lease sales coming to the West Coast, and you've already heard from this council and folks who have come to your meetings, and I'm sure you will continue to hear from us and them about the importance of engagement, ongoing engagement. I'm curious, as your process goes, when you review the applicants for a lease, is that engagement and ongoing monitoring part of how you decide if you grant that lease? Thank you.
So the BOEM is required to issue leases on a competitive basis unless it is found that there is no competitive interest. And so formally, this call is going to ask for nominations of interest. And so this call will help us determine whether or not there's competitive interest for offshore wind leasing off of Oregon. And, the expectation is that there will be. And so in the competitive leasing process, it is a multi-year process, and it really ends up in it will end up in an auction. And when I say, like in California, the final sale notice and the preliminary sale notice, those will include a lease package that so the lessees would know what they're bidding. And so the selection process is going to primarily be through an auction.
Corey? Good.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Further questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for coming and speaking with us, and I hope you can stay with us as long as you can through the process here. So, okay, next up is Diane Wyndham. Diane?
Can everyone hear me?
We can, but you're a little soft. Maybe go closer to the mic, maybe.
Okay, yeah, I'm calling in from my phone. I don't know if the audio works. I can't join. I have to join from my browser on the computer. That's why I was using the phone line.
You're fine. You're fine right there.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you all for inviting me to the council meeting. And also thanks to the Habitat Committee for inviting me to join their meeting earlier this week. So some of this will be a bit redundant for you. So just getting started, I've taken this presentation from one that was given at the Aquaculture America conference last week, and just tried to cut the presentation down a little bit to be more specific for these purposes. So next slide, please. So I wanted to give just a quick overview or refresher on the AOA process, and then our steps ahead, developing the programmatic EIS and our vision for that PEIS process, importantly, stakeholder and public involvement, and then give you a specific regional update. Next slide, please. So if you'll recall, Executive Order 13921, promoting seafood competitiveness and economic growth, was issued in May of 2020. So we're fast approaching 2 years since that executive order was issued. which directs NOAA to identify geographic areas suitable for commercial aquaculture, and then to complete a programmatic environmental impact statement for each area to assess impacts of siting aquaculture facilities in those spaces. Federal waters in the Gulf of Mexico and in Southern California were selected as the first two regions to be considered for the AOA process. Next slide. An Aquaculture Opportunity Atlas was developed by the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science to inform the AOA planning process. And the two atlases for the Gulf of Mexico and for the Southern California Bight were published in November of 2021. We visited with the council at that time and gave presentations on the atlas content. The information within these atlases will be used as one source of information to assist the agency in identifying AOAs. Our next step is initiating the NEPA process itself and then preparing the actual programmatic EIS. Next slide. So just in case there's any questions about what a programmatic EIS actually is, it's a broad or high-level environmental review that assesses impacts of proposed policies, plans, programs, or projects, and typically considers impacts to ecological, socioeconomic, cultural, and historical environment, as well as public health and safety, climate change, environmental justice, and cumulative impacts. And it considers a reasonable range of alternatives, including a no-action alternative. Importantly, programmatic EISs rely on feedback from stakeholders and the public throughout their development. Next slide. Our goal is to facilitate efficiency in this programmatic EIS through upfront environmental review. These are regionally led, but coordinated through our NOAA headquarters. It's an opportunity for us to put forward the best available science to inform our decision-making. And this process is shaped and influenced by public and stakeholder input. Next slide. So to give you an idea of what the process will look like moving forward, the initial first step is to publish the notice of intent to prepare the programmatic EIS, which also initiates the formal public scoping period. This will include holding probably 2 virtual public scoping sessions, in addition to the information that will be contained in the notice of intent, including requests for public comment. We then consider those public comments in drafting the actual programmatic EIS. Once that draft EIS is complete, then again, another notice is published in the Federal Register, a notice of availability, and that initiates the second public comment period, and that will be specific to that draft EIS. We then have to consider and respond to public comments, and that will be contained in the final programmatic EIS. We publish that final programmatic EIS and publish a record of decision, which has a 30-day waiting period or cooling off period. So our goal overall is to complete the programmatic EIS within 2 years of publishing the notice of intent. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, stakeholder and public involvement is critically important, and we want to acknowledge that the council has been a very willing partner in contributing to the public involvement aspect of this. And so with the formal public scoping, as I mentioned, that is initiated with the publishing of the notice of intent. We are planning to provide probably a 60-day public comment period. We are only required to provide a 30-day public comment period, but our recommendation to leadership has been to go with a 60-day public comment period so that we can actually effectively conduct broad stakeholder and public involvement. The information and details regarding the virtual scoping meetings will be detailed in the notice of intent. And then again, as I iterated, there will be a formal public comment period for the draft programmatic EIS when that is completed, and that will be made available for public review as well. And again, under CEQ regulations, we're required to provide a minimum of 45 days public comment period on that draft programmatic EIS. So again, I want to stress that stakeholder input will be critically important in informing the AOA programmatic EISs for both Southern California and the Gulf of Mexico. Next slide. So some regional updates on the process. Both Southern California and the Gulf of Mexico AOA efforts are pretty much on the same timeline. We are finalizing our federal agency coordination in terms of what federal agencies wish to be cooperating agencies on the programmatic EIS. And we are preparing our planning associated with the scoping effort as well as the scoping meetings. We're trying to maintain some level of consistency between the two regions, but recognize that there are going to be some variances based just on the geography of our respective regions. We're anticipating publishing these notices of intent late spring or early summer of 2022. Next slide, please. The notice of intent will include the purpose and need for the proposed action, which is required under NEPA, and a description of the proposed action, which is the identification of the AOA, and preliminary alternatives. And I want to stress preliminary because basically what's in the notice of intent is the start point. We solicit that public input, and that can inform and shape not only the scope of the actual programmatic EIS, but also the alternatives. So what's presented in the notice of intent could change when it gets to the draft programmatic EIS, depending on the information that we receive. And so we'll be asking in that notice of intent for that feedback, and we'll include some prompting statements that to help stimulate areas of consideration that we should consider, such as what types of aquaculture should be addressed, what year type, species, and even locations, and revisiting the alternatives that we present as preliminary alternatives in that notice of intent. Next slide, please. So the scoping for the process will begin soon. Can't stress enough about stakeholder involvement being important to the process. These public engagement opportunities will be the formal public scoping period associated with the notice of intent, and then the formal public comment period for the draft programmatic EIS. Your expertise and feedback will help to shape those aquaculture opportunity areas. Next slide. So again, here's the contact information for both myself for Southern California and for my counterpart, Andrew Richard, in the Gulf of Mexico. The last thing I'll wrap up with is that the goal right now is to ensure that the notice of intent is published before the June council meeting so that the public comment period will co-occur with that council meeting, as I know the council was interested in being able to discuss the notice of intent at the June council meeting and provide input through the public comment period. So we're working back from those dates to make that happen. So unless some unanticipated delays occur, that's what we're hoping to accomplish so that the notice of intent does publish hopefully mid to late May, so that the public comment period will most definitely cover that June council meeting. So I'll stop there. Sorry to be long-winded, but I wanted to sort of set the stage for you all and just give you a little bit of an update.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Diane, for the presentation. Questions for Diane on the presentation and Karen Bravey. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Diane, for the presentation. I wanted to follow up on the idea of the programmatic EIS relative to subsequent environmental review that would be required for individual projects, and wanted to hear about your thoughts about what that would look like.
Great question. And apologies for not mentioning that because that's actually been a key part of our messaging. So this process does not replace the existing permitting process for offshore aquaculture in any way, shape, or form. That process remains intact. Offshore aquaculture is still subject to permits from the Army Corps of Engineers. And if it's a finfish project, also it requires an EPA, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, as well as state coastal consistency determination. Our California Coastal Commission does have delegated authority from coastal zone management to provide that service. So that process remains intact. The programmatic EIS will give a broad level of robust environmental review, and individual projects that wish to obtain a permit within that aquaculture opportunity area would still be subject to project-specific analysis. So conceivably, the project could potentially tier their own NEPA document off of the programmatic document, but go into specific individual project details. Similarly, the siting of the project would be subject to a precision siting analysis and additional environmental review per the state and federal agencies, again, focusing on the project specifics of that proposal. So all of those things remain in effect, and the project itself, the individual project, has additional detail that has to be analyzed separately. So the programmatic EIS gives the level of information to start from so that it's not just sort of a shot in the dark for the applicant, but that they have a little bit more information to go on in terms of where they might propose a project. So it's not a shortcut. At any rate, we're hoping that the programmatic EIS provides some efficiencies for the permitting agencies in terms of giving them a little bit more information to work with on just a foundational level, as well as for applicants. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. I believe so. I'm trying to understand the difference between applying a programmatic EIS versus a project level EIS, both for aquaculture opportunity areas, but then also for other processes like siting offshore wind, for example, and kind of how those work together. And I'm not sure that I understand the rigor or even the statutory difference between those approaches yet. So if there's anything else you have to share to help me understand that, that would be great. But what I heard is programmatic for region and then project specific would go through a permit process that has an environmental review, but not an EIS per se.
So there's still NEPA review that would be required in federal waters and from the federal permitting agency, which is the Corps of Engineers primarily. Again, EPA if is also included if it's finfish. So what that means is the permitting agency for that individual project permit determines the level of NEPA analysis that's required for that individual project. The Corps tends to not be pre-decisional about that. They don't determine the level of NEPA that's required up front. They start their NEPA analysis and determine if a full EIS is required or if an environmental assessment would be adequate. So I can't tell you what that outcome would be. It's not even NOAA's decision to make, but the Corps doesn't predetermine ahead of the process what level of NEPA they'll be doing. They decide based upon the information that they have in front of them what level of NEPA is appropriate for that action. So it could be that an environmental impact statement for that individual project could be required, or that might be able to get through the process with an environmental assessment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great questions.
Thank you, Diane. Further questions for Diane? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Okay. Next up will be Mike Conroy with the MPC PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yeah, I'm confirming you can hear me.
We can, Mike.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Mike Conroy. I am one of the co-chairs of the Council's Marine Planning Committee. I'm here to give a summary of the many items that we have in this agenda item. Next slide, please. So basically, in short, we met on February 1st. We created a summary report of that meeting, and that's in the briefing book as report 1. As Carrie alluded to, there are 3 different policy documents, guidance documents. Those are noted here on the screen. You can see those. And then we submitted a supplemental report 3 that was an overview, a high-level overview of the meeting that took place last week with BOEM and the Marine Planning Committee that Nessie spoke about. Next slide, please. So the topics that we discussed in terms of this meeting, you can see them on the screen. They're as follows. Sorry. This is just a broad overview of the topics that you'll hear about, the current status of these as we move forward through here. Next slide, please. The BOEM data gathering and engagement summary report for Oregon. This outlines the outcome of BOEM and Oregon Department of Land Conservation Development's engagement through 2021 with research organizations and potentially interested and effective parties in gathering data and information to inform potential offshore wind energy leasing decisions offshore Oregon. Table 1 of report 1, which is what you see on the screen. Oh, no, you don't see that on the screen. Sorry, it's in our report. Highlights outreach and engagement meetings to support BOEM Oregon offshore wind energy planning. Next slide, please. During the February 25th BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Task Force meeting, BOEM presented the proposed call areas off the coast of Oregon. These 3 call areas encompass 2,181 square miles in total. With regard to the March 4th Marine Planning Committee BOEM meeting, as Nessie alluded to, it was well attended. We had 170 plus attendees with individuals from each FMP group, as well as congressional staff, academia, conservation groups, Sea Grant, et cetera. I do want to stop for a moment and thank BOEM and give them full credit for being amenable to changing the format of that meeting. We ran long on the discussion part and cut out some public comment in lieu of the discussion part. So I want to be thankful to them for being amenable to that change. Do want to highlight a couple of significant concerns that were common throughout the meeting that took place, and you'll see those are highlighted in both supplemental Marine Planning Committee Report 3 and the supplemental BOEM Report 1, which is their report on how that meeting went. You know, a common denominator underlying many of the comments is the difference in the processes being utilized. You know, we here at the council are used to a bottom-up, stakeholder-driven process, which seems to differ from the top-down approach BOEM's has utilized to date. You know, a piecemeal approach to project milestones, for example, call areas, wind energy areas, construction and operations plans, which doesn't provide for impact analysis fisheries stakeholders request. Another common theme was the overall size of the call areas and inclusion of some areas, for example, the abandoned high spot, which created confusion. Another common theme was the potential impacts to surveys and long-running data sets that inform stock assessments is a primary concern. Recently on Wednesday, NOAA hosted a webinar that highlighted potential survey impacts. And one of the slides that discussed that said there's increased uncertainty in estimates of abundance through application of the precautionary approach, which will impact setting of quotas and increased precautionary protected species management measures. Also, disruptions of these long-running time series decreases our ability to understand and mitigate the effects of climate change. And then, you know, the final point that it seemed to be a common theme is that the need to understand the potential impacts outside of the call areas related to transmission routes, cable landing sites, and interconnection points. As Nessie alluded to, we expect call areas to be published in the Federal Register, hopefully around the time of the April meeting. Next slide, please. With regard to the Humboldt wind energy area, the council submitted a comment letter on February 10th commenting on the draft environmental assessment. We thank you for that. We would be remiss if we didn't thank NOAA for their comment letter as well. Given the concerns expressed by members of the Northern California fishing community, we encourage efforts for BOEM to engage with stakeholders, especially at the local and individual level. We note that California state agencies have scheduled meetings for March 16th and 17th in Crescent City and Eureka in anticipation of the Coastal Commission's consistency determination efforts. In Report 1, we reported out on a lengthy Q&A with BOEM covering such topics as authorized activity allowed under a lease, which is site assessment and site characterization, which will inform the constructions and operations plan, the inadequacies of fishery-specific data sets, the BOEM NEPA process, piecemeal versus final project, the recent BOEM NOAA MOU, and the fishing industry need for an early cumulative impacts analysis. We expect the final EA to be issued soon in order for BOEM to conduct lease sales as scheduled in the fall for both the Humboldt wind energy area and the Morro Bay wind energy area. Next slide, please. For the Morro Bay wind energy area, the public comment period for the scoping of the development of an EA for the Morro Bay wind energy area closed January 11th. As Nessie noted, BOEM intends to announce the availability of the draft EA this spring, which would allow BOEM to meet their timeline for lease sales. Ideally, this will overlap with the April PFMC meeting, but we have the quick response option available should it not be. Next slide, please. With regard to the aquaculture opportunity areas, most of what I had planned to say, Diane covered very well. So I'm not going to repeat what she said. I will point out that the map on the screen identifies 10 discrete areas that have the highest potential to support 3 to 5 marine aquaculture operations, while also reducing conflicts with other ocean uses. The operations contemplated could include facilities to propagate shellfish, marine algae, and/or finfish. As you'll see in our report on this, we encourage the council's advisory bodies, especially those which have constituents operating in the Southern California Bight, to begin to think about and begin to develop comments and recommendations on the NOI and to familiarize themselves with the AOA Atlas. Next slide, please. As Kerry alluded to, there are 3 policy guidance documents contained in the briefing book. Those are the Marine Planning Committee Report 2, EWG Report 1, and Habitat Committee Report 1. You will see some overlap between the 3 and some advisory body recommendations on how to move forward on that. In addition, you will see 3 questions posed on page 5 and 6 of MPC Report 1, where we seek council guidance. Those 3 questions are, should the EWG document serve as a broad statement of council policy, with the fisheries and habitat documents providing more specific guidance for developers and agencies? Should social and economic impacts be captured in a separate document or incorporated into the fisheries document? Should these documents be considered static items that could be sent with the cover letter to agencies, or should they serve as a menu from which ABs or council staff could pull specific sections out for incorporation into a separate document? It is envisioned these will be living documents, updated as we learn more. Specific to the Marine Planning Committee document, thanks to all who participated in that. We realize and appreciate these are not easy reads and look forward to recommendations from the council and recommendations from the ABs and guidance from the council on how to best move forward with these. Next slide, please. The America the Beautiful initiative. This is the 30 by 30 initiative included in the executive order President Biden instituted in January of last year. On January 4th, DOI published a request for information in the Federal Register seeking comments to inform how the American Conservation and Stewardship Atlas can best serve as a useful tool for the public and how it should reflect a continuum of conservation actions in the America the Beautiful initiative, recognizing that many uses of lands and waters can be consistent with the long-term health of natural systems and contribute to addressing climate change and environmental injustice. It identified 6 questions it specifically sought input on. On March 7th, you submitted a letter providing detailed answers to those questions, and we thank you for that. Next slide, please. Upcoming events and comment opportunities. On February 9th, the Department of Energy released a request for information to gather information on research needs related to the effects of offshore wind development on communities in the context of a just clean energy transition. The RFI will inform the Department of Energy's activities and research. We include this primarily as a heads up that something more may develop off this as the comment period closed earlier this week. The Oregon Department of Energy will hold 2 virtual public meetings, one which was yesterday and the next is on April 7th, to discuss stakeholder feedback received on the development of its floating offshore wind study. As we mentioned, we mentioned the next 3 items earlier. The Oregon call areas, we expect those will be out soon. Comments on the NOAA, AOA Atlas, and the NOI. As we heard from Diane, that's out either the late spring or early summer. And then the Morro Bay draft EA for the wind energy area comments whenever that is published. On February 25th, the Coast Guard published a notice of inquiry and a request for comments in the Federal Register regarding 4 areas of interest off the California coast. These are Point Mugu, south of the Channel Islands, San Francisco Bay, and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, Humboldt Bay and Morro Bay WEAs. We include this here just for a heads up. Comments on that is due on May 26th. Next slide, please. And that is it. Tried to rush through it. I hope that I made sense. And thank you, everybody, for listening. I want to thank members of the MPC for all of their help on getting these reports done.
Well, thank you, Mike, for a great presentation there, an overview. Questions for Mike on Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mike, for a pretty comprehensive and quick report. You read pretty rapidly. I appreciate it. I noticed the NPC report makes mention of compensation and compensatory mitigation. I didn't hear you mention that in your report to us here today, but can you speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Yeah, thanks for that question, Bob. I appreciate it. You know, NEPA envisions a stepwise process, where impacts are to be avoided, minimized, and mitigated. Compensatory mitigation is but one form of mitigation. I think compensation is something that's worthy of establishing a placeholder for, but I don't think that the time is right to have detailed conversations on that. Primarily because there's so much that still remains unknown about impacts, both individually and cumulatively, to fisheries, habitats, ecosystems, our food security, and et cetera. And without detailed plans, we alluded to earlier, cable transmission routes, safety zones, on the water footprint, we are at best evaluating and valuing the theoretic. I'd also note, in my humble opinion, it kind of creates the perception that the fishing industry is for sale. I know there are folks who disagree with that, and I understand it. I think that when the time is right, there are models out there that could and should be analyzed. For example, the fiber optic cable committees. And when the time is right to approach this subject, I think it needs to really take a holistic view. It needs to be looking at not just payouts to individual fishermen or processors or whatnot, but look at how can they support fishing dependent communities, which is something the cable committees excel at. And I think that view has to look beyond form and function and seriously account for social and environmental justice concerns. Fishermen and fishing communities aren't typically considered when speaking of justice concerns, and in my opinion, that needs to change. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Bob. John Ugritz. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mike. Quickly on the 3 different policy documents you mentioned, there's overlap. There's lots of comments that I've seen in the reports. Do you have a thought about process moving forward to either merge or have parallel tracks for those policy documents, and what you or the planning committee might think of as next steps?
Through the Vice Chair. Yeah, thanks, John, for that question. It's something that I've been pondering a lot the last 24 hours. Within the MPC, we've had some discussions on it, how it could turn out, how it could look. Obviously, there are some similarities amongst the Marine Planning Committee document and the Habitat Committee document. If I were king for a day, I would probably contemplate merging those 2 documents together into one. I think that the ecosystem work group's product looks at things on a somewhat bigger picture. So I think, and quite honestly, I think the location of these offshore development activities have different impacts based upon where they are in the water. The habitat impacts may differ, the impacts to various fisheries may differ, but I think that the potential impacts to the ecosystem are going to be the same generally, without regard to where they're located. So I would think it might make sense to merge the Habitat and Marine Planning Committee documents together and then have the ecosystem work groups product continue to move forward separately. And then in the future, if they kind of look like they're converging into one place, maybe it becomes one big document, or if they continue along parallel paths or further diverge, then I think it probably makes sense to have those two standalone.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, John. Further questions for Mike? Okay, not seeing any, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Karen Raby. ODFW report. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to this. I'm going to summarize the points in the report. This was posted early yesterday and is informational in nature rather than to lead to specific decision outcomes today. The report goes through high-level background on the formation of the Oregon BOEM Task Force on Offshore Wind. It is focused on the Oregon call areas issue, so specific to that issue before us today. And harkens back to kind of how the study area was formed, and that study area was formed by BOEM in 2019. Out to 1,300 meters across federal waters in Oregon to gather information. And that information has been compiled in OraWind map. ODFW has been part of that process as a member of the task force, as Nessie Sumate already shared. And we've filed 2 different reports with the council documenting our comment letters to that state process just for the information of the council. I wanted to also update, and it's specified in the report here, that we have shared not only fishery information with BOEM for the OraWind map data portal, but also logbook data shared with NOAA Fisheries for the purposes of a spatially explicit fisheries mapping project that they are working on, which combines effort or footprint with ex-vessel value, VMS, and other fishery information to get more at the issues around the value of fisheries rather than just where fisheries are happening. The report also goes briefly through the task force meeting on the 25th, the joint meeting of BOEM and the Marine Planning Committee on March 4th, where BOEM revealed the proposed Oregon call areas that we've been talking about today, and we have lots of reports from our advisory bodies commenting on those. And then kind of emphasizes or reviews the discussion that we had over those meetings, that although there's an anticipation of designating wind energy areas this fall, there is some latitude with that timeline that has been raised in discussion and is important for the remainder of the ODFW report. So paragraph 5, I believe, goes into the information and data challenges that we have on this issue for Oregon projects, and highlights a project that our Oregon Department of Energy is conducting right now that will not be completed until September of 2022, which looks at benefits and challenges of siting offshore wind off of Oregon. ODFW is involved in that process as well, and there in the task force, in the council venue, ODFW is focused on our authority, which is around biological resources and fisheries. And both of these components of our planning process really need significant work in the near future in order to have informed siting of wind energy areas off of Oregon. And in the report, we highlight 3 particular buckets, areas of work that need to happen. One is stakeholder meetings to further refine the fishery footprints that have been collected and shared in OraWind Map, taking those then in number 2, taking those footprints and working with our colleagues at NOAA Fisheries and looking at the value of those footprints to fisheries across the coast. And then the third bucket is in a number of ways the information at hand is not complete on ecosystem resources. And I've listed in the report several existing concerns as well as emerging concerns, and our advisory body reports cover a lot of the specifics of those. I think the report concludes with thoughts on the timing of doing the analysis in the information and data needs, and also looks or suggests that phasing of wind energy offshore would be an important thing to consider as we move forward, and ends with the idea that the mapping that we've done so far and the discussions we've had so far reinforce what we generally already knew, which was that this offshore area has conflict throughout it in terms of adding additional space uses, particularly where those space uses exclude other existing users. And those are both ecosystem potential impacts and fisheries impacts. So we just, ODFW really supports the ways that we can add time to the process so that we can meaningfully minimize impacts to those resources and uses. And that concludes the report.
Okay, thank you, Karin. Questions for Karin on the ODFW report? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our teams and advisory body reports here. And I would just like to say that we'd asked if you could summarize your reports and if possible, and focus comments, additions to or divergence from the MPC report, since you're all those bodies are members of the MPC. So do the best you can. And with that, we'll start off with Yvonne DeRenier. Yvonne.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, I need to get all my mute buttons unmuted. So I will be working from the 2 ecosystem work group reports. One was our advanced briefing book report 1, and then the other report is our supplemental briefing book report. And I'm going to just summarize both of them. So for our first report 1, we were trying to mainly respond to council direction from March 2021, looking for a guidance document for other agencies authorizing or conducting non-fishing activities in offshore waters. And so we had that direction from you in March of 2021, but there was also a lot of council activity on marine planning, including standing up the new Marine Planning Committee in June 2021 and beyond. So we're trying to sort of comply with the March request while respecting the activities that have happened since March. And the main recommendations we have for you in this first report of ours is that we recommend that you transition responsibility for the standalone guidance document or documents to the Marine Planning Committee. And if there are any parts of the attached document that should be included in future marine planning guidance documents, the MPC would probably appreciate your guidance on that. And then in our second report on marine planning, during our meeting this week, we discussed the NOAA Aquaculture Opportunity Areas Atlas, the America the Beautiful initiative, and offshore wind. And we decided to focus with a few comments on offshore wind. And we also had a note, a recommendation that we noted in the first paragraph of our report 2, that the Climate and Communities Core Team had recommended last September that any council guidance document on offshore non-fishing activities include a statement on the role of greenhouse gas emissions in climate change and related implications for West Coast fisheries. So I wanted to tie up loose ends there. And then we have a suite of recommendations for council consideration if the council directs its staff or the Marine Planning Committee to write a letter of comment on the draft proposed offshore wind areas for Oregon. And I just wanted to draw your attention in particular to a link that we provide in the third bullet to a brand new paper out from Cal Coffee authors that is sort of a survey of surveys. So it's a really great resource for people who want to sort of get a better understanding of the suite of West Coast fisheries surveys and the types of data collected in those surveys, which I think could be useful to folks at this meeting. So then we close our second report with the recognition that we cannot mitigate for the effects of climate change on the environment without reducing carbon emissions. And in general, we support the role that offshore wind energy can play in the nation's portfolio of clean energy. However, we're concerned that developing offshore wind off the U.S. West Coast could have negative cumulative and unforeseen effects on the ocean environment and on fisheries and fishing communities without sufficient planning. We're also concerned that there's no overarching planning body or guiding plan on how best to weigh the negative environmental effects of wind energy installations in different locations within the ecosystem against the positive environmental benefits that could come from energy generated by those installations rather than from fossil fuels. Similarly, it would be beneficial for natural resource managers and stakeholders if BOEM were to complete or support a life cycle analysis for offshore wind energy projects. It is unknown whether turbines will be manufactured, transported, installed, and maintained using renewable energy sources, or if these components will depend on fossil fuels. We're asking, what is the net renewable energy benefit of offshore wind, and how does this play into the potential negative effects on West Coast fishery displacement or elimination? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. Questions for Yvonne on the EWG report? Okay, not seeing any. We'll move on next to Corey Green and the Habitat Committee report. Corey.
Good afternoon and happy Friday, Vice Chair and members of the council. So I have a 4-page document, which I'm going to try to summarize. This is agenda item C2A, Supplemental HC Report 2, the Habitat Committee report on marine planning. And we reviewed a number of topics, including the aquaculture opportunity areas, the offshore wind energy planning, and the marine planning policy guidance. And so I'm going to start with the aquaculture opportunity areas, which you heard a very good presentation from Diane Wyndham on, so I don't need to repeat too much. I think the important point is that sort of the science that went into it is in that atlas, which is a NOAA Tech memo, and we've provided a link for that in the electronic document. I think that there's a number of metrics that goes into that, and I think that's worth looking at in terms of sort of determining whether the 10 sites that were proposed for potential aquaculture would be deserve some more attention. And Diane mentioned that there would be additional opportunities, not only during the programmatic EIS comments, but others as well, to focus on some of the additional information which might go into those data sets to examine the potential of those 10 sites. And another point is that the programmatic EIS is not the last opportunity to comment. As she noted, there are permits to do and so forth for individual sites. And so finally, just to flag that sort of comment period for the programmatic EIS is somewhere around May, and the Habitat Committee stands ready to make some comments on that.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
I have more. I can answer questions on that one, but I have more comments on marine planning and other stuff. So does anyone have any questions on that?
I'm looking right now. Don't see any, so continue, please.
So the next topic is the marine planning offshore policy guidance. And so this concerned 3 policy guidance documents. Basically 2 which were offshore policy guidance, 1 based on habitat, 1 based on fishing activities and other issues. And so, and then the third document is PFMC guidance on agency activities in the California current ecosystem that was written by the Ecosystem Work Group, C2A, Report 1. And as noted by the Marine Planning Committee, we were of the opinion that the CCE document produced by the Ecosystem Work Group is at a large spatial scale, and in particular includes freshwater activities in addition to marine activities. And so in that respect, that would be a document sort of separate from these 2 offshore policy documents, which really focus on that question of offshore energy. And we support also the recommendation of the Marine Planning Committee to join those together. And the final set of comments was about offshore wind energy planning. We made a number of recommendations when PFMC is considering commenting on various BOEM processes. And so there's basically we have some general recommendations about the spatial planning process, and then individual recommendations about specific call areas, such as the Coos Bay call area, Bandon call area, and the Brookings area. And so there, we've written a number of specific recommendations. Those could be used, for example, for comments to the Federal Registry Notice. We also have comments on recommending a single wind farm demonstration project to examine some of the environmental impacts of wind energy. And finally, we recommend for the programmatic EIS, we recommend that rather than request a EIS, the council should request the specific elements of an analysis that the council desires. So that's summing it up really quickly. I'd be happy to take questions on specific recommendations we have in there.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Karen Brady. Karen?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the report, Corey. Appreciate it. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about the Habitat Committee's discussion about programmatic EIS versus project-based EIS.
For the wind energy projects?
Mm-hmm. And just generally, I understand you had some discussion about those 2 approaches.
Yeah, well, so the scale of the PEIS analysis is really large. And so basically, given the fact that there's sub-regional variation, there's, I think, a big distinction between sort of what the sort of large-scale programmatic EIS can evaluate versus those individual specific call areas, for example. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Further questions? Nope. Okay, thanks, Corey.
Thank you very much.
Next up will be Mike Kokonowski in the CPSAS report. Mike, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. Caught me off guard. As everyone else is doing, I'm going to summarize our report. I would like to hit a couple of points for just a minute or 2, but We thank the different committees involved, the reports that came out from the Ecosystem Work Group and the Habitat Committee, and also the MPC reports. And we thought that the idea of using the MPC as becoming a lead advisory body would, and incorporating in constructs that came out of merit that came out of the WG and the HC reports made sense. There might also be some remarks today that the council might find worthy of putting into a report, a summary report. One thing we did or spent some time on was this report that came out from Europe, and it's the emergence of large-scale hydrodynamic structures due to atmospheric offshore wind farm wakes. It's a pretty new report. I found it just shortly before I found an abridged report, but just want to read one quote out of here, and it's or part of one, and it just says, induced changes in the vertical and lateral flow are sufficiently strong to influence the residual currents and entail alterations of a temperature and salinity distribution in areas of wind farm operation in the North Sea, southern North Sea, and indicate potential impact on marine ecosystem processes. It's a pretty thorough report. It does not come to precise conclusions, but I think there's one thing that I remembered from my days of doing sardines is that the sardines move offshore about 60 to 100 miles in most cases before they spawn. And then the larvae come in on the as a transport by current and wind. And I think one reason, and many others exist, but just one reason we're wondering about is some type of EIS that took a look at this, I think would be very precautionary and good measure, since sardines and anchovies being the other ones that move offshore, not too sure about their spawning, but there is that movement back and forth inshore and offshore, and what effect that would have, since anchovies, I think right now are the #1 forage fish in the California current. So I think it does beg the question a little bit more as to, how much we want to examine this before they start putting up towers and find out something like this happens, or some effects happen that they weren't anticipating, and you have a major crisis on your hands. So that pretty well summarizes it. There's some excellent work done by the MPC. I'd like to thank the co-chairs in particular, and the Habitat Committee and the Ecosystem Working Group. I think they did a really good job all the way around, and thank the council for their indulgence on what's a pretty sticky topic all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the CPSAS report? Okay. We've been at this for almost 2 hours, and it's probably a good time to just take a break here right now, and then we will come back in 10 minutes and for the GAP report. So with that, we'll just see everybody back here at 2:55.
Great.
Okay, we're back, and we're going to the GAP report, and Dan Waldeck. Dan?
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good afternoon, Dan Waldeck. I'll be reading the GAP report on marine planning. I'm going to summarize the first 3 paragraphs just for the sake of expediency, and then read the body of the report. The first paragraph really is an introduction of the material that the GAP reviewed in our consideration of this agenda topic. The second paragraph notes our perspective about the high quality of the work produced by the EWG and the Habitat Committee and the policy documents they've made available to the Council here today. Specifically, the GAP supports the EWG recommendation that the Council transition ownership of the policy guidance document developed by the EWG, transition ownership of that document to the MPC, and supports including information from this policy guidance in all Council documents related to marine planning, especially offshore wind. Next, we highlight the exceptional work of the GMT, and we note the different tone of this GMT report relative to other GMT reports. It, to us, is, and to the GAP, an alarm bell. It characterizes several important points, and we wanted to call out the urgency of this report and express our thanks to the GMT for this, this stronger posture that they've struck on this issue. We very much appreciate that. So, body of the report. The GAP has stated our concerns about offshore wind and the BOEM process related to offshore development in several statements, March, April, June, September, and November of 2021. Therefore, for the sake of brevity, the GAP provides a distillation of our continuing concerns with the offshore wind development process as it is currently being conducted. The BOEM process is diametrically opposed to the collaborative, stakeholder-driven, bottom-up processes used to manage federal and state fisheries on the West Coast. Specifically, in regards to the recently announced Oregon call areas, there is no evidence that the numerous meetings held with fisher participants and community representatives had any effect on the design of the call areas, nor does it appear that direct input from state managers about data incompleteness and misinterpretation were heeded. The proposed Oregon call areas are sited directly atop valuable and productive grounds for whiting, sablefish, pink shrimp, Dungeness crab, and numerous other critically important commercial and recreational fisheries. The proposed call areas also overlay vital habitats for council-managed fisheries, including endangered salmon, seabirds, and marine mammals. When asked why environmental and socioeconomic impacts were not analyzed prior to declaring the call areas, BOEM responds that environmental impact analyses are not conducted during this stage of the process. It is unfathomable that a management agency can propose an action without performing even rudimentary impacts analyses, especially when it is plainly obvious that development activities in the proposed areas will have detrimental, if not existential, impacts on fisheries and fishing-dependent communities. In addition to the direct displacement of well-managed fisheries, the ripple effects are also clear. When fishing grounds are lost, fishermen are forced to fish in concentrated areas, causing gear conflicts and creating management problems. Forcing fisheries into less productive grounds increases operational costs because more time is spent catching fewer fish. More time on the grounds increases safety risks, which are already heightened because of the navigational obstacles presented by the offshore wind placements. Irresponsible offshore development displaces productive fisheries, increases gear conflicts, reduces profitability, and makes fishermen less safe. As highlighted by the GMT, the proposed Oregon call areas are also likely to impact federal and state research activities that are the foundation of sustainable fisheries management. Rough estimates indicate that more than 10% of research survey catches for several significant groundfish stocks would be lost because historical research transects are disrupted. Negatively impacting these important fishery data time series will increase stock assessment uncertainty, necessitating more conservative management actions that reduce harvest levels. Harm is multiplicative. Less production, higher costs, greater conflicts, less safety, combined with reduced harvest opportunities because of scientific uncertainty. Recreational and commercial fishermen, coastal communities, and consumers are worse off because offshore wind is not pursued responsibly. Moreover, when the above impacts from the proposed areas are considered within the larger context of other West Coast development activities, it is clear that cumulative impacts to fisheries, coastal communities, habitats, protected resources, and fisheries research will occur. These broad impacts necessitate comprehensive analysis in a programmatic environmental EIS. Initial responses from BOEM appear to indicate that consideration of the cumulative impacts of regional impacts from offshore development is not standard operational procedure. Again, this is in stark contrast to how fisheries are managed and how, to the GAP, this is unacceptable. In summary, this is important, and the Council should state it understands and shares these concerns. Before offshore wind development proceeds, more time, more data, more meaningful outreach, more environmental and economic analyses, and more council engagement are urgently needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Questions for Dan on the GAP report? Okay. Butch Smith. Butch?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I haven't been in trouble all week, so I might as well start. I want to compliment the GAP in their statement. That is probably one of the most complete, heartfelt, truthful statements that I've heard on this issue, and well thought of, and could be used in every user group, fishing group on the coast that's going through these meetings. And I would like just to absolutely thank the GAP and you, Dan, for that statement. It is clear, concise, and to the point, what we are all worried about here in our coastal communities and wind energy. So anyway, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for letting me comment.
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Smith, the GAP appreciates those thoughtful comments, and I will bring that back to the GAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Okay. Further questions for Dan? Okay. Not seeing any. Next, we'll go to the EAS and Gway Kirshner. Gway?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. Today, I'm going to summarize Agenda Item C2, Supplemental EAS Report 1 on Marine Planning. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel received an update from Mr. Scott McMullen on the recent activities of the Marine Planning Committee. For the majority of fishermen, their highest priority is first to avoid impacts and not lose fishing grounds to wind farms. If that is not possible, then any impact should be minimized to the extent possible. And finally, if impact avoidance is not possible, then those impacts should be mitigated. The EAS discussed the broader trade-offs associated with wind energy development off the West Coast and in general noted a few issues that the Council may wish to consider. At a high level, the EAS recognizes that there are national and global, as well as local benefits to increased use of renewable energy sources. However, there could also be impacts across multiple fisheries from various states resulting from offshore energy development or other competing uses of ocean space, as well as differential impacts among states, particularly for uses that overlap with state waters. We also discussed the level of shore support, such as necessary infrastructure for power transmission and associated support activities that might be needed for specific call areas, and noted that this could have impacts on ocean resources and fisheries as well. The EAS thinks the new analyses on indicators of trawl activity in the vicinity of proposed wind energy call areas that are presented in figures 4.2.1 and 4.2.2 from Agenda Item H2A CCIEA Team Report 1 shows promise as a means to document fishing activity by one sector in the areas of concern, but would like to highlight the need to expand this analysis to all sectors where there may be sufficient data to more effectively demonstrate historical use. The EAS also discussed whether it might be possible to conduct predictive analyses that consider potential ecosystem impacts resulting from the displacement of trawl or other sector effort to other locations in the event wind farms were developed in the footprint of high fishing activity, and whether efforts to develop forecasting of hypothetical future uses in the absence of wind farms and under various climate scenarios would also benefit. The EAS further discussed potential changes in upwelling resulting from reduced wind speeds related to turbine placement. For example, evidence provided to the California Ocean Protection Council suggests the wind speed in the lee of wind turbines could be reduced by 5%, which in turn could reduce localized upwelling by up to 15%. Based on these potential outcomes, we emphasize the importance of conveying a precautionary approach for offshore wind energy development. Finally, the EAS recommends the Council request the NIP Science Centers dig deeper into the analysis presented in H2A CIEA Team Report 1, Appendix P, to determine the broader scale of impacts of increased trawling in areas of lower habitat quality and expand it to include other fishing sectors with sufficient data available. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Gway. Questions for you, Gway, on the EAS report? Okay, thank you. Next up will be Katie Pearson with the GMT report. Katie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. My name is Katie Pearson, and I will summarize our supplemental GMT report 1 that outlines some high-level concerns that have a nexus with management. The GMT has concerns with the ramifications of areas where wind energy is sited that fall within the areas of ongoing long-term surveys, which collect critical pieces of information used in stock assessments. These implications for stock assessments and how stock assessments are interpreted for management are significant and should be considered as we move forward through the planning process. The GMT also has concerns with the use of observer data to appropriately categorize fisheries when there are various levels of observation. Repercussions for less monitored fisheries should be taken into consideration during this process. Finally, the GMT is dismayed by the lack of consideration and information regarding recreational fisheries. The GMT stresses that the only way to truly understand and categorize the impact of fisheries is to speak directly to and incorporate comments from the recreational and commercial fishing fleets, individuals, the National Marine Fisheries Service science centers, and onshore processing operations. The GMT recommends that BOEM continue with and expand upon their outreach to all commercial and recreational fishery sectors and consider impacts on commercial, recreational, and scientific activities. And that ends my summarization.
Wonderful. Thank you, Katie. Questions for Katie on the GMT report? Okay, thanks. Next up is Greg Krzyzowski, CPS-MT report. Greg?
Hi. For the record, I will not be reading our report verbatim, just summarizing it. We recognize all the great work that the MPC has done and the great summary that Mike provided here. In short, we endorse the Ecosystem Working Group recommendation that the MPC take primary responsibility for drafting the policy guidance document for offshore development. We think that the MPC Report 2 is a great starting point and that they should consider incorporating additional input from the Ecosystem Working Group and the Habitat Committee reports, such as the specific socioeconomic effects on fishery-dependent communities in the EWG report, and the specific habitat effects on habitats of particular concern from the Habitat Committee report. On the Oregon offshore proposed call areas, we note that the 2,181 square mile proposed call areas off southern Oregon were estimated to have a capacity to generate 17 gigawatts of power, and that's well beyond the 2.6 gigawatts capacity of the 5 coastal infrastructure sites to accept power. And only 2 of those 5 are nearby, and those can only accept 1.5 gigawatts. So the shoreside capacity will need to be increased. Also, although new fisheries data has been added to the Oral Wind Map tool, it's still incomplete and specifically lacks some CPS fishery data. And even the newly added fisheries data has yet to be fully analyzed. The CPS MT recommends Council continue to engage with BOEM and urge BOEM not to designate wind energy areas or allow leasing until thorough analyses of the socioeconomic and environmental effects, both shoreside and on the water, has been completed. And finally, on the Oregon call areas, although it's not in the same order in our report, the CPSMT suggests that the MPC is in a good position to engage with fishing community and sectors to help guide BOEM in planning its engagement structure, venues, and forums in a manner that works well for the fishing community for the Oregon call areas. Finally, a recent study that Mike mentioned that we give the reference to in our thing found that wind farms, which are many of these wind generators in a specific area, they change the oceanographic dynamics in their downwind wake, and they cause increased stratification and changes to current. And those types of changes can affect nutrient delivery or upwelling to the upper waters. It may reduce primary productivity, and CPS depend on that primary productivity and help transfer that primary productivity to the rest of the ecosystem and the food web. So the CPSMT has concerns about BOEM's process and that it may not take into effect or into account the cumulative effects of many wind farms put throughout the California current ecosystem. And that's my summary.
Thank you, Greg. Questions for Greg on the CPS MT report? Okay. Next up is Jessica Watson with the HMS Management Team report. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Council. My name is Jessica Watson, and I'll be summarizing the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. The team supports the recommendations put forth by the other advisory bodies regarding the topic of offshore wind, which include a programmatic environmental impact statement similar to the approach for the aquaculture opportunity areas, the need for recreational fishery input, and more complete data to support necessary biological and economic impact analyses, such as those required by the National Environmental Policy Act. The team also seconds the recommendation that fishing effort mapping analyses should be informed through stakeholder input. In a joint session with the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, international HMS issues were discussed, and the AS conveyed concerns over the potential impact of international stock assessments that could result from changes in effort and/or catch. The management team shares these concerns. Finally, the management team suggests that further discussions and investigations into the potential impact on international HMS issues may be warranted. Thank you, and that concludes my summary, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions for Jessica on the GMT report? HMS MT report. A long day. Okay. I don't see any hands, Jessica. Thank you. Next up, Mike Conroy in the HMS AS.
Yeah, confirming you can hear me again. And sorry for having to ask that.
We got you.
Perfect. Thanks again, Mike Conroy. I'm going to summarize the report that was submitted by the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel. I note that it was a lengthy report that includes a number of recommendations. We also submitted a PowerPoint summarizing those recommendations, but in the interest of time, I'm going to bypass using the PowerPoint and go through our recommendations, adding context where that is helpful. Just at the outset, we tried to focus on bringing forward comments specific to HMS and HMS stocks that we didn't see as being fully addressed in the documents for this agenda item. We recommend that the council acknowledge and communicate its position that the proposed offshore wind call areas will impact West Coast HMS fisheries, and that there are considerable scientific uncertainties regarding impacts that necessitates additional scientific data collection, analysis, monitoring, and stakeholder engagement. We recommend that the council communicate to BOEM that it should undertake a programmatic EIS covering offshore wind development off the West Coast to evaluate potential impacts both individually and cumulatively. The piecemeal project-by-project approach utilized by BOEM is inadequate. The potential impacts of the Humboldt wind energy area look much different after the release of the draft call areas off Oregon, the southern border of the southernmost call area off Oregon being roughly 50 miles north of the Humboldt wind energy area. Regarding the soon-to-be released draft EA for the Morro Bay wind energy area, we strongly recommend the council comment that the EA is not sufficient and that an EIS should be prepared. BOEM states that the lease only authorizes site characterization and site assessment activities, but it is reasonably foreseeable that issuance of a lease will result in steel in the water. Surely there will be additional necessary when a construction and operations plan is submitted, but whether the potential impacts of a wind farm, without regard to the details of what the wind farm looks like, are too great and would seem to be important before $4.37 billion is spent on lease sales for 488,000 acres. The two wind energy areas off California are 582 square miles with 375,000 acres. We believe an EIS is appropriate. We took an approach of suggesting some HMS fishery-specific changes to the policy guidance documents. With regards to the MPC policy document, if considering waters deeper than 1,300 meters for siting offshore development, there'd be a 15-mile buffer around seamounts, ridges, and canyons to minimize impacts to HMS fisheries. HMS fisheries tend to be more productive around these habitat features. This could be an effective mitigation measure to mitigate current and future impacts to HMS fisheries. We recommend removing the word can from the sentence discussing marine radar impacts as noted. In our report, we include a link to a February study which found that turbines, especially the larger turbines likely to be used off the West Coast, do impact marine radar systems. Can implies that it may not. Because it is known, we recommend removing the word can. We also recommend including a discussion about decommissioning and turbine failure, destruction, or collapse, and what expectations will be for project developers. We didn't see anything in the documents addressing that. Our report also provides links and some details regarding several recent studies discussing potential impacts of offshore wind in the marine environment, habitat, ecosystems, fisheries, and protected species. We couldn't decide which document they should be housed in. We leave it to the Marine Planning Committee, Habitat Committee, and Ecosystem Work Group to make those determinations. Those are a December 2021 study evaluating the potential effects resulting from installation of offshore wind turbines in areas off California and upwelling, a February 22 study, which the CPS-AS and the CPS-MT made reference to, a March 2022 study regarding impacts of hearing of offshore construction and vessel traffic on sea turtles, a January 2022 study that considers the unique risks of floating turbines may pose for marine mammals, seabirds, fishes, and benthic ecosystems from floating wind turbines, and a February 2022 study highlighting environmental risks to the seabed and to biodiversity from offshore wind farms in the Mediterranean. As noted in our report, the albacore fleets will be directly impacted by siting decisions made by BOEM. Comments have been submitted to BOEM to that effect, yet outreach to the albacore fleet has been virtually non-existent. We recommend the council encourage BOEM to follow through with promised stakeholder engagement with all fleets, commercial and recreational, in particular the albacore fleet. Due to the transitory nature of the albacore fishery, that engagement has to include fishery participants home ported outside of the immediate areas being considered for offshore wind development. A good start for BOEM would be to coordinate with AFA, WFOA, OAC, and the Washington Trawlers Association. And that concludes an overview of our statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on the HMS-AS report? Okay. And finally, Megan Waters and the SAS report. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Megan Waters on behalf of the SAS. I have the distinct advantage of following many of my advisory body colleagues who have more wisely expressed much of the messaging that the SAS wants to portray. We would like to thank both the Marine Planning Committee and the council for its continued engagement with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management on these offshore wind leasing issues, and want to reiterate a lot of the messages that the GAP in particular portrayed, which mirrored our ongoing concerns that the lease process allows only for reactive measures rather than proactive strategies to minimize conflicts with fisheries. The discussions we've had in our meetings were not new or novel, but did encompass a growing frustration regarding the lack of data sourced and the data being meaningfully included in the lease siting process. SAS members have participated in listening sessions, but remained concerned that listening sessions really are falling on deaf ears. The concerns of the SAS are primarily related to the lack of fisheries data, specifically that sport and recreational fisheries are not required to use VMS. There's also a lack of meaningful inclusion on habitat data, specifically granularity at a meaningful level. With that, I will conclude my report or my very brief summary and take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Questions for Megan? Okay, you're good. Okay, that finishes the our reports, and I believe we have public comment. I see we have 4 individuals, and we'll start with Larry Thievik. Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, and members of the council. My name is Larry Thievik. I'm the president of the Washington Dungeness Crab Fishermen's Association. The Dungeness crab fishery is sustainable and is the most valuable single species fishery on the West Coast. While this council is entrusted to manage and speak for federal fisheries, the role this council provides in communications to BOEM is critically important to all West Coast fisheries, whether federally managed or not. I appreciate and request the council to continue to provide a conduit for the broader discussions of offshore wind development impacts on behalf of all West Coast fisheries and ocean users. There is a limited experience in offshore wind development and potential negative impacts off of America's coasts. What we do know is the development of OSW on the West Coast to scales described will have significant and far-reaching impacts on fisheries, fishing communities, and other species that share ocean space with us. We also know that despite repeated requests by diverse ocean use stakeholders, no meaningful attempt to flush out cumulative impacts of OSW development have been undertaken by BOEM. Stakeholders are entitled under NEPA to a thorough environmental review of areas to be leased prior to any leasing action or activity. To quote your council letter of September 13 to BOEM on the Morro Bay Call area, and I quote, "The direct and indirect effects of wind energy areas on fisheries, habitats, and ecological resources should inform all wind energy scoping process and must do so in advance of leasing, permitting, and construction phases of wind energy development," unquote. Further, a lease approval, even if considered conditional, cannot meet under CFR 585.102 BOEM's responsibilities when permitting OSW on the OCS to provide for safety, for protection of the environment, for protection of the rights of other authorized users of the OCS, and for prevention of interference with reasonable uses and authorized uses without including ecosystem effects and human socioeconomic effects in its scope. I have continually heard from BOEM representatives that an EIS cannot be prepared until specific project proposals are presented in a COP. I have a hard time reconciling that claim with the expected and foreseeable impacts on present ocean uses with a lease grant or multiple lease grants. With offshore wind farms to be in effect fishery exclusion zones, a programmatic EIS based on the area of exclusion and potential resulting impacts could and should be considered early in the lease process and before leases are granted. The present SAP process, as described by BOEM, leads to a lease grant well before significant environmental review. In what I have seen in the BOEM OSW leasing process so far is little homage paid to effects analysis or to negative impact thresholds that would signal a need to say no to an offshore wind project or location. Overall, there seems a dearth of guidance from BOEM to specific principles of conflict avoidance or to unmitigable environmental impacts that would result in a determination for exclusions of OS development in certain ocean areas. Various stakeholders have pointed out the potential link between ecosystem effects from OSW and consequent prescriptions on other ocean uses. If the placement of an OSW facility alters the behavior and or migration patterns of marine species such as whales, and thereby causes more interaction with fisheries outside of wind energy areas, fishing activity could be subject to additional restrictions. That regulatory impact would be the direct result of OSW development and deserves pre-lease analysis. Expected WEAs will overlap newly designated critical habitat designation for ESA-listed humpbacks and likely be adjacent to critical habitat for southern resident killer whales. The implications of critical habitat overlap and potential habitat modification will not be reviewed prior to leasing under the present SAP and leasing process. Similarly, if takes of ESA-listed species such as short-tailed albatross occur from bird strikes with turbine blades, other ocean uses such as fishing, while not increasing takes themselves, will bear additional regulatory burdens. Potential takes of ESA-listed species and potential for increased regulatory burdens on other ocean uses need to be included in and accounted for in an appropriate pre-lease programmatic EIS. The disparity between data gaps and what seems a predetermined decision timeline for BOEM action continues to haunt this present permit process and deeply concerns stakeholders of various interests. For fishing interests, the presentation of a 75-year fishing use map as a viable reflection of West Coast fishing activities offers little insight into the actual operations and values of different fishing areas for different fisheries for different times. The reliance on AIS and VMS to describe areas of past fishing activity tells only part of the story. Additionally, data on potential ecosystem effects on marine and avian species and potential downstream impacts on the California current ecosystem also lags a BOEM push to meet a timeline. The CPSAS report to the Council has pointed out new information that suggests large changes to ocean dynamics can result from ocean shore or offshore wind development, and some European EMF studies suggest EMF emissions from power transmission cables may alter the behavior of crab. As stated earlier, OSW projects off of the West Coast, especially of the scale proposed by developers, have little impact history in the United States, or for that matter, worldwide. From an industry perspective, there is a deep and well-founded concern by many of us over the displacement of existing uses, denial of access to ocean space, and potential degradation of marine resources and habitats. The economic disruption from dislocation and unintended ecosystem impacts can be severe and cause fishers, fishing communities, and fishing support industries to fail. BOEM's December 2021 request for information for feedback on potential mitigation from OSW leasing acknowledged that OSW leasing on the OCS will produce foreseeable, negative, and likely unmitigable impacts. In the Humboldt draft EA, BOEM itself asks the question, quote, whether the issuance of a lease within the Humboldt wind energy area would lead to reasonably foreseeable significant impacts on the environment, and thus whether an environmental impact statement should be prepared prior to issuing a renewable energy lease, unquote. Our answer to the Humboldt EA question then was a resounding yes. And today, WDCFA echoes that answer and need that so many other voices, including council advisory boards, have expressed for the requirement of a programmatic EIS prior to any lease action by BOEM on the West Coast Outer Continental Shelf. I ask the council to also raise its collective voice to request a programmatic EIS before BOEM lease actions. The council process is known to be deliberative, researched, and transparent. It is time BOEM does the same. And it continues time to ask and answer questions first and lease later. And I really appreciate previous comments by the advisory boards, especially the GAP. And I thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Larry, for your great testimony there. Questions for Larry? Okay, CEO Phil Anderson. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Larry, for your testimony. I don't have a question. I just wanted to recognize Larry's incredible contribution to defending the West Coast fisheries as it relates to wind energy and other threats for the use of ocean spaces that potentially displace our fisheries. He's just been a champion, and I wanted to acknowledge that. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, not seeing any other hands. Next up is Mike Okunowski. Mike?
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think my comments are actually very brief. The reason the CPSAS and I believe Greg also, Krakowski, put together the information on this study that's been done in Europe is because it does kind of break the ice into some kind of ecological and environmental type information that comes directly from the wind shadows that occur behind these turbines. And I don't think Greg mentioned it. If he did, I apologize for bringing it up again, but he did a very complete job, better than mine. But there was one little piece that struck me, and that was one area that it said that the effects of a downwind, wind wakes, as they call them, can go out for 45 miles. And, you know, you may have turbines within that distance too, 45 miles. We don't know really how these farms are going to be looking when they're done. But I brought up the idea of the forage fish because of what I know about it and what I've studied about it from a few different reports that are out there, have been for some time, is that this is something different from fishing alone. But it would have a great impact on fishing as well as the many animals that are dependent on these forage fish. And it's something, you know, I can respect very much that the NGOs have made a big point of protecting forage fish in the past. I think some of them I've talked to anyway are kind of interested in this study and taking a look at it a little bit harder. I can't say what they may or may not say after that, but it might be a way to, I guess, if nothing else, give great justification for getting these EIS processes in the front end of and I guess a PEIS it would be appropriate at the beginning of this process as opposed to at somewhere near the end and only using a project EIS. Because there's a big difference between 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 wind farms and what could be 40 or 50 wind farms. So that's it in a nutshell. I would like to thank the GAP and Dan in particular for a remarkable statement. And I'd like to thank Greg Krakowski as well, because he brought up a few points that I'd overlooked and did a more thorough job bringing them out. With that, I'll thank you for the opportunity, and that's it.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike? Okay, seeing none. Next up is Greg Shaughnessy. Greg.
Hello, Brad. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, thank you very much. My name is Greg Shaughnessy. I'm with Ocean Gold Seafoods and West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group. Appreciate the chance to comment and contribute. Last Friday, industry had a chance to participate in a call with the Marine Planning Committee as they listened to stakeholder concerns around offshore wind. I spoke to just one of the many concerns expressed on the call. How would the proposed call areas affect NOAA Fisheries' ability to conduct surveys? Two of our nation's premier fishery science centers have been holding annual surveys of these waters for 70 years. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center has many missions, including groundfish surveys using industry vessels, and the Pacific Whiting Survey crew of the research ship Bell M. Shimada. The Southwest Fisheries Science Center also does multiple missions, including rockfish studies, the Cal Coffee Survey, and we partner with them using an industry vessel in support of their ATM survey, assessing the important coastal pelagic species. This is a coastwide survey that runs from the northern tip of Vancouver Island to the southern tip of Baja California. In our work with the Southwest Center, I find the call areas would envelop approximately 17 individual transect lines run by the research ship Reuben Lasker in their important work. These transects run east-west and are repeatable lines surveyed year after year to maintain established running baseline data. These transects are approximately 50 miles in length. So if we go 17 times 50 miles, it's approximately 850 linear nautical miles of survey coverage that could be impacted by these call areas. My concern is that these important surveys generate stock assessment reports that we rely on and trust to give us the best available science so this council can do its work. Anytime you take repeatable data away, you introduce uncertainty. I'd like to know how the Department of Interior / BOEM is not going to take away our scientific security and important data collection ability and not hinder NOAA Fisheries work. I'd like the U.S. to continue to be the world leader in stock assessment science and sound, well-reasoned management. Offshore wind has a place in our shared ocean seascape, but let's not cite it at the expense of our surveys, our industry, and the people and culture that rely on these sustainable, healthy stocks. Please remember these ocean folks have paid their dues, done the work, and should be given respectful consideration. Now, Brad, that's the first part. I've got a second part I'd like to cover, and that's Ocean Gold's work down in Charleston, Oregon. 3 years ago, Ocean Gold Seafood, which is the company founded by fishermen, in support of our fleet, purchased a dock in Charleston, Oregon, the old OBS dock. And it needed a lot of work. There was a couple of sunk boats there. So we, over the last 3 years, going through federal, state, local, and tribal entities, which includes engineering reports, archaeological reports, have finally got a dock that a boat can tie up to. This is a falling down piece of infrastructure that we wanted to resurrect and make available in Charleston. We spent $2.6 million just getting to the point where we can tie a boat up to our dock, let alone any other infrastructure. And we had to jump through a lot of hoops for a lot of years to get to this point. We have much work to do, but these call areas we question the investment now if these call areas are going to impact the Port of Charleston and the ability of boats to bring fish into town. And that's all I've got, Brad. Thanks a lot for my chance to speak.
Well, thank you, Greg, for your testimony. Questions for Greg? Okay, not seeing any. Next up, the Brian Blake. Brian?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. As a recovering politician, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I want to support the testimony that previously you've heard from today. It's been a long day. Short and sweet. I would ask the council to advocate for a robust environmental analysis of these wind projects and call areas before leasing occurs, and a robust analysis of the cumulative negative impacts that could occur to fishermen, fishing families, and fishing communities along the coast. And with that, that's all the time I needed.
Well, thank you, Brian. Questions for Brian? Was testimony? Okay. Thank you very much. And finally, we come to Lori Steele. Lori.
Hi, good afternoon. Sound check. You can hear me?
We got you good.
Okay, great. I'm Lori Steele, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. We represent the shoreside processing companies up and down the West Coast. I will be brief, and I will try not to be repetitive. I'd like to thank the Marine Planning Committee and all of the advisory bodies for their work and comments, very good comments on this particular issue. On behalf of WCSPA, we do appreciate NOAA Fisheries in offshore wind team and the preliminary analyses regarding the potential impacts of offshore wind development on our research surveys. But clearly more work needs to be done. As others have stated, BOEM's NEPA process is completely inadequate for environmental review of areas that could have dire consequences to the seafood industry and the environment, our strong, healthy California current large marine ecosystem. The wind energy advocates would have us believe clean energy will protect that environment, but that has not borne out yet in any sort of analysis. I won't go into the details of all the questions or concerns people have raised regarding fisheries and the environment. The advisory body has stated those very well, and the written record is already well established. However, the real question is where public comment and interagency information and input goes once submitted to BOEM. How is our information and input utilized? What changes are made based on which information? Who's making these decisions? Still, there has been no meaningful engagement with either the industry or the agency, and the fishing industry does not feel like it is part of the BOEM process at all. Sometimes it doesn't appear that information from cooperating agencies have been utilized. A truly collaborative and cooperative process would allow for give and take, mutual exchange of ideas, and this is not happening. NIMS and the fisheries it manages deserve this much. If BOEM has tried to determine fishing effort in particular areas, for example, but much of that data is incomplete because BOEM may not understand how to interpret it. But if BOEM staff simply worked with NOAA and NIMS staff and said, hey, we want to look at a particular area, how would that affect fishing, marine mammals, protected species, and infrastructure? NOAA and NIMS could get some clear and helpful information to them in short order. NOAA is the agency with the knowledge of the ocean. That expertise should be requested and listened to by BOEM, not pushed aside. So in the interest of the council process, and if anyone around the table is asking, what can the council or NIMS do? Our answer is this: push to be a true collaborator and push to work hand in hand with BOEM on the development of these projects in West Coast waters. This may not be able to be accomplished through the West Coast region and the BOEM Pacific region. It might have to go through NOAA and BOEM headquarters. It may need to go higher to ensure greater collaboration and understanding between the Department of Commerce and the Department of Interior. But that true collaboration and working with all stakeholders, whether fishermen, processors, or offshore wind companies, that is the only way this will work for everyone, to the benefit of everyone. We urge the council, NIMS, NOAA, and the Department of Commerce to assert control over your areas of expertise. the ocean and its environments so that all of us can benefit. We request that you advocate on behalf of the fisheries you research and manage. Otherwise, we are all going to get steamrolled by BOEM, and that includes the council, NOAA, and NIMS. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Questions for Lori on her testimony? Corey Niles. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Not a question for Lori, and just wanted to say thank you to all the folks who testified today. I would take note that every single one of them either lives in Washington or represents a business or businesses in Washington. For sake of time, I have many questions, but didn't ask today. Wanted to express your appreciation for being here and engaging in the process, and we will have comments here later during council discussion, but yeah, thank you again, and appreciate your bringing your thoughts to us.
Thanks, Corey. Okay, well, that concludes public comment. It takes us to council action, which is before us. So I'll open the floor up for a hand. John Newgritz. John?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank the MPC and all the advisory bodies. There's a lot here, and a whole lot of work has gone into what we have in front of us. With regard to the 3 policy documents that were presented, I think I can see benefit in what several advisory bodies have recommended in terms of integrating the Marine Planning Committee and Habitat Committee documents into a single one, and possibly holding the Ecosystem Work Group as a standalone document. But I would keep the door open to consider combining those documents at some later date, or including the ecosystem bit as an appendix to be decided. But more importantly, on the call areas and the comments we've heard, I think I just want to point out that it's rare to have such significant and well-expressed and, most importantly, consistent input from our advisory bodies as well as the public who commented. I mean, I think it's clear that while the state of California and everyone here supports clean energy and moves to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, the impacts of potential new energy sources need to be considered. And I agree completely that cumulative impacts of any project have to be considered, and that reasonably foreseeable impacts are a required analytical component of the NEPA process. And an agency cannot piecemeal a project claiming that an initial exploratory phase will not foreseeably lead to the establishment of the final desired outcome. This would be like a construction firm claiming that survey of a leased piece of land and placement of survey markers is not intended to lead to the construction of the building they're surveying for. Wind energy has great promise, and it's proven effective in other areas, but like I've said, with any new activity, the potential impacts need to be carefully considered. And I just kind of wanted to start things off with that sentiment. I think the council has already highlighted those needs. Our stakeholders have voiced their concerns, and at least based on the response to date, those needs and concerns have yet to be heard. And it's very likely that more discussion is needed before any final decision is made. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Further discussion? Corey Niles. Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, John. These might connect to somewhat of what John said, but just use some of my own brief, hopefully overarching thoughts about what we've been hearing today. And I'm a member of the Marine Planning Committee, also involved in Washington's Marine Spatial Plan, which took place, in the absence of real world proposal, but we've been thinking about it a long time. And I hear that everyone's concerns, they're very valid concerns. I'll just, and I'm not disagreeing with anyone's concerns here, but I'm maybe starting to see things maybe just a little bit differently. And I think the question we should be focused on, is how to constructively engage in BOEM's process. It's very different from our process. It does seem backwards. John made a really good analogy there that I would really mess up if I repeated. But I think now with the Oregon call areas, I'm starting to see it. And I think that BOEM's interest in getting better engagement from the fishing communities is genuine. They've been coming to these meetings, they've come into the MPC, and we're still hearing lots of frustration, and I get it. And I've also been confused by the process. And, it was just maybe talking to ODFW folks today in the hallway that I began to see it a little bit, maybe how it might be unfolding in Oregon. And I would ask my colleague to correct me here at some point when appropriate, but these are huge call areas. I was surprised at how big they were, not having tracked the process. But Oregon State's goal, we understand, is for 3 gigawatts at first, and these areas are big enough to support 17 gigawatts. They're in Southern Oregon, where the wind is the strongest. And to me, that at first said, well, maybe they didn't look at fisheries impact in deciding where in Oregon the wind should be. Where would it be to have the least impact on fishing? But maybe just today I'm realizing, well, maybe if you're going to start with 3 gigawatts, you put it where the wind is strongest. And then the question becomes, within those bigger areas, which areas would have the least impact on fishing? And I think, as Karin might have mentioned, we've heard BOEM's willingness to maybe alter the pace of their process and want to have some real engagement with better engagement with stakeholders, and they've been trying for a while to do that. So we have thought about how we would do something in Washington. We have outlined a process, but it is somewhat high level, and this is really helping us see how challenging it's going to be if we see it come to Washington. But like when people say a programmatic EIS, what I think of is, hey, let's take a big picture at the big area, and where within that area can the bigger picture, where can the goal be met? And the goal we're seeing here, and I'm gonna oversimplify this, is where could 3 gigawatts of wind be achieved with having the lowest impact on fishing and fishing communities? And there's, of course, we're hearing about other ecosystem impacts, but that's the biggie that we're all focused on here. How can this be done, if possible, with having minimal impacts on fishing? So the message here, these thoughts going on longer than I thought, is people have learned to really constructively engage in this council process. And it is really nice to hear people compliment that. It's taken a lot of work from folks, who've been in this process for a long time to make it work. And I just want to, again, I'm saying, I think there is an opportunity to help shape this process for BOEM and improve the engagement. And that's, where I'm personally, as a member of the MPC, starting to think. And again, I don't mean to jump in front of here. My colleagues from Oregon who have been working really hard on this for, I don't know how many years now, Karin, but that's just some overarching thoughts I will end with.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Karin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'm trying to listen before I speak. This has been a learning process for us all, BOEM included. And there is so much before us and so much to say and so many thoughts that are buzzing around all of our heads. So I acknowledge that, and I'm trying to embrace that chaos. I think that we will get through the chaos to some path and have some thoughts about ways that the council could provide comments to BOEM for the Oregon call area process. I'd like to share some of those now. I don't think we need a motion today, but if it comes to it, I would be happy to formulate these in the form of a motion. But right now we're just being asked to consider and provide guidance. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I also have some thoughts on the other tasks that the Marine Planning Committee has been helping us with and guiding us on. But right now I'll just speak to the Oregon call areas. And we learned over the past weeks and today we're reminded that BOEM plans to publish a Federal Register notice initiating formal public comment at the end of this month or early April, which will make it difficult to do anything to comment unless we make that plan today. So I would like to make that plan today, that the council will comment on that Oregon call area open comment period. And we have just such a wealth of information from our advisory bodies to pull information from. I think in some way, the council today should confirm that staff and our advisory bodies should synthesize that information and probably submit those advisory body reports during that open call. I think it's really important that we speak clearly about what we think would be a better process from the council's perspective for BOEM to follow. They have flexibility in their process and they are looking to us to specify what a better process looks like. I think that includes, one, conducting more stakeholder meetings, meaningful interactive collaboration using the footprints that they already have in hand, but making sense of them, adding value, adding the system of seafood markets and industry, adding sport fishing input, which is notably depauperate at this point. So that's one thing that we can specify as a council, which is very aligned with council process. The second is a nod to and looking to our council colleagues, NOAA Fisheries, and their work that has been initiated around the PFMC project, the Pacific Fishery Effort Modeling Project, which will bring together fishing effort mapping in a spatially explicit way and combine that with economic values of those fisheries. I would also, I believe that the study falls short of a trade-offs analysis, but essentially that study should set us up for a trade-offs analysis. And what we're really looking for as a council is, if we give up some fisheries, is it going to balance out the benefits that we're being promised from renewable energy? And we need that information as a society in order to answer the question of what we're giving up and what we might be gaining from this. So that's the second thing. It's a big second thing, but that's the second thing. And we still have a third bucket, which is really kind of a lot of questions about ecosystem services, ecosystem resources, and I've listed a number of those. Our advisory bodies have listed a number of those, but we don't have a suitability analysis. We don't have a synthesis of that in the same way that we have seen our colleagues at NOAA do for aquaculture opportunity areas. Whether or not we agree exactly with the way that suitability analysis went, there was at least consideration of synthesizing the information. And I think that should be done in this case for offshore wind. I want to confirm my colleague from Washington's comment that the whole purpose of a larger set of call areas is so that we can winnow those down closer to the planning goal for Oregon, which has been stated in state statute as 3 gigawatts. So as a council, I think we should confirm and support that winnowing down process. Cumulative impacts has to be considered in some way. We haven't figured out how to build that into this BOEM process yet, and we need to work on that. And I think we need to lean on our BOEM colleagues to figure out how to build that into the process. And in order to do all of this, we need a longer timeline. And right now, I'm very concerned about the timeline between the call areas and designation of wind energy areas. My understanding of this process is that all of the work I just described should be done prior to establishing wind energy areas, and certainly before leases are issued. And so how do we build that timeline in and yet still set up BOEM and the nation to succeed in pursuing greener energy overall? That's kind of the question. But for now, for the council, I think it's about extending the timeline before wind energy areas are designated. That is in line with discussions within the state of Oregon on really time needed to get farther along. And I know I'm going long, and I'm sorry to be on the soapbox, so to speak. But obviously I have a lot to say, and I have thought about this so deeply for so long now, that I would like to dip my toe into a fishery that I typically do not work with, and that is the salmon fishery. And I would argue that while offshore wind presents great promise, just like land-based wind presents great promise, solar, other forms of renewable energy, and getting us off of fossil fuels, which I absolutely agree with, it presents great dangers. And we are currently living decades after we very enthusiastically put hydroelectric dams in place that led to the demise of, or certainly the instability of, salmon stocks. We're spending billions of dollars every year dealing with that problem. We don't want to create a similar situation by creating that infrastructure, creating the unintended consequences in our ocean, which is as yet pretty much devoid of infrastructure. So I think asking for an additional year or two to think through this carefully before we go down that path to save us the time, the money, the angst, the pain later is well worth it. And there are alternatives to doing this immediately and doing it full scale. And we've heard some of that today, including ideas about a demonstration project, potentially about phasing in development across the West instead of doing it all at once. And I think we should express those thoughts to them. So I'm going to stop there. I'll hold my comments on other aspects of marine planning, but appreciate the long time to let me say some words about this one.
Thank you, Gar. John Newgritz. John?
Sorry about that. I have a hanging hand that I will take down, and I can't find my unmute, so I'm doing great.
Okay. I was feeling pretty bad about you not calling on you. I thought I missed you. So, okay. Further discussion, comments. Corey Ridings. Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll start by saying that I agree with everything that has been said so far on this. Corey, Karn, and John all had really excellent words and insights. So I'm just going to add shortly to that. I'll specifically echo John's comments on just the quality and thoroughness of the reports that we got under this agenda item were really good. I think they provided some really good ideas, and they have a nice sort of body of documents that exists now and that we can refer back to as we need. So just voicing my appreciation to all those that spent time to put those together. A couple things as I was listening and reading came to mind that I wanted to just highlight. The EWG noted life cycle analysis as a concept. And I think I heard Karin speaking to this as well, which was really, what are we doing here? This wind energy is very likely necessary for our future. But how that fits in and what the price we're paying for it is really important to know from the start. So that concept, I'll admit, was new to me, and I like it, and it would be hopefully at some point something like that is conducted. I also thought the idea from the Habitat Committee on a wind farm demonstration project would be great. I don't know if and how and where such a thing could happen, but it seems prudent, especially if we were able to somehow get a longer timeline, as Karin suggested, 1 or 2 or even longer time to put this in. To have that demonstration is probably the best proof of concept and way of knowing what we're getting into that we could do. Several groups noted potential oceanographic changes that have recently been noted in the literature, things like upwelling with larval dispersion that could have really big impacts on our fisheries. So I'm happy to see that new science coming online and having that put forward. In line with that also, we've heard this a number of times, that I think it's really important, again, thinking about core science needs for management, which is interruption to existing surveys. Several of our groups mentioned that, as well as the public, and I think that's just incredibly key. So however we move forward, I hope that that's included as an important piece to remember. And then finally, we heard a bit on moving EAs to EISs, as well as the programmatic EIS. All that seems right to me. Again, I in line with other comments about really the core of what we're talking about here is how to engage with BOEM and how to help BOEM engage. And I confess I'm not the expert on that, but it seems like programmatic EIS is at least a very good conversation starter, if not the way to go. And thinking more about, again, in line with Karin's comments about taking more time to do this right, moving those EAs to EISs. So I'll stop there. Thanks very much, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Bob Dooley. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'm going to be a little more cynical. We have an incredible amount of good work here, in good faith, and we, as a council family, have put forth a very rational way to go about dealing, systematically coming forth with a way to understand siting and wind power. And I think we need it. I'm not against it, but I think we can't be naive. And I think part of this is, if we look, I don't discount the fact that our compatriots on the East Coast have been dealing with this for a while. And they have gone through many of the same processes that I've heard today. And they have had some reassurances that things would be different. But ultimately, it wasn't, and it isn't. And they're being run over. And I've been dealing with, been involved with that through different organizations I belong to for a number of years. And I think we have to understand that we have a good plan. We have a systematic plan that makes sense to how to get siting in the right spot. But that sure hasn't worked there. And I just intuitively think, with the amount of political horsepower on the East Coast and how important fishing is to the East Coast and how they're getting basically run over, for us to think that we're playing in a fair fight here. I'm just not confident. I think you're right, Karin, exactly with the way aquaculture is approaching this. It's very rational. They're checking the boxes, but they're in the same department we are. They're in commerce. They're BOEM's interior, and they don't seem to be listening to us. And I think the general feel that damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, we're getting wind energy, and that's a more of a political agenda type thing. And I think we need it. I mean, we do, but there's a way to do it right and there's a way to do it wrong. And I think we have to understand that we're in maybe not quite a fair fight, and to go into it not recognizing that, I think is problematic. And I think we have to understand that, because our fisheries, our fishing communities are at risk. They're at extreme risk. And, once again, I'll repeat, the people that I know on the East Coast that have been at ground zero on this have been fighting the same fight, and they're not winning. So we need to change something to be able to do that. And I know, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to suggest. I think the path that is, the science is on our side. We always do that. I mean, that's our best work. But boy, I sure heard a lot of passion today in this, and I'm concerned about our fisheries. That area off of Oregon, I spent a lot of time fishing there. And if that were to become an area you couldn't access or had restricted access to, that would have extreme consequences to our fisheries. So I'm a little more cynical. I believe that the path that we've laid out is rational. I think the work that's being done is excellent, but I don't know that we're in a fair fight. So I just had to say that. I'm sorry. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Gar?
I do have some comments on the non-Oregon portion of the agenda item, if I could share those. And this follows up on some other comments that have been made already. But we have the two policy document suggestions, one from the Habitat Committee and one from the Marine Planning Committee. They take different approaches, and I personally would like to see those merged in some rational way and brought back to us, I'm thinking in June, for further consideration. I think there's really good work. I don't think we need two of those, but we need one that's unified and takes the best work and the clearest statements of our policies. And I think that ultimate policy document should be different from the outward facing document that's come out of the FEP revision, 5-year revision process. Although the policy document could borrow from the EWG's good work on that outward facing document as appropriate. But I think that we need both. One is really a general statement about the council's priorities and connection to ecosystem and connection to development and human activities writ large. And the policy document is about the council's statement relative to marine spatial planning. Very narrow, very specific component. That's the way I see it, at least. So I also am really interested in, and I've asked several questions today about the use of programmatic EIS versus project-based EIS or other requests from the council for analysis at some higher level than just mapping stuff, and what the council's position should be on that. And so I have an interest in council staff kind of bird dogging that a little bit for us, and maybe teeing that up for us as a council, because I think it's important that if we as a council ask for certain analysis, that we're really certain that a programmatic EIS is what we're asking for. And if it's not, we should be asking for what we really want. And I don't know that I know how to ask for what we want personally. So I would like that to be part of the policy document work in June, if that's possible. I don't think that we should really worry about the outward facing document today in terms of where that lives and how that's reviewed and so on. I think that we should put that also in our future June or after. So those are some thoughts there. But I really appreciate staff and the advisory bodies being ready to comment on the Morro Bay environmental assessment, the PARS study, the aquaculture opportunity areas, in addition to the other things that we've put on those groups for the Oregon call areas. So I hope that we'll be ready for those. And if agenda item is needed in April, that we make time for limited treatment of those topics in April. And that's all of my comments.
Thanks, Karen. John Ugeritz. John?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and Karen, thank you very much. I just want to say that I support what you're saying. In particular, I do see a need to combine the two policy documents as an internal policy, and I do think that work could occur. And thank you in particular for now clarifying in my brain the difference between the EWG document, which is more of an outward facing document, and I support everything you're recommending there.
Thank you, John. Further discussion? Okay. Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. This might be a little out of order, I guess. I guess I don't really care, but I guess I would just like to say, I know our BOEM friends are still on the line, and I would just like to express, I guess, a bit of thanks to them for working with us to put together the session that we did last week. I think that was a nice constructive step. And to ask that I hope they've heard the wealth of comment and information and the deep thought that's come from our advisory bodies and this council, and just to express my hope that they do take that to heart as things move forward. I also understand, I think Rick has a word or two he would like to say. I think he's still online. I think he just would like to acknowledge something. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Vice Chairman, I guess I would suggest that we allow Rick a word or two, if that pleases the council.
Thank you, Merrick. Rick, please.
Well, sure. I just wanted to be able to have a chance to provide some reaction to today, and hope this is the right time. Nissi and I have been online for this afternoon session, and we are still here, and we're going to have to log off pretty soon, but just wanted you to know we were still here. We've heard all of this feedback. We heard the report readouts and the questions during those, heard the public comments and the council comments and questions, and it's all, great to hear from you all. I think I mentioned in a prior meeting, and I just want to say again, I really admire the work that you all put into this. The number of hours that I know you must spend here is remarkable, and the effort that you put into it and your stamina is so impressive. So I want to commend you all for that. And I guess I also just wanted to react to some of the comments and say, we have been meeting with this group and meeting with some of you in other forums too for quite a while. And I think I have perceived, a sort of evolution that some of you are coming through along with us as we all learn together more about how we're working together. And some of the comments that you're providing to us now are just, so very thoughtful and so well put together. I didn't want to miss an opportunity to just mention that I note, we note that you all are doing a great job in participating with us and, hearing what we have to say and learning from that, and then having that influence the comments you're providing back to us, which is a great dynamic because we do our best work together, as we move along this path together, and we know the most about what we're each doing. So I guess I wanted to call out just a few examples if that's all right. And we appreciate everyone's comments, so I don't mean to leave anyone out, but just while I was listening, Mike Conroy's report out and was so thoughtful and sort of getting at the very particular issues in our analysis really resonated with me. Larry Thievig's comments, which are always so well expressed, and a great example of that I was saying about hearing people learning in very great detail about BOEM's process and responding to it in a way that is very on point about what we're working on. As another example, Greg Shaughnessy, this heard last week too, but today about the NIMS surveys and providing some very specific information today about, on the ground surveys and what it means and what we should be watching out for and what it means to the community. And then a slightly different nature of comment, but Corey Niles a while ago, just kind of talking about his efforts and talking to colleagues and learning about BOEM's process and, gaining understandings that are helpful in him providing good feedback too. Just, again, a few examples that I was noting, and I just wanted to say, everybody's comments are important to us, but those were a few things that I thought were particularly resonating with me today. So just want you all again to know that we've been here today, again, spending this time with you, hearing what you've got to say. We're going to continue to do this, and we're going to spend time having many of us go through these reports that are submitted and make sure that we are taking away everything that we can from this interaction. And I guess just in closing, say once again, thanks for this other opportunity and for all your work on this. We do appreciate it.
Okay, Rick. Well, thank you for those words, and thanks for being with us through this sessions here so far. So, okay. Anybody else? A lot said here. I'm not sure if we have enough direction moving forward, or if we need something more than that. Should I maybe go to Kerry to see what he's got as far as Kerry? How are we doing? What do we got? What else do we need to do?
Thank you. At our morning staff meeting, we always talk about the day and what's happening and who's saying what and who might do a motion. And there's no written motion required for this action. I do think it, would be helpful to have some, maybe a little summary, or if someone has something in writing, even though it be guidance, I think that would be helpful because, just because there's so many moving parts here. So I don't know if someone had something in writing ready to share, but it would certainly help me to have a summary of expectations, just to be clear. I know we've talked about a lot of things in council discussion, but having something either in writing or a clear statement of guidance for us would be helpful at this point.
Karen Brady? Karen?
I was speaking from a written electronic file. I would be happy to share that with the council now or directly with Carrie, whatever the council's preference is.
It's not 5 o'clock yet, so.
Oh, let's use the time then, Mr. Vice Chair. Shall I send it to Chris?
Unless, oh, was it Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't want to make it sound like I want to get out of here, but I didn't speak up earlier, but I heard John speak to what Karen said. I didn't want to repeat it. I would, if other people would like to see what Karen wrote, no objections, but I would be happy with her sharing with Carrie. I was following along and had the advantage of seeing an earlier draft, so I just didn't speak up, but if Karen sent that to Carrie, that captures what I understood her to say, and John agree with and silently agreeing with as well.
Thank you, Corey. What's the will of the council on this one?
Well, I might jump in. Oh, I see John put his hand up, but yeah, now that I realize that there is something in writing that we can use and refer to, that checks my box as far as I'm concerned. So thank you.
John Ugers has his hand up. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I was just going to suggest maybe Karen could very briefly outline the points that she made so that we all know what's going into the transmittal to staff.
Okay. Karen, is that possible?
Happy to do that.
There.
And I think while I'm doing...
You want?
Thought I was on. I'd be happy to do that, and I've just sent it to Chris as well. So while I'm speaking, he may get it up on the screen for us. But basically, I outlined some comments on the Oregon call areas and suggested that we ask staff to prepare a comment letter to BOEM in anticipation of the Federal Register publication, and that should synthesize the advisory body reports that we've heard today. Consider whether attaching those would be useful or not, but certainly rely on all of the advisory body input we've received today. And then at kind of the high level guidance from the council to BOEM should include confirmation that we conduct further stakeholder meetings, work with NOAA Fisheries on the PFMC analysis, conduct a suitability analysis for ecosystem, confirm in that letter that we understand this is a winnowing process from 17 gigawatt call areas to something closer to Oregon's planning goal of 3 gigawatts. Ask for ways that we can work out this issue around cumulative impacts so that those can also be considered. And to get all of that done prior to committing to wind energy areas, which would necessitate an extension in time. It includes a description of my thoughts around unintended consequences of hydroelectric dams, and that this could be our generation's version of that, and points to demonstration projects, phasing auctions, instead of doing development all at once. I'll pause there. That's what's in there in my written direction relative to Oregon call areas.
Okay.
The second point is on the other aspects of marine planning. I suggested that we combine the two policy document versions that we got from the Habitat Committee and the Marine Planning Committee into one document. I'm suggesting we consider a new version in June of 2022. And if there's potential for understanding more about the use of programmatic EIS versus project-specific EIS and what that means in terms of what we're talking about as a council and our desires for further analysis. Does a programmatic EIS meet that? Does something else meet that? What does that mean to us as a council? And how should we recommend those tools? And then the outward facing document, keep that separate, bring it back to us in June. It doesn't need revision, but just pose the question again on how to maintain that. Be ready to comment on the Morro Bay, the PARs and AOA comment opportunities. And council workload planning for April could include a new agenda item could include Oregon Call Area, Morro Bay, and PARS study if those are appropriate at that time.
Okay, that's pretty comprehensive. Everybody satisfied with what you're seeing on the screen as far as moving forward for Carrie? Okay. Carrie, do you feel better about that now?
Thank you. Yes, I feel much better. I appreciate it. And appreciate Karin and everyone, putting these very thoughtful pieces of guidance in writing. The discussion was very helpful. I also want to express appreciation to everyone who contributed to this agenda item, including our guests from BOEM and from NOAA, Diane and Nessie and Rick, and all the advisory body comments and the public comment. I agree, they were very thoughtful and comprehensive. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for that. And I think that concludes your business for this agenda item, unless council members have something else they want to say or guidance or anything like that, you have concluded your business for this item.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any hands. So I think with that, I will hand the gavel back to our chairman. Mark?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good job on that agenda item by everyone. And so that concludes our business for the day. We will pick up tomorrow morning with Groundfish. But before we disperse, as always, I will check with our executive director to see if there are any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just commend the council on a nice job today, working through some very difficult items and staying on schedule. Other than that, I don't have any announcements. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's Friday night, but don't get too crazy because we got work tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So see everyone then.